Chapter 836. Ruins of the Celestial Realm. So at this moment when Yi Qingqing brought up Miao Chan, although the prince was still laughing and drinking, his mind felt somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yi Qingqing didn't bring her up again. The two of them continued to feast and talk about many things. After having his fill of wine, Yi Qingqing smiled and said, I heard the golden daughter of the Jian clan also came to the beast realm. I have heard some rumors that she is together with Li Qie. The prince's eyes turned cold after stating this. Although Miao Chan was head over heels for him, he wanted to run away from her since he liked Jian Wushuang, who was as proud as a phoenix. Yi Qingqing shook his head and smiled. Jian Wushuang can be a bit immature and cannot see through people. She has only temporarily been charmed by Li Qie. Brother Golden Crow, there's no need to worry. With enough time, she will find out that someone like Li Qie is not worthy of her. Only a genius like you can be her real home. Although Yi Qingqing was trying to console him, the prince was very displeased after hearing this. Jian Wushuang had always been very arrogant. He stayed at the alchemy realm for a very long time to court her. In order to please her, he tried everything within his power, but she remained distant towards him. But now, how could he feel at ease when she was together with Li Qie? Because of this, Yi Qingqing's words made him even more uncomfortable. It sounded as if their pairing had become a fact. Humph, an ignorant brat like him dares to call himself fierce? He doesn't know his own worth. The prince was unhappy due to Miao Chan being brought up earlier, and now he was even angrier after hearing about Jian Wushuang. Since he had a few cups already, he couldn't suppress his anger any longer. The noble blood of the demon god flows in your body. Li Qie is just a nobody. Yi Qingqing smiled. So there is no need to pay any mind to this matter. A girl can be confused at times. Wait until she realizes it, she'll know where her home truly is. Just be patient. Someone as brilliant as you will be able to step into the heavenly Tao in the future to threaten the 9 worlds. Li Qie will be eclipsed while Jian Wushuang will swoon over your invincible presence and fall into your embrace. Yi Qingqing comforted the prince. Due to the influence of the wine, the prince's pride came out as he sneered. Brother Yi, you think too highly of Li Qie. Why the need to wait for the future against someone like him? I can teach him a lesson right now. Yi Qingqing gently shook his head in response. Brother Golden Crow, it is not that I am lacking confidence in you. You are versed in 2 different styles, so you are peerless in the contemporary times. But this Li Qie is full of wily schemes. I'm afraid you will fall into his trap. Don't worry, I will only go see him. It is not like I will go there to fight and kill. There's no need to be so cautious about a trap or anything. The prince responded with a smile. Not true. Yi Qingqing tried to persuade him. It is best to always be cautious of people. In my opinion, you should let Fairy Miao Chan go with you. With her around, Li Qie will only be displaying his slight skill before an expert with his schemes. Brother Ye's words are too much. The prince waved his sleeve and smiled. If I truly wanted to defeat Li Qie, there wouldn't be a need for junior sister's help. I can do it by myself. In that case, we don't have to talk about this anymore. Come, drink more. They raised their cups and drank more. Eventually, the prince left while feeling a bit drunk. Yi Qingqing smirked after watching the prince walking away. He told a nearby confidant, tell the cloud soaring venerable to watch the ravine's moves. When the prince goes to find Li Qie, tell the venerable to fan the flames if possible. The confidant passed on this command, then curiously asked, Young noble, the Golden Crow Prince has Miao Chan as his strategist. I'm afraid he will not go to Li Qie to cause trouble so carelessly. No need to worry. If he wants to go find Li Qie, he absolutely won't talk it over with Miao Chan. Yi Qingqing chuckled. How can I not know what he is thinking? The more I bring up Miao Chan, the less he wants to talk it over with her. Yi Qingqing aimed to drive a wolf to attack a tiger. To him, the prince was a possible option. He also knew that Miao Chan was wise, and with her planning, both the ravine and the prince wouldn't become his pawns. Thus, he purposely made the prince steer away from Miao Chan. The more distant the two became, the better it was for him. There were some particular ruins in the beast realm. They were even more massive than a great country. Its vastness made it seem like it was an independent world. Not only were there broken walls and bricks, there were also countless shattered mountains. There were rivers boiled dry with the land torn asunder. The void was crushed into pieces, leaving behind eternal black holes. This was also a very dangerous location due to the scattered land. One misstep would result in dying instantly from being torn apart by the residual forces. Any cultivator would know at first glance that an unbelievable war took place here. The void shattered into pieces, the realms were torn asunder, and all the laws moldered. These are the ruins of the heavenly realm. The four-eyed basilisk exclaimed after Lichia took them to these vast ruins. Yes, we are going to the heavenly ruins. Lichia smiled and looked at this vast ruins ahead. He gently sighed in his mind. In the past, blood stained this entire place. I know about these heavenly ruins. Long Jingxian spoke with a tinge of surprise. I heard that these ruins used to be the territory of the divine beast realm. Later on, they provoked Empress Hong Tian, so the Empress brought her invincible army to massacre them. Rumor has it that the beast realm used to be a drifting continent in the sky. It was eventually dragged down from the sky by the Empress. Long Jingxian recalled the war in the past. Recalling this tale filled her with excitement. There's far more than just that. That war was one where blood ran like rivers and corpses were piled as high as mountains. The divine beast realm that had ruled over the stone medicine world for many years was annihilated overnight. The entire world drowned in fear when that happened, and no one dared to come out. The basilisk quivered after bringing this up. He had heard his elders talk about it when he was a child. Your basilisk tribe was smart, so it was able to avoid the calamity. Li Qie smilingly said. The basilisk felt a chill when he thought about this topic. He coughed and said, "Boss, please stop joking around. In fact, before the start of this war, our tribe had already drawn a line with the divine beast realm. Although it is said that we came from the beast realm, our relationship was as distant as could be." Jian Wushuang coldly stared at the basilisk and said, "Nevertheless, your ancestors indeed came from the basilisk tribe. The beast realm is known as the dwelling place of divine beasts like true dragons and divine phoenixes. Your basilisk tribe has the bloodline of true dragons." "No, Miss Jian, you cannot make such a statement." The basilisk was frightened and exclaimed, "That was a matter of a very distant past. Although our ancestors came from the beast realm, that was back in the desolate era. At that time, the divine beast realm didn't recognize a side branch like our basilisk tribe. It is all in the past. Just old memories, nothing more." Li Qie smiled after seeing the alarmed basilisk. The basilisk quickly added, "Boss is right. This was all in the past. The divine beast realm has already become history." Long Jingxian glanced over at the basilisk and inquired, "Oh? Aren't you always very arrogant and untethered? What are you afraid of?" "My little ancestor, you cannot just blather on." The basilisk jumped from fear. He looked around with a shocked expression and whispered, "We cannot talk about this matter carelessly. It involves an earth-shattering secret hidden behind the dark curtains, so it is very taboo." Dark curtains? The least knowledgeable in this crowd was the old turtle. He asked with surprise after seeing the bullish basilisk being so nervous. "I actually have heard about this before." Long Jingxian, on the other hand, wasn't afraid at all compared to the frightened basilisk. The legend states that it wasn't only Empress Hong Tian who was involved in the destruction of the beast realm back then. There was a dark hand that massacred them all. The rumor even goes further to say that this dark hand had always been controlling the state of the 9 worlds for millions of years. "Shoo! My little ancestor, this is a forbidden topic. You cannot talk about it carelessly or it will attract a calamity. Even a lineage or existence more powerful than the current powers will still be annihilated." The frightened basilisk hurriedly whispered, "Bah, coward." Long Jingxian looked at the basilisk in response. "I don't believe this taboo matter. There is no one else here. Even if we talk about this forbidden topic, no one will know. This has nothing to do with me." The basilisk's neck shrunk a bit and told Li Qie, "Boss, the little ancestor is the one who said it. I didn't say anything, right?" Li Qie couldn't help but smile. The four-eyed basilisk didn't know the real story and had only speculated some of it. Chapter 837, Legend of the Dark Hand Behind the Curtain. As for the old turtle, even though he had lived for a very long time, he spent the majority of his time hiding at the base of Quicksand River, so he was unaware of many rumors. He curiously asked after seeing the scared basilisk, "Is the legendary dark hand behind the curtains that powerful? How is the person compared to an immortal emperor?" "Difficult to say." The always arrogant Jian Wushuang turned serious when they mentioned the legendary taboo existence. This dark hand behind the curtains has been a mystery for millions of years. Some say that it is a person while others claim that it is a demon. Maybe it's neither. No one in this world knows just how powerful this existence is. Humph, I don't believe that he is really that strong. Long Jingxian snorted in defiance. Jian Wushuang glanced at her and sneered. If he isn't powerful, then would your Beastmaster citadel hide for so long after the destruction of the divine beast realm? To be frank, isn't this because of fear? Oh. You are speaking as if your Jian clan isn't afraid of this dark hand either. If your clan is so mighty, why don't you go challenge this existence then? Long Jingxian immediately countered. Jian Wushuang coldly responded. What do we have to be afraid of? The destructive war in the past had nothing to do with our clan. Even if this dark hand is still alive, we have no feud with him. Please, all of this talk can be boiled down to your clan being afraid of him. Afraid that he will start killing in the stone medicine world again just like in the past. Long Jingxian snorted. The two of them always started fighting when they were together. The truth is that this dark hand behind the curtains didn't only massacre the stone medicine world once. Rumor has it that it happened at least twice. Outside of the divine beast realm, I heard that he once massacred the entire alchemy realm, and it even spread to the beast and stone realms. I think the massacre that time had something to do with a dark race. The basilisk couldn't keep himself from contributing. How many people could imagine how cruel and grand the battle was back then just by looking at the current ruins? The divine beast realm had an unbelievable origin. Although they called themselves the dwelling of divine beasts, they were not true divine beasts. However, their bloodlines proved that they were indeed the descendants of these beasts. In that era, they were considered the most powerful lineage of the demon race and dominated the stone medicine world for a long time. In later generations, some people considered this sect to have 4 emperors, but this was not the case. It had 3 immortal emperors as well as 4 alchemy emperors. The last descendant of the realm was recognized by the Heaven's Will and became one of the most powerful emperor candidates in his time. However, he still lost to Empress Hong Tian and couldn't become an emperor. Even the alchemy kingdom back then was wary of the beast realm due to their powerful bloodline. Without that battle, perhaps the beast realm would still be ruling the stone medicine world today. The beast realm wasn't convinced back when their descendant lost to the empress. They encouraged all the sects in the stone medicine world to ambush the empress who had yet to ascend. All the most powerful lineages in this world were involved in this terrible ambush, including the alchemy kingdom, the Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster citadel as well as other imperial sections. Before the attack, the 100-life alchemy emperor strongly opposed the kingdom's participation. Alas, there were many powerful ancestors in the kingdom back then, so his opinion was dismissed. This ambush enraged Li Qie, who was still the Dark Crow. In his wrath, he sent his army of millions to enter the stone medicine world. The empress took the vanguard to attack the divine beast realm. The entire stone medicine world was full of howls during that battle as the land was drowned by darkness and a downpour of blood. Li Qie's invincible cavalry swept through the stone medicine world's alliance and laid siege to the beast realm. Eventually, this realm that flew in the sky was forcefully dragged to the earth by the empress and completely collapsed. Right afterward, the 100-life alchemy emperor brought the elders of the kingdom to surrender. Under the emperor's pleas, Li Qie forgave the kingdom due to their past friendship. These great powers made a blood oath to Li Qie to never show themselves in the world again. Later on, Empress Hong Tian formally ascended and laid her suppressions on these powers' ancestral lands. From then on, these behemoths laid low in reclusion. As for the old turtle, even though he had lived for a very long time, he spent the majority of the time hiding at the base of Quicksand River, so he was unaware of many anecdotes. He curiously asked after seeing the scared basilisk, "Is the legendary dark hand behind the curtains that powerful? How is the person compared to an immortal emperor?" Difficult to say. The always arrogant Jian Wushuang turned serious when they mentioned the taboo existence in the legends. This dark hand behind the curtains had always been a mystery for millions of years. Some say that it is a person while others claim that it is a demon. Maybe it's neither. No one in this world knows just how powerful this existence is. Humph, I don't believe that he is really that strong. Long Jingxian snorted in defiance. Jian Wushuang glanced at her and sneered. If he isn't powerful, then would your Beastmaster citadel hide for so long after the destruction of the divine beast realm? To be frank, isn't this because of fear? Oh. You are speaking as if your Jian clan isn't afraid of this dark hand either. If your clan is so mighty, why don't you go challenge this existence then? Long Jingxian countered immediately. Chapter 838. Flirtatious banter. After stepping inside the ruins, Long Jingxian strutted around like an extremely excited mad woman. The old turtle felt that there was something strange about the ruins and anxiously stated, There is a very strong murderous air here. Li Qie chuckled. Blood ran like rivers back then. Countless experts of the stone medicine world lost their lives in this place. More than 1,000 ancestors, in fact. These ruins were stained by blood, so of course the air here would be like this. The old turtle felt chills after hearing this. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could already imagine just how thrilling and devastating that battle was. I heard the Beast Realm had the biggest treasury in the stone medicine world. I'm sure every inch of this land is full of treasures. Should we excavate it? Long Jingxian happily ran back and laughed. Jian Wushuang snorted. The Beast Realm was destroyed millions of years ago. This land has been dug by people in its entirety. It is too late for your turn. Forget it, what do you know? Long Jingxian glared at Jian Wushuang in response. If a treasure could be found so easily, then it would no longer be a treasure. I am supreme in this world. The treasures not found by others shall be revealed by me alone. She raised her head in an arrogant pose after declaring this. However, her arrogant aura was not as strong as Jian Wushuang's. She had a lively and noble aura, but her aggressiveness was truly lacking. Immortal emperors have been here before. Do you think you can compare to them? Jian Wushuang snorted. Long Jingxian wasn't convinced and proudly said, So what if they are immortal emperors? Humph, as long as I try a bit more, I can become one as well. Are emperors more brilliant than me? Plus, even if they have been here before, there is a rumor about a secret treasury in the Beast Realm that has yet to be found. This clearly shows that even immortal emperors couldn't find it. But I am here now, and I'll definitely figure it out. These words were quite arrogant and exuded boundless confidence. However, she indeed had the ability to declare this. A natural-born immortal fate was destined for greatness. Alas, she liked to play around too much and didn't train in earnest. Otherwise, she would have reigned over the world and the title of number one wouldn't belong to Yi Qingqing. Li Qie gently shook his head. Wushuang is right about this. These ruins have been completely rummaged through by others. It's not just limited to this world. Many paragons from the 9 worlds have come here before, and a few immortal emperors were among them as well. If there is a secret treasury, then people would have found it long ago. Long Jingxian stared at Li Qie and stated, Haha, don't try to trick me. Our Beastmaster Citadel has a deep understanding of the Beast Realm. I have read many ancient scrolls about it, and there is definitely a secret treasure trove. Li Qie laughed in response. Oh? Then those records must be erroneous. Naturally, he clearly knew whether there was a secret treasury here or not. Nevertheless, Long Jingxian was right about a few things. The Beastmaster Citadel indeed knew the Beast Realm very well due to their deep past ties. I know that you are aware of this secret. Her natural-born immortal fate made her very keen. She stared at him for a long time and began to act coquettishly. Li Qie only smiled. He naturally wouldn't reveal this secret to an outsider so easily. Husband, everyone says that there are no secrets between husband and wife, right? Long Jingxian immediately pulled on his arm in a playful manner. Her chest was very plump, so its gentle touch was a fatal temptation. Li Qie lazily looked at her and said, Little girl, don't try to tempt me or it won't end well for you. What do you mean by tempt? Isn't this type of thing normal for us as husband and wife? The little demoness had a gentle and loving touch as if she was a virtuous wife. The others grew wary. They quickly backed off to not bother this flirtatious pair. Li Qie chuckled in response. Little girl, you might want to marry me, but the feeling is not mutual. She glared at him in annoyance, but just a second later, she turned gentle again and lovingly held his arm like a little wife while softly saying, Even if husband doesn't want to marry me, I'll still follow you forever. How shameless. Jian Wushuang looked down on her and sneered. Long Jingxian immediately glared at her. Jian Wushuang, just admit that you are jealous of me. This girl changed her attitude faster than the flipping of a page. Earlier, she was coyly leaning on Li Qie, but now she turned cheeky in the blink of an eye. You are only a crazy girl. What is there to be jealous of? Jian Wushuang said with disdain. Long Jingxian looked at her then back at Li Qie and laughed. Haha, I understand. Little Jian girl. I know that you like Li Qie. You want to steal my husband. Who would want to be involved with a crazy girl like you? Jian Wushuang leered at her and coldly responded. Only someone insane like you would keep calling him husband. Oh, stop trying to deny it. I can smell your jealousy from here. Long Jingxian was happy to see Jian Wushuang riled up and revealed a kingdom-toppling smile. Li Qie wryly smiled and shook his head in response to this crazy girl. He glared at her with a fiery stare. Little girl, stop using me for your argument. If you really want to marry me, then I'll take you in tonight. His hot glare and direct words flustered the normally bold Long Jingxian. Oh, is it all a lie? You don't want to admit it? Jian Wushuang used this chance to add insult to injury. Long Jingxian arched her chest. Her already towering breasts started to sway in a wavy motion when she purposely posed in this manner, resulting in an even more breathtaking and fatal temptation. Who says I wouldn't do it? Long Jingxian glared at Jian Wushuang, then back at Li Qie and declared, I will give you a test. If you can pass, then I'll marry you. It will be an aptitude test, right? Li Qie smiled and gently shook his head. Although you are really beautiful, wanting me to take a test for you. Sorry. Not interested. This young master does not lack for women, understand? Smelly Qie. She became furious and started to pinch his arm without mercy. Are you a man or not? To be afraid of accepting a challenging like this? What are you afraid of? Take her on. Jian Wushuang also urged him. How can this girl be better than you? Just take her on. Humph, Jian Wushuang, stop fanning the flames so jovially. If I actually marry Li Qie, then you have to call me young mistress. Long Jingxian declared. Jian Wushuang looked down on her in response. Wait until you have the ability to become his wife first, then you can boast. Hey, do you dare or not? Long Jingxian immediately asked Li Qie again. Her fiery temperament was truly enchanting. Li Qie shook his head. Girl, I have never been afraid of a challenge. Marrying you is no big deal either, but to be frank, the position of young mistress does not belong to you. I can reconsider if you want to be a concubine though. Bah, those are some strong words. Long Jingxian had both hands on her hips. With a fierce look she boldly said. You want me to be a concubine? Don't even think about it. I don't believe that there is a better woman in this world than I. I'm confident that even the so-called #1 beauty in the stone medicine world, Ming Yeshue, is not better than me. Humph, as for talents, I can claim to be #1. Yi Qingqing or whatever can step aside. This girl was truly domineering. However, her words were true. In terms of looks alone, she was not necessarily worse than Ming Yeshue. It was just that they were two entirely different people. Little girl, you don't get it. Li Qie gently shook his head. To me, looks are just superficial, and I don't care for your talents either. There are those who are even more brilliant than you. Humph. Even if you are right, so what? Long Jingxian gritted her teeth and scowled. You are nothing special either. Humph. As if anyone would want to marry you. Li Qie laughed and shook his head. Good, you said it yourself, not me. Plus, if I want to marry, I can have my choice of fairies and goddesses. I know that you are very proud, but I am even more arrogant than you. Long Jingxian angrily spoke. What's the use of just speaking? It is only boasting with mere words. Prove it. Chapter 839. Opening the Bayan Beast world, Li Qie didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her response. He smiled and said, Girl, you will find out in the future that your final pursuit is only a mortal emperor. But for me, that is only the beginning. The heavens above is where my journey starts. Humph, now you're just bragging. She snorted. Although she was unhappy, she found some clues from Li Qie's words about something different. As a natural immortal fate, she was more perceptive than others. See. You want to become the young mistress? Out of the question. Jian Wushuang snorted, still as beautiful as ever. Long Jingxian gave her a mean look, then pulled on Li Qie's arm with a gentle look. Fine, concubine then. Love is boundless after all. However, I have a request. In the future, assign that girl to me. I will order her around as my maid. Li Qie wasn't expecting this request. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, glared at her. Stop daydreaming. Their dialogue was quite lively, causing the basilisk and the old turtle in the distance to click their tongues. The basilisk was amazed and said, "So domineering, one really cannot mess with a girl like that." The group smiled while the two girls continued to argue boisterously. Like this, they made their way deeper into the ruins. At this location, broken tiles were everywhere. It was clear that there used to be a huge temple here, but only remnants could be found. Li Qie went in a circle around the site before stopping at a certain corner. He ordered the old turtle and the basilisk, "Dig right here." The two didn't know what he wanted to do, but they still instantly started digging. Long Jingxian looked around and curiously asked, "Why are we here?" Li Qie lightly replied, "Didn't you want to take a look at the Bian Beast world? Wait for it. This is only the beginning. You can actually open a path to the Beast world?" Jian Wushuang was startled. "No one has seen it since the destruction of the divine beast realm. I heard even immortal emperors tried to open the beast world to no avail." "Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you?" Li Qie smiled. While the group was talking, the old turtle and the basilisk had dug up the corner of this part of the ruins. After reaching a certain depth, they met a layer of hard rocks. They were very coarse-looking and not too special at all. This type of rock seemed to be the common lava rock of the stone medicine world, something that could be found anywhere in the ground. If there was something special about this rocky layer, then it would be the particular dent in that layer, but even that was very inconspicuous. Li Qie took out an item. It was the rod-like object from the Tai clan. He then inserted it into the dent on the rocky layer. Click! The moment this item went inside the layer, a sudden change occurred. The item broke apart into little bronze pieces that instantly pierced the rocky layer. Everyone then noticed mysterious runic outlines on top of the rocky layer that were quite difficult to notice before. Li Qie's right hand formed a fist that he slowly placed on the rocky layer. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The unexpected happened. The little pieces seemed to have come to life and instantly latched onto his fist, turning into a glove. This bronze glove made it so that Li Qie's fist and the rocky layer merged together. Clank, clank, clank. Li Qie turned the rock around with his hand. It made everyone feel as if the ruins were turning in their entirety as well. It was as if Li Qie was capable of altering the entire location. Buzz! The impossible occurred. An endless divine light soared from a remote depth of the ruins. It pierced the sky and continued all the way to the farthest reaches of the firmament. After doing so, the rays of light intertwined as if it was about to turn into a gigantic portal, about to drag something out. In an instant, very powerful dragon hymns rang as if something was being dragged down from the sky by this mighty force. Clank, clank. Some changes occurred on Li Qie's glove. It turned back to its original form, but it had a newfound radiance as if it was full of life. This thing, Jian Wushuang was moved while looking at this rod-like item in Li Qie's hand. Long Jingxian was startled as well. "I know this object. This is the key to allow the beast world to appear." Legends say that the Bian beast world had something to do with the divine beast realm. So it turns out that this item has always been in of the divine beast realm. Li Qie smiled and quipped, "You're not too stupid." The basilisk was horrified as he murmured to himself, "But this item was hidden in the Tai clan. If that is the case..." Then, at this point, he stared at Li Qie in shock. There are some things best kept to oneself. Li Qie glanced at the basilisk dismissively. The basilisk quivered at the magnitude of the idea forming in his mind. Just the thought alone made him feel a chill. Of course, Li Qie would not easily reveal this secret about the beast world. It was a place without a master, but in order to enter it, the item in Li Qie's hand was crucial. A very long time ago, this item did not belong to the divine beast realm, but the realm obtained it later on. The beast realm had always wanted to monopolize the beast world but was met with failure. During the Great Battle, the realm wanted to borrow the vast power of the beast world for one last-ditch effort. In the end, it wasn't successful and they were still massacred by the invincible cavalry. Afterward, this rod-like item fell into Li Qie's hands. It had expended all of its power, so Li Qie left it with the heavenly flame goddess so that she could hide it in the stone medicine world in order to borrow the worldly energy to nourish it. After millions of years, this item finally recovered, and Li Qie wanted to use it to make the beast world appear again. "We can stay here for now. There is still some time before the true emergence of the beast world," Li Qie told everyone. Jian Wushuang directly summoned a building for them to stay in. The divine light up high in the sky seemed to be opening a new world or perhaps dragging one into the stone medicine world. How could such a big commotion not attract the attention of others? On this day, many saw this scene. Quite a few ancestors and even some eternal existences from the imperial lineages were alarmed. These ancestor-level characters took deep breaths while murmuring. This is, a few archaic existences sleeping underground woke up after being reported to by their descendants. They opened their heavenly eyes to look straight at the firmament and saw the amazing scene before uncontrollably murmuring. The Bayan Beast World is actually appearing. Incredible, who has the power to actually open it? The entire world was shaken overnight. The news of the Bayan Beast World's appearance swept across the plains like a storm. Many didn't dare to believe this news after hearing it because the Beast World had never appeared after the destruction of the Divine Beast Realm. Even immortal emperors had tried to search for it and failed. So it's finally reappearing after tens of millions of years. Many big shots came out one after another, shaken by this news. The lineages began to mobilize their troops and made preparations to enter the Beast World. The Bayan Beast World was one of the 6 great ancestral Earths that belonged to immortals. Its origins were unclear and it had been this way since an ancient age. No one knew where exactly it came from. However, there were many speculations. Some believed that it was the dwelling of the divine beast, Bayan. Some also believed that it was a land left behind by immortals from the ancient eras. Another bold statement claimed that it had something to do with the origin of the golem race. The last speculation was not without reason because the stones in the beast world had indescribable magical properties to them. They seemed to be closely linked to the golems. The most significant example was Immortal Emperor by Xueqi. This emperor was the second emperor of the Alchemy Kingdom. His true origin was a stone that fell from the beast world. Because of this, future generations believed that the golem race was closely related to the beast world. Chapter 840. Yi Qingqing's plan. The beast world had no master. Every time it appeared was due to luck. Later on, the divine beast realm emerged and dominated the stone medicine world for several generations. During this period, they had a firm grasp on the beast world whenever it appeared. Due to this reason, other lineages required the realm's permission before they could enter the beast world. For a very long time, the beast realm wanted to enter the beast world to build a new foundation so that the land would truly become their possession. However, their repeated attempts were all met with failure. After the destruction of the beast realm, the beast world no longer appeared. Many people later on tried to find it to no avail. Thus, its sudden appearance caused quite a stir throughout the world. This was a rare opportunity to many sects, so they quickly prepared to march. On top of a mountain, Yi Qingqing was sitting in a meditative pose with divine light pulsing around him. He was blessed by saints and protected by gods as if he was their ruler. He had a sacrosanct and awe-inspiring air around him. He was startled the moment he saw the divine light that soared to the sky. What has happened? At this time, his forehead became clear and his skull resembled a mirror. Time seemed to be passing inside this mirror. He channeled a merit law while making many hand seals to derive one supreme law after another. These mysterious laws turned into an ancient scroll. He was looking into the past and calculating the future with visions. This Li Qia. His expression greatly shifted after making the calculation as he murmured, "Just who is this person? Why can't I divine him?" At this moment, even his peerless self became absent-minded. He was able to calculate the entire world and could predict many things, but not Li Qia. Unfathomable. Li Qia. You can actually make the beast world appear again. I cannot see through your origin. He spoke with a darkened expression. At this point, he stood up and started to fly away with a solemn look. This was a remote location of the beast realm devoid of beasts and men. There was nothing special about this desolate place. However, there was a certain valley. No one could see through the entire valley because it was shrouded in mist, as if it was hiding an earth-shattering secret. There was only one entrance to this mysterious valley. It was a narrow corridor. The feeling that there was no returning from it would loom over any trespasser. Divine Valley was the name of this place, but very few knew why it had such a name. In fact, its existence was a secret as well. Those who knew about it were all amazing characters, such as ancestors or incomparable big shots. Few knew who was inside the Divine Valley, let alone its origin. However, those who did were terrified of it, including imperial lineages. No one wanted to delve into the exact reasons for this apprehension. In the past, emperors had visited this place before, including Immortal Emperor Qilin and Immortal Emperor Jin Shi, but no one knew the reason why. At this time, Yi Qingqing, shrouded in an extraordinary divine light, could be found outside of the Divine Valley. Just like his name, he was kingdom-toppling and perfect. Quite bold, to trespass in the Divine Valley alone. A cold and ancient voice appeared after he entered the valley. My actions this time cannot be considered trespassing. After all, I am not an outsider to the ancestors here. Yi Qingqing was still very confident despite entering the Divine Valley alone. But despite this, no one would dare to look down on her since they would be overwhelmed with fear of the myriad realms floating behind her as if she had an entire world as her backing. She radiated a fear-inspiring aura as if she was a demon god. Her eyes were full of power and seemed as if they could suck out the souls of others. This woman with a hen's head was from the same race as the four-eyed basilisk. However, she only had 2 eyes while he had 4. Venerable Basilisk. Jian Wushuang was surprised to see this woman. The Venerable was a famous genius in the stone medicine world. She, along with the Dragon Tiger Monarch, was regarded as the greatest geniuses of the last generation. The petrification technique of her tribe had been honed to perfection. Even ancestors from the previous generation were quite wary in her presence. With her illustrious fame, she was working for Mei Aonan of the Imperial Edge as a powerful general and had contributed greatly. Li Qia. Hand over my little brother. The Venerable's eyes turned cold like 2 sharp blades the moment she saw Li Qia. Though her appearance was not beautiful, her voice was very pleasant and enchanting. Anyone who only listened to her voice would think that she was a great beauty. Your little brother? Li Qia looked at her and smiled. Are you talking about that basilisk with 4 eyes? That's right. The Venerable raised her voice. I can sense his aura at your place, so there is no need for sophistry. Be smart and let him go to avoid trouble. Chapter 841. Venerable Basilisk. Li Qia smiled in response and teasingly gestured with his hands. Sorry, but you are a step too late. I have already dealt with that basilisk. I plucked his feathers and am ready to cook him. As a basilisk yourself, do you think it is better to boil or fry your kind? If you are interested, I can throw you a leg since I have always been hospitable. He chuckled sardonically afterward. The Venerable's expression quickly changed after hearing this. She grew furious as the hair on her head. No, the feathers on her head flared up. Her enraged voice rang out. You want to die? With that, she immediately lunged straight at Li Qia. Take this arrow. Jian Wushuang shot out an astonishingly fast arrow to stop the Venerable. The Venerable snorted and unleashed a ray of light from one eye. Her glare immediately petrified the arrow. Meanwhile, the other eye shot out another ray towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's bow lit up and shot out a forward arrow that turned into myriad realms for protection. The Venerable's glare fell on these realms and began to petrify them as well, resulting in a strange sound. Watch this. Long Jingxian also rushed forward after seeing just how powerful the Venerable's glare was. She immediately unleashed her wide array of Emperor's laws. Her left hand used a technique from Immortal Emperor Qing He and her right a technique from Immortal Emperor Yu Shou. The Venerable snorted then threw him outside. Once he landed, he coughed dryly and said in a serious tone. Sis, I am not out here to play, I'm following an order from the ancestors. The Venerable didn't believe him and questioned him dryly. What order? How come I haven't heard of this? The basilisk quickly stood up and whispered a few words to the Venerable. The Venerable couldn't help but glance at Li Qia, then she stared at the basilisk with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Are you telling the truth? Sis, why would I lie to you? The basilisk swore with a solemn demeanor. If I am lying, then you can ground me for 100 years, no 500 years. Well, I'll believe you for now. After this is over, go back immediately. The Venerable glared at him for a bit before scowling. Yes, there's no need for you to tell me. I'll go back by myself. The basilisk cheerfully smiled after obtaining his sister's permission. The Venerable ignored the basilisk and continued to look at Li Qia for a long time before speaking. Because of my brother, I'll tell you some news. Yi Qingqing wants your head. This is nothing surprising. Li Qia chuckled. Besides, those who want my head in present day are innumerable. One more person doesn't matter. Humph, you're quite confident. The Venerable coldly stated. I'll kindly remind you that Yi Qingqing isn't as easy to mess with as you think. I'll let you know something else as well. He went to the Divine Valley. The Divine Valley? Li Qia's eyes narrowed after hearing this. The basilisk jumped from shock and exclaimed, "He must be insane if he went to meet those old geezers. Is he not afraid of getting burned while playing with fire?" "You underestimate Yi Qingqing too much," the venerable Drilly said. "He wouldn't go there without complete certainty. Our young noble Mei believes that he has managed to convince the valley." The young noble Mei mentioned by the venerable was Mei Aonan. She was working under Mei Aonan at the moment. Damn, this Yi Qingqing guy is quite a badass. The basilisk had a certain understanding of the Divine Valley. He took a deep breath and muttered, "He actually dares to move those old geezers with one foot in the grave. Quite domineering. Many experts would tremble before even entering, let alone be courageous enough to persuade them." "Thank you for the message." Li Qia chuckled in a carefree manner. "I can point you on the right path." The venerable coldly said, "Cooperate with our young noble Mei. Our young noble definitely has the ability to fight Yi Qingqing. If you work with us, then both of us will benefit." "I appreciate your goodwill." Li Qia gently shook his head with a smile. "However, I still have confidence in myself. It doesn't matter if Yi Qingqing or the Divine Valley dares to come. I'll slaughter them all the same." The venerable only snorted at this response and didn't add anything else. She turned around to leave. Long Jingxian smiled naughtily and told the departing venerable, "EY, I'll tell you some good news. My father is currently cultivating at the Flower Crossing Peak." The venerable turned stiff after hearing this. The words clearly shocked her motionless, but she quickly left right afterward. Li Qia smiled in response and teasingly gestured with his hands. "Sorry, but you are a step too late. I have already dealt with that basilisk. I plucked his feathers and am ready to cook him. As a basilisk yourself, do you think it is better to boil or fry your kind? If you are interested, I can throw you a leg since I have always been hospitable." He chuckled sardonically afterward. The venerable's expression quickly changed after hearing this. She grew furious as the hair on her head, no, the feathers on her head flared up. Her enraged voice rang out, "You want to die?" With that, she immediately lunged straight for Li Qia. "Take this arrow." Jian Wushuang shot out an astonishingly fast arrow to stop the venerable. The venerable snorted and unleashed a ray of light from one eye. Her glare immediately petrified the arrow. Meanwhile, the other eye shot out another ray towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's bow lit up and shot out a forward arrow that turned into myriad realms for protection. The venerable's glare fell on these realms and began to petrify them as well, resulting in a strange sound. "Watch this." Long Jingxian also rushed forward after seeing just how powerful the venerable's glare was. She immediately unleashed her wide array of Emperor's laws. Her left hand used a technique from immortal Emperor Qing He and her right a technique from immortal Emperor Yu Shou. The venerable slightly shifted her gaze and shot out another ray. With a buzzing sound, it instantly petrified the two Emperor laws from Long Jingxian. Chapter 846. Origin of the Divine Beast Realm, the True Blood of Divine Beasts? Long Jingxian was caught off guard. "I've used one drop of true blood before. I heard that my forefather, Immortal Emperor Yu Shou, only left one drop behind. You are very lucky that he left behind something so great for your citadel. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive right now." Li Qia gently nodded. Someone with an immortal fate shouldn't have been able to live. Luckily, the Beastmaster Citadel had a frightening treasury. They used a drop of true blood, something that was unimaginable to others, in order to save Long Jingxian. Li Qia said, "The ancestors of the beast realm refined all of these bones with residual divinity and true blood. They even mixed the true blood into their own longevity blood. This was why they announced to the world that they had the bloodline of divine beasts. Their future descendants also inherited this divine bloodline. Without a doubt, these ancestors were amazing as they were able to change their offspring's bloodline." Jian Wushuang asked, "The divine beast realm was built on top of the space that their ancestors found?" Li Qia nodded gently. "Yes, they established their sect and ancestral ground here. Moreover, they buried the corpses of these divine beasts and worshipped them as their ancestors. Because of this, this location was later called the Ancestral Tomb." "Bah, just a bunch of pretenders." Long Jingxian spoke with disdain. "What is this about ancestors? They just want to raise their own value. Do they really think that they are the descendants of divine beasts just because they came across a bunch of corpses? Li Qie smiled and said, of course they would do such things, they want to advertise their pure bloodline. Otherwise, how could demons like the basilisk tribe that actually has the real bloodline of a true dragon join them? Because of their prestige back then, many powerful demon races joined them. Now what? Long Jingxian's gaze shifted towards the huge tombs before them. Are we about to unearth all the divine bones here? Don't be so rude. Li Qie pinched her nose and said, we are not here to rob the graves, we're here to refine them. You want to use these bones to deal with Yi Qingqing and the Divine Valley? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but glance at him after hearing this. Everyone in the entire stone medicine world knew about how Li Qie used a phoenix's corpse to slay god monarchs. This was something that shocked the entire world. Stop, Jian Wushuang. Your words speak too highly of our enemies, they'll only lower our morale. Long Jingxian looked at her with one eye and proudly stated, who the hell is Yi Qingqing? Why the need to go through so much trouble? Humph, just leave Yi Qingqing to me. I'll beat him until his own parents won't recognize him anymore. Yi Qingqing doesn't have parents. Jian Wushuang also looked back at her with disdain and said, he came from a stone. Long Jingxian loftily retorted, humph. Doesn't matter, I meant what I said. Li Qie smiled helplessly to their argument and said, the little girl is right about that. Yi Qingqing cannot force me to do this. Since the beast world is about to emerge, there will be lineages coming blinded by greed. At that time, without slaughtering a group of god monarchs and god kings, they will start thinking that I'm easily bullied. Jian Wushuang immediately understood that he wasn't aiming for Yi Qingqing but the behemoths behind the scenes. Slaughtering god monarchs and god kings was an impossible matter for the younger generation. However, Jian Wushuang knew very well that if blind god kings came to this event, then their fates would be sealed and their blood would stain the earth. Li Qie told the two, okay, just stand to the side and watch. I'm going to begin. Hey, Smelly Qie, let me have a few divine corpses. Haha, it would be best if it is a complete corpse. Long Jingxian had a great idea and quickly latched onto Li Qie. What's fun about that? This isn't something to joke about. Li Qie angrily pinched her nose. Never mind then, what a miser. Long Jingxian pulled on his arm again and acted like a spoiled child. It's just a few corpses. You even gave the corpse god to Tai Lan who didn't like you at all. Why won't you give me a few divine corpses for fun? Just think about it. How majestic would it be to ride a golden dragon? These corpses are different from the corpse god. Li Qie gently shook his head and said, although the corpse god is dead as well, it was incubated by the Tomb Skull sect for millions of years. Plus, after the purification of the exorcism formation, it is now full of endless holy power. Thus, even though it is already even if those things come out from the ground, I wouldn't care at all. Then why are you suddenly making preparations right now? Long Jingxian blinked with her pure yet enchanting eyes. Because I have a few things that I don't want to use since it would be too wasteful. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Plus, it is not certain that I will deal with the Divine Valley. Haha, what other items or schemes do you have? Let me have a look. Long Jingxian stared at Li Qie in a very cute manner. Little girl, don't get any ideas. Li Qie glanced back and knew exactly what she wanted. Long Jingxian didn't seem to mind at all. She intimately hugged his arm and lovingly said, don't be so stingy. What's yours is mine, right? Haha, I'm not asking for much, only your chapter from earlier. This chapter is really too amazing. I have looked at it for so long yet I still can't grasp it. She blinked cutely while saying this. Her immortal fate talents were beyond words since she could even copy an emperor law to 60 to 70% potential with a single glance despite not being able to grasp their true profundities. However, she had looked at Li Qie's death chapter for a very long time and couldn't fathom the least bit from it. Of course it was part of the death scripture, one of the 9 grand scriptures. If she could grasp it after just 1 or 2 glances, then it wouldn't deserve to be part of the 9. Not even an immortal fate could accomplish this feat, nice try. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. He then looked over at her and jokingly said, since you said what's yours is mine, then very well, your Beastmaster Citadel has several treasures that I like a lot, why don't you give them to me? Okay, no problem. Long Jingxian agreed right away and kept on hugging his arm. Husband and wife need to have solidarity, so all I have is yours. If you want something, I'll definitely help you get it. Which ones do you want? Wow, already taking stuff from your clan even before marriage. Jian Wushuang looked at her and quipped. There is a great saying, one cannot hold on to a daughter forever. So what? This is how I like it. What are you going to do? Long Jingxian gloatingly glared at her. Don't even think about marrying my husband. Jian Wushuang turned livid from this and angrily glared back at her. Li Qie had grown used to them arguing at least 3 times a day. He gently shook his head towards Long Jingxian and said, This is a big if. And even if you really do marry me, I will not pass this chapter down to you. Chapter 843. Temptation, never mind, you're too stingy. Isn't it only a merit law? If you want, I can give you 8 to 10 emperor laws, it's nothing special. Long Jingxian was upset and angrily pouted after Li Qie refused to give her the death chapter. Li Qie smiled and pinched her jade-white nose. Little girl, too much greed is bad. How many merit laws have you learned so far? Not that many. Long Jingxian lifted her head and answered, 1 to 200 emperor laws, such as the Qilin art from the Heaven Hoof Ravine, the Alchemy Kingdom's Flame Mastery, the Gen Clan's Archery. As for the other random ones, there should be 1 to 2,000 ancient and arcane techniques or holy incantations. Jian Wushuang snorted after hearing this and stated with disdain. Humph, what is this about the Gen Clan's archery? You only managed to steal the outer layer. Long Jingxian proudly looked at Jian Wushuang in response. Please, your archery isn't special at all. I learned it with just a glance. Even though I couldn't learn all of it, I definitely understood 50 to 60% of it. This is countless times better than some geniuses in your clan that specializes in archery. If I really wanted to learn it, then give me 1 month and I'll be able to replicate your art to its full potential. She held her head high after declaring this. Jian Wushuang only scowled without commenting since she knew about Long Jingxian's abilities. She had no choice but to admit that her talents were peerless. She was able to steal laws from just seeing them once in action. What could anyone else do? Who was to blame for her having an immortal fate? Little girl, this isn't a good thing. Li Qie gently shook his head. You are wasting your talents. It is not necessarily desirable to know many arts in cultivation. You have an extremely rare gift, so you don't need to cultivate so many laws. Just focusing on one will be enough in your situation. Having said that, he looked at her and added, Your talents are able to bring 1 merit law to the limit in a short amount of time and then push it to another pinnacle. Others might not be able to reach the state of 1 law deriving myriad Tao, but for you, this would be the best type of cultivation. Of course I understand that rationale. Long Jingxian didn't seem to care at all. Many old geezers at my place always tell me this boring theory. No, this is not just a boring theory. Li Qie solemnly shook his head. You do possess a lot of different arts, but compared to the immortal emperors, do you have something of your own? Do you possess something unique across all the eons? No. For example, Empress Hong Tian, she has the Emperor Suppression Art. Or Immortal Emperor Fei, he has the invincible soaring immortal physique. This time, Jian Wushuang didn't try to argue with her and only smiled faintly. It was rare for this proud beauty to reveal even a tiny smile. She was truly a noble and elegant phoenix that caused her admirers to palpitate with adoration. Okay, Smelly Qie, I'm listening, how should I cultivate? Long Jingxian leaned close to him and smiled. I want to cultivate the most profound and difficult technique in this world. Otherwise, I'll be done with an ordinary merit law in 3 months and I won't have anything else to do. But cultivating one thing can be boring as well. She cheerfully looked straight at his face and continued. Do you have the most difficult merit laws in this world to comprehend? Give me one of them, will you? She was purposely making it hard for Li Qie. Jian Wushuang was very curious as well because making someone as talented as Long Jingxian cultivate 1 merit law was impossible. It wouldn't be able to tie her down and retain her focus because just mastering one was a simple matter. She wanted to know what kind of merit law Li Qie could have to keep her interested. You have to promise me to concentrate. Then I'll show you the way. Li Qie spoke earnestly. Yes, I promise. Long Jingxian also had a rare moment of acting solemnly as she responded. Li Qie said, Practice the cultivator's primary principles. Cultivator's primary principles. Long Jingxian raised her voice after hearing this and glared at him. Smelly Qie, you're purposely messing with me, right? Who says I'm messing with you? I'm being very serious. Li Qie angrily glared back at her in response. Can one train with the primary principles? Jian Wushuang was not trying to undermine him, but she was confused as well. The primary principles are only a basic outline for new cultivators. That depends on the person. Li Qie gently shook his head. Others would be unable to do so, but she can. The primary principles are unwanted even by the vagrant cultivators at the very bottom. It only contains the most common knowledge that even these vagabonds don't want to read. Let alone me. Long Jingxian snapped. It is true that the primary principles are very ordinary, and even those at the bottom don't want to read it. Li Qie denied her claim. But there is a reason why I want you to train in the cultivator's primary principles. Chapter 844. Cultivator's Primary Principles. Humph. You better explain the reason well or I'll strangle you to death. Long Jingxian bared her fangs as if strangling Li Qie to death was an interesting thing to do. Li Qie glanced at her and asked, "Do you know the real origin of these principles?" She was a bit stunned and looked over at Jian Wushuang. "Do you know?" "I don't." Jian Wushuang responded coldly. Although they were enemies, she still responded to the inquiry. The primary principles had been passed down countless times to the cultivators in the world, but no one could clearly explain its origin. It was a very ordinary manual with the elementary basics of cultivation. Although there were breathing techniques, the incantations and formulas were so common that it couldn't be used for cultivation. Despite it being passed down for a very long time, any cultivator with some money or who was part of a sect wouldn't want to read it. However, for millions of years now, countless mortals wanted to enter the path of cultivation, so countless copies of this manual continued to spread in the world. No one can be sure about its true origin since it was already very popular during the Desolate Era. Li Qie explained. One theory states that it comes from even before the Desolate Era. He paused for a moment at this point. In fact, many wise sages during the Desolate Era had studied these principles. But today, there are too many merit laws and emperor laws in this world, so no one wants to read the primary principles. However, I'll tell you too a heaven-shattering secret. Li Qie put on a mysterious appearance in an attempt to bait the two. What heaven-shattering secret? Just say it already. Long Jingxian liked this type of stuff the most, so she immediately fell for his bait. After piquing her interest, Li Qie calmly spoke. At a young age, immortal Emperor Jiao Hang studied the primary principles and obtained great enlightenment from it. No way, the feuding pair exclaimed in unison after hearing this. Nothing is impossible in this world. This is indeed the truth. Li Qie flatly stated. Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian looked at each other. Who was immortal Emperor Jiao Heng? This was an emperor undefeated throughout his entire life. Some even called him the greatest among all the emperors. When it came down to it, many believed that he cultivated a supreme merit law. How could he have gained some enlightenment from the primary principles? What proof do you have on this claim? Long Jingxian was skeptical. My words are the most convincing evidence. Li Qie smiled. This would be nonsense coming from someone else, but when they came from Li Qie, they held an entirely different meaning. Li Qie gently shook his head. The two of you shouldn't look down on the cultivator's primary principles. Yes, the majority of the contents are common knowledge, but it is due to this most basic knowledge that we have a cultivation system. Without these basics, what would you two cultivate? Would you have a life wheel? A fate palace? A physique? You would have nothing at all. The two of them were intrigued by this explanation as Li Qie continued in a serious manner. The most basic incantations and knowledge contain the most essential elements of longevity laws and fate techniques. You need to read one part but understand 10 from it to be able to create all of these laws along with offensive and defensive techniques. This is called understanding one law to reach the myriad Tao. So to say, if I cultivate the cultivator's primary principles, I will be able to create the longevity laws and fate techniques that I desire. Long Jingxian was tempted after hearing this. That's one way to put it. The myriad laws have a single origin, so you must understand one law to reach the myriad Tao. Others might not be able to, but you can with your immortal fate. Li Qie solemnly nodded. Good, I'll cultivate it. Long Jingxian replied immediately. Li Qie added, it is not something you can do on a whim. If you truly want to reach the level of one law to reach the myriad Tao, then you have to start all over again. It is best to cripple your Tao foundation so that everything will be back to the beginning. From then on, your grand Tao will truly be the purest. Starting from scratch? Long Jingxian repeated with a tinge of surprise. This was not a small challenge to someone who always wants to play around like her. How pitiable was it to completely abolish all the training of the past? Li Qie asked. This is no big deal with your talent. If you focus completely, how long do you think it will take for you to reach the Heavenly King realm? It was simply torturous for others to remove their merit laws and start all over again, but for Long Jingxian, this was not necessarily the case. It was simple. Cultivation for her was like a game due to her innate talents. I have to discuss this with my ancestors, she hesitantly said. Li Qie nodded. I'm not forcing you to do it right now. It is better to have your ancestors watch over you during the process. If you really want to proceed, then I will refine a couple alchemy batches for you to take back. Haha, nothing would be better. Despite her laziness, she still knew about Li Qie's supreme Tao of alchemy. His medicine was absolutely priceless. You have to pay attention when picking a manual for the cultivator's primary principles. Li Qie told her. Pick an edition from Immortal Emperor Bing Yu's generation. It will be best if you can find a copy from the Icy Feather Palace. Jian Wushuang was curious. Why pick one from the Icy Feather Palace of that generation? Li Qie smiled. The edition of that period can be said to be the best. It contains countless efforts from wise sages. This edition was even changed by Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. I trust that this little task won't be difficult for your Beastmaster Citadel. Of course, Li Qie left out some key information. Outside of the wise sages and Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, the edition of that generation also had fixes from him and several other emperors. It was definitely the best edition. Okay, my citadel can definitely find that particular copy of the primary principles. Long Jingxian's curiosity was piqued. She was itching to give it a shot. The divine light engulfing the sky along with the news of the beast world's emergence spread across the entire stone medicine world. In just a short period of time, many cultivators entered these heavenly ruins. These sects were shaken from the pulsing divine light after stepping inside. From the very start, many people had speculated that the beast world's entrance would appear in these ruins. This was very understandable since back when the divine beast realm stood strong, the entrance had appeared here many times. Due to this speculation, many sects and cultivators rushed to this place, including the armed forces of great powers from the distant alchemy and stone realms. Among the group was one that garnered the most attention. Moreover, they were also the fastest to reach the ruins. This sect was the Celestial Array School. They brought many experts with the majority of them being formation masters. This time, the Celestial Array Young King was the leader of this group. The Young King immediately ordered for the search of the entrance. At the same time, he released a certain piece of news. We, the imperial lineages from the Stone Realm, are willing to re-establish the Bian Agreement and propose that young noble Yi be the director. Many people shivered after hearing this. They thought about Yi Qingqing instantly. The young king and Yi Qingqing were sworn brothers and even had a blood ceremony. This meant that his words were the same as Yi Qingqing's. The weaker sects that were hoping to enter the beast world were even more shaken after hearing this news. The Bian Agreement took effect back when the divine beast realm controlled the Bian beast world. Back then, the contents of the agreement were written by the beast realm along with several imperial lineages who were qualified to control the stone medicine world. The main point of the agreement was that the divine beast realm and these sects were the ones to decide who could enter the beast world. The key to the beast world's emergence was the bronze rod in Li Qie's hand. Although it was capable of doing so, it required a great amount of power. Thus, even back during the beast realm's era, the beast world only appeared once every 1 or 2 generations. Because of this, the descent of the beast world was without a doubt an amazing and rare fortune. But now, the young king immediately brought up the old agreement from the start. How could other people not be uncomfortable? Keep in mind that the lineages who were qualified to preside over this agreement, such as the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan, no longer showed themselves. This meant that the Bian Agreement this time would be regulated by imperial lineages such as the Celestial Array School, the Stony Edge Kingdom, and the Heaven Hoof Ravine. All of these sects also had great relations with Yi Qingqing. If Yi Qingqing were to be the director of the agreement, then the beast world would become their possession. Chapter 845. Ancestral Tomb. After the Celestial Array Young King's declaration, many cultivators and sects quickly ran around the ruins in order to try to find the entrance before others. They wished to enter the beast world before the agreement came into effect. At the same time, a big shot made his entrance into the ruins. A golden light swept through the sky. It was extremely domineering and caused explosions throughout the entire area. A huge figure in the shape of a huge golden crow appeared above the ruins, blotting out the sun. Multiple suns rose from its wings and started to float as if they were about to burn the ruins to a crisp. The Golden Crow Prince is also here. Many people took deep breaths after seeing this golden crow flying in the sky. Everyone in the beast realm was aware of his power. He was not only the descendant of the ravine, but also the new master of the Golden Crow tribe. Just the Golden Crow tribe alone was frightening enough, not to mention the ravine that had 2 emperors. Their tribe considered themselves to be the descendants of the sun god with a divine bloodline. This blood allowed their members to have several innate advantages unavailable to the other demon tribes. First, they had supreme speed. Second, they had powerful bodies. One rumor stated that their bodies could measure up to saint physiques. Third, their sharp claws could tear anything into pieces. They had been praised as one of the most powerful demon tribes of the stone medicine world. The Golden Crow Prince entered the ruins and circled the area as if he was looking for someone. In just a few short days, the abandoned ruins turned lively. Many lineages established camps to become the first to enter the beast world. Meanwhile, Xueqi had walked all around the area as he imprinted his Death Chapter's laws into the ground. The ruins were 10 million miles wide, so Xueqi along with Jian Wuxuang and Long Jingxian seemed to be on a vacation as they traversed the plains. In fact, each of his steps was meant to imprint death laws that would come to form an inescapable net. Eventually, he finished his preparations and entered a narrow valley leading to an abandoned shrine. This shrine was tattered and old with collapsed walls. However, the main pillars of this shrine remained standing strong. Xueqi walked around these pillars and moved them. When they were repositioned to a certain angle, one could hear a clacking sound. The wall at the front of the temple cracked. A stone stairway emerged, leading all the way down into the ground, into darkness as if it was the entrance to hell. Interesting. Long Jingxian saw these steps and her playful self was ready to rush down. However, Xueqi dragged her back. Xueqi gently shook his head and said, "Be careful, this is not a place to mess around." He pulled her back further and ordered, "Follow behind me, no funny business." With that, he walked down the stone steps. The two attentively followed right behind him down the steps. They walked down this path for an unknown amount of time before finally reaching the end. At the end was a vast space with many towering stone pillars as if they were shouldering the weight of the earth. These pillars were different from the ones above. The ones here were carved into different shapes. One had a hawk's head on a human body while another had a snake's body with a human head. It was more accurate to call these pillars statues. Once the group arrived, these pillars lit up and figures emerged from each of the pillars that corresponded to the carving's characteristics. Each figure was like a demon god stepping out from the stones. All of them were also full of death energy. "Human, you shouldn't have come to this place." A deep voice rang out from beneath them and reverberated in the area. "Interesting, I'm eager for a fight." Long Jingxian immediately wiped her hands and prepared to fight against the imposing figures. Xueqi immediately pulled her back and glanced over the figures approaching them. He didn't even bat an eye as he declared, "Scram or I'll excavate this entire place." "Human, do you know where this is?" "This is the Death God's domain." The deep voice lingered in this space. "Don't try to consider yourselves gods," Xueqi dismissively said. "All of you are only undispersed sentiments. Today, I am here to borrow a corpse. Block my path and I shall destroy this place." Having said that, he opened his mind, causing his sea of memories to light up. The universal laws from within intertwined to instantly form an ancient order. This order imprinted itself in the space below with a buzzing noise. With this, it seemed to have left a mark unerasable for all eternity. "Humph." The deep voice scowled after seeing this ancient order. However, the figures slowly retreated back to their pillars after the imprint was planted. Jian Wuxuang was startled after seeing this. Although these figures had died and were only sentiments, they were absolutely powerful, much more so than virtuous paragons. However, even these powerful sentiments retreated like a receding tide in the face of Xueqi's ancient order. This was quite surprising. "Wow!" Long Jingxian was excited and her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Smelly Chia, this move of yours is too domineering and cool. Teach me, will you?" Xueqi only smiled in response. This wasn't something that could be taught on a whim. In the past, He stayed behind in this place after the destruction of the divine beast realm because it didn't have too many ties with the beast realm. He left behind a seal that belonged to him, thus he had absolute control of this area. It was a simple task if he wished to destroy the whole place. The group went through many pillars before reaching a different place below the shrine. A series of huge graves suddenly sprung up from the ground. These graves had no tombstones and were gigantic as if they buried giants. What are these? Jian Wushuang was startled to see these gigantic graves. Long Jingxian looked at each one and cheerfully exclaimed, "Haha, this is a nice place with incredible items inside. Although their divinity is now gone, they are still good things." As someone with an immortal fate, she had a great advantage in this regard compared to Jian Wushuang. Just a glance was enough for her to gain a clue or two from these graves. This is the ancestral tomb of the divine beast realm, Li Qie smilingly said. Jian Wushuang jumped from shock and blurted, "Are you saying that the 3 immortal emperors of the beast realm are buried here?" "Please, Jian Wushuang, you still call yourself an imperial descendant? Do you really think immortal emperors would die in this place?" Long Jingxian berated her. Jian Wushuang glared at her for a bit before coldly blurting, "What do you know? Shouldering the heavens doesn't mean that immortal emperors have everlasting life. This has nothing to do with immortal emperors. In fact, they have no relationship with the divine beast realm." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "Do you two know the true origin of the divine beast realm?" Long Jingxian immediately answered, "I know a little about this. Legend states that the divine beast realm called themselves the descendants of divine beasts. They were the tyrants of the ancient age and once reigned over the 9 worlds. Unfortunately, after a great disaster, only one branch remained." "Only a fool like you would believe this nonsense." Jian Wushuang snorted and stated, "If the divine beast realm consisted of true divine beasts, other lineages like the alchemy kingdom would be nothing before them. The beast realm would have already swept through the 9 worlds. Just look back at when the phoenix corpse appeared in the kingdom. That was a real divine beast. Just its corpse alone could kill god monarchs like dogs. If those of the beast realm were true divine beasts, then just how powerful would they have been?" "Bah, I like vague legends like this the most. What are you going to do about it?" Long Jingxian immediately retorted. Li Qie put a stop to this. "Okay, you two, knock it off. Strictly speaking, the divine beast realm has nothing to do with divine beasts. However, one has to admit that as a demon race, they do have certain divinities from the divine beasts." "What do you mean?" Long Jingxian asked curiously. Li Qie explained, "The ancestors of the divine beast realm were very lucky. By chance, they came across a heavenly realm in the sky. Inside they were able to obtain great items, and more importantly, a great amount of corpses from divine beasts." "Corpses from divine beasts?" Jian Wushuang was shocked despite coming from an imperial lineage. The corpses of these beasts were incredible. They were the greatest of materials no matter the era. The majority were crippled bones. These bones had lost their divinity and had no use, but they were still very lucky. Time couldn't erode all of these divine corpses. A few of them maintained some divinity. However, the most crucial and precious part is that some of these corpses still had a bit of true blood left. Li Qie spoke. After the celestial array young king's declaration, many cultivators and sects quickly ran around the ruins in order to try to find the entrance before others. They wished to enter the beast world before the agreement came into effect. At the same time, a big shot made his entrance into the ruins. A golden light swept through the sky. It was extremely domineering and caused explosions throughout the entire area. A huge figure in the shape of a huge golden crow appeared above the ruins, blotting out the sun. Multiple suns rose from its wings and started to float as if they were about to burn the ruins to a crisp. The golden crow prince is also here. Many people took deep breaths after seeing this golden crow flying in the sky. Everyone in the beast realm was aware of his power. He was not only the descendant of the ravine, but also the new master of the Golden Crow tribe. Chapter 846. Origin of the Divine Beast Realm, the True Blood of Divine Beasts? Long Jingxian was caught off guard. "I've used 1 drop of true blood before. I heard that my forefather, Immortal Emperor Yu Shou, only left 1 drop behind." "Fine, I'll try." Li Qie couldn't do anything with this crazy girl latching onto him. He eventually had to agree. "Yes, this is my good husband. She made a victory pose and then stared gloatingly at Jian Wushuang to get a reaction out of her. Rumble! The eagerly awaited Bayan Beast World finally emerged before the crowd. The entire stone medicine world shook during the appearance. The divine light in the ruins turned even more radiant as if there was a door opening in the sky. After a series of thunderous detonations, the beast world finally appeared. There was a magnificent scene in the sky, with majestic hills and gigantic peaks floating in the air. In the far distance were ancient pavilions tightly packed together alongside many temples and mysterious cities. This scene in the sky seemed like a mirage, yet it was so incredibly tangible. It was as if a huge star in the sky was entering the firmament of the stone medicine world, and they were about to converge. The Bayan Beast World. An ancestor became overwhelmed with emotion by this scene in the sky. He murmured, "I haven't seen this scene since the destruction of the divine beast realm. I didn't think I would live to see it again." Everyone in the entire world saw this majestic scene and knew what had happened. The Bayan Beast World had arrived. In just a moment, the entire world was sent into an uproar. Although news about its emergence had come several days prior, many remained skeptical due to its absence since the destruction of the beast realm. It was difficult to convince people otherwise. However, the magnificent scene in the sky witnessed by all the cultivators made them restless. The world suddenly became crazy as people searched for the entrance. The prescient crowd that was already at the ruins were at a great advantage. As others were making their way here, the ones present were busy trying to find the actual entrance. "Hurry, we have to find it before the agreement takes effect. Otherwise, we won't have a chance to enter." A sect master shouted at his 1,000 disciples. Numerous cultivators crazily searched for the entrance. Some even dug deep into the ground while others searched every single crevice in this land. The true blood of divine beasts? Long Jingxian was caught off guard. "I have used one drop of true blood before. I heard that my forefather, immortal Emperor Yu Shou, only left one drop behind. You are very lucky that he left behind something so great for your citadel. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive right now." Li Qie gently nodded. Someone with an immortal fate shouldn't have been able to live. Luckily, the Beastmaster Citadel had a frightening treasury. They used a drop of true blood, something that was unimaginable to others, in order to save Long Jingxian. Li Qie said, "The ancestors of the beast realm refined all of these bones with residual divinity and true blood. They even mixed the true blood into their own longevity blood. This was why they announced to the world that they had the bloodline of divine beasts. Their future descendants also inherited this divine bloodline. Without a doubt, these ancestors were amazing as they were able to change their offspring's bloodline." Jian Wushuang asked, "The divine beast realm was built on top of the space that their ancestors found?" Li Qie nodded gently. "Yes, they established their sect and ancestral ground here. Moreover, they buried the corpses from these divine beasts and worshipped them as their ancestors. Because of this, this location was later called the Ancestral Tomb." Chapter 847. Celestial Array Young King. These desolate ruins suddenly became very lively. The cultivators present frantically searched for the entrance, not missing a single corner of this land. Boom! On the same day, rays of light flew across the sky. A lucky person finally found the entrance. The moment the door was opened, these rays of light soared into the sky. Someone found the entrance. Many people lunged towards the source after seeing this scene. Everyone wanted to enter the beast world before the buy-in agreement took effect again. The first to find the entrance was actually the Celestial Array Young King. Moreover, he had already barricaded the area. There were a few reasons for his success. Besides his advantage in numbers from the sect, he was advised by Yi Qingqing, who gave him an item. Because of this, he found the entrance before anyone else. He immediately set up a supreme fortress formation to block the entrance. In just a moment, the entrance was full of labyrinthine palaces and cities. The Celestial Array School was renowned for its formations. They were considered the #1 in this regard. Their formations came from immortal Emperor Zhenji, so their fame was not just for show. An ancestor behind the scenes spoke. "If the behemoths do not come out, then Yi Qingqing will easily maintain his seat on the throne of this generation and do as he pleases." This move from him could be considered quite risky. He not only wanted to fortify his position and monopolize the beast world, but he also wanted to test the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan. If these imperial lineages still didn't come out even with the emergence of the beast world, then it meant that they definitely wouldn't do so in this generation. From this, his future path to become an immortal emperor would be much easier. Who could stop him from ascending to the throne without the three great behemoths blocking his path? Who could stop his plan of ruling the stone medicine world? Once the sects of the stone medicine world were willing to join his banner, he would head for the other 8 worlds and challenge the myriad realms. He wanted to become an immortal emperor above the 9 worlds. An ancestor who thought of this quivered inside. Despite the events around the beast world's appearance being an attempt from him to test the waters, his ambition came through as clear as day. The entire scene was now quiet. No one was willing to stand up to the young king or the prince. Despite feeling furious inside, no one wanted to oppose the ravine. The prince looked over the crowd with an oppressive momentum. He noticed a woman and asked, "You must be the giant bamboo royal lord, Her Majesty Ziyan, correct?" After hearing this, many looked over at a woman standing in the far distance. They saw that she was graceful and noble and had a swirling violet aura of a heavenly king. Even though she stood there by herself, no one would dare to ignore her radiating presence. This woman was indeed Madame Ziyan. After resigning from the throne and taking care of everything, she left Giant Bamboo and went to the Beast Realm to meet up with Li Chia. When the school found the entrance, the madam quickly rushed over, thinking that it was her young master who had found it due to the soaring divine light. She didn't expect to see the young king's group here. Chapter 848. Kuei. Madame Ziyan calmly replied to the Golden Crow Prince's inquiry. "I am indeed Ziyan. However, I am no longer the royal lord of the giant bamboo country. Someone more capable than me has succeeded me." The prince didn't care about this matter. He gazed at the madam and lowered his tone. "I heard that you have been with Li Chia. Where is he now?" All eyes were on her at this moment. Everyone knew that she was together with Li Chia, and that Li Chia had killed a Heavenhoof elder. It wasn't strange for the prince to find him for revenge. The madam gently shook her head in response. Sorry, no comment. Although she didn't know where her young master was, she wouldn't tell anyone even if she did. The prince glared at her with his sharp and oppressive eyes. He asserted, "Madame Ziyan, I have many ways to make people talk." The madam didn't care as she uttered, "If your Highness Golden Crow wants to use force, then I'll entertain you." After following Li Chia for such a long time, she was infected by his overbearing attitude. "Madame Ziyan, you should reconsider your decision." The prince's eyes were beyond cold. Although he was the son of a sun god with a radiating aura, his wintry eyes could penetrate cold steel, straight into the heart of others. He uttered, "To give up your life for this cowardly Li Chia is not worth it. If you reveal where he is hiding, our ravine will welcome a friend like you." The crowd was holding their breaths in anticipation. The prince was famous, but the madam was also a great demon king, someone who was not necessarily weaker than those at the peak of the younger generation. Without taking the ravine into consideration, there were many heavenly kings from the previous generation that could fight against the prince. However, before the madam could answer, one could hear someone boldly spitting on the ground. Immediately afterward, arrogant words rang out. "The Golden Crow tribe is nothing special. Aren't they just a bunch of chickens? And the same goes for the Heavenhoof Ravine. They're only a bunch of wretches that took advantage of the situation. If it wasn't for them picking up the trash of the divine beast realm, there would be no ravine today. So, a descendant of garbage collectors dares to come here and act almighty? Are there really no talents in the stone medicine world? Watch as I take care of you so that the world will come to find that I am the greatest talent of the younger generation." This voice coming out of nowhere wasn't only arrogant but also extremely egotistical. Many people were left dumbfounded after hearing such shamelessness. They turned around and noticed that two demons were approaching. The one in front was a young man with the head of a chicken while the other was a big turtle, following right behind him. Compared to the haughty chicken, the old turtle was very nervous and scared. Who else could these two be but the four-eyed basilisk and the old turtle? Many cultivators found the basilisk's haughty attitude quite amusing. Only a few older people recognized the four-eyed basilisk and exclaimed, "The basilisk tribe." The Golden Crow Prince came to these ruins in a particularly bad mood. He was looking for Li Chia, but before catching a glimpse of him, this basilisk provoked him in front of so many people. This greatly annoyed him. Thus, his eyes turned fierce and emitted a murderous intent. He glared at the basilisk. Ignorant fool, I will take care of you today. As the saying goes, beat the dog first then deal with its master later. Bah, you are the dog. No, your entire family are dogs. No. Incorrect again. Your family isn't even qualified to act as hound dogs. Look at your reflection in a puddle of piss. You think your chicken race is qualified to be our master's loyal dogs? The basilisk's mouth was downright vicious. Well, the prince stared at the three and snorted. All three of you come at the same time so I can take care of this at once, lest I waste time chasing each of you individually. Who the hell do you think you are? It is not up to you to take care of those on my side. A carefree voice appeared. Such a nonchalant response immediately caught everyone's attention. They immediately saw three people slowly arriving. One man and two women. The two women were both kingdom-toppling. One of them was even riding a divine beast. Li Qie leisurely arrived with Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian as his company. Supreme beauties like them would be the center of attention no matter where they went. Long Jingxian stood out more since she was riding a divine beast. This divine beast had one leg with an ox body surrounded by pulsing lightning that was seemingly capable of destroying anything. It emitted a terrifying aura that caused people to tremble. My lord, this is the divine beast Qiu. The basilisk's eyes lit up while drooling. However, once he took a closer look with his four eyes, he murmured. Wait a minute, a real divine beast isn't like that. The beast that carried Long Jingxian naturally was not a living Qiu. It was only a corpse. Li Qie used his death laws to dig it out. This corpse had already lost its divinity. It wouldn't have any power without the chapter imbuing death energy in it. Long Jingxian kept on pestering Li Qie to imprint his chapter on this corpse and her sea of memories. She was able to use her powerful blood energy to control this corpse. At the same time, she used an emperor law to refine this corpse. From that, it appeared to look like a living Qiu, mighty and terrifying. Although this beast was very powerful, it required Long Jingxian's blood energy for maintenance. However, she didn't seem to care. The fun factor overtook any other considerations. Some spectators quivered and murmured after seeing this. Is this really the divine beast, Qiu? The prince was attracted to this as well. However, his eyes weren't on Long Jingxian and her Qiu. They were fixated on Jian Wushuang. The murderous and cold prince couldn't hide his adoration. He greedily stared at her every detail. In his eyes, she who was as proud as a phoenix was the most beautiful. He wouldn't get tired of looking at her even after a million glances. In the past, he didn't even mind staying at the alchemy realm for a very long time after seeing her. Chapter 849. Challenge. He had seen countless beauties from the southern region and even all of the beast realm. Countless princesses and saintesses wished to marry him in hopes of becoming the mistress of the ravine. At the same time, Miao Chan, who was loyal to him, was also a great beauty. Although she was not as pretty as Long Jingxian, she was still kingdom-toppling. However, he didn't give his time or even respond to the girls, including his senior sister who had worked hard for him. He would rather like Jian Wushuang, who didn't care for him at all. Despite her lack of reciprocation, his crush stayed strong. He even rushed into the Jian clan just to see Jian Wushuang again but was captured by an ancestor. Eventually, the ravine had to step in to have him returned. Wushuang, so you are here as well. The prince seemed to have forgotten about everything around him and smiled after seeing her. You and I can enter the beast world together. Perhaps we can even obtain the biggest fortune inside Bayan City. Jian Wushuang responded to this one-sided love with a glare. She was very annoyed with the prince's stalkerish behavior. Oh, isn't this the little firebird from the Heaven Hoof Ravine? I heard that after becoming the main descendant, you immediately went everywhere to look for girls. Long Jingxian smiled after asserting herself. Her playful smile was so peerless that it could cause people to drown in ecstasy. The prince withdrew his sight from Jian Wushuang and pretended to not hear Long Jingxian. He looked over at Li Qie and spoke. So you are Li Qie. The prince didn't try to hide his hostility and jealousy at all. His hatred for Li Qie not only stemmed from the dead disciples from the ravine, he also considered Li Qie to be his rival in love. Jian Wushuang had always been a loner and never gave anyone the time of day. The prince considered this as her defining characteristic. Arrogant and aggressive against anyone and everyone. Because of this, he still thought that he had a chance of winning her over. But now, this Li Qie came out of nowhere and Jian Wushuang was following him. How could the prince not be driven mad with jealousy? So what if I am? Li Qie looked at him with one eye and immediately understood the situation. There was no need for further observation. His eyes fell upon the formation of the array school that blocked the entrance of the beast world. I want to challenge you to a life-and-death duel. The prince turned livid after this show of disrespect. His eyes displayed his fiery anger as well as his murderous intent. While Li Qie was too lazy to look at him again, the prince approached step by step. The extremely refined flames were blazing, causing the ground to be burnt to a crisp. Such tyrannical flames made everyone retreat from the prince. No one wanted to be caught in the crossfire. Li Qie, do you dare to accept my challenge or not? The prince coldly uttered. No external forces, no imperial weapons, just our bare hands. Yes or no? After hearing this, the experts nearby felt that the prince must be extremely confident of his sheer physical strength. However, this was not strange at all because the mightiness of the Golden Crow tribe was well documented in the stone medicine world. Moreover, they could move at alarming speeds as well. Li Qie took his time to look over at the prince before flatly responding. To be frank, without an imperial weapon, someone of your level is simply unworthy to challenge me, so I'm too lazy to accept. You. The prince had always considered himself to be superior to others. This was his pride, and among the younger generation, the only one he respected was Yi Qingqing. He couldn't handle this disdain coming from Li Qie. The prince took a deep breath to calm his rage and then glared at Li Qie while uttering, Li Qie, do not boast here. I know you have some incredible methods, but do you dare to fight with your own strength? Just you and me with our bare hands. Victory will be decided by our real capabilities. If you beat me, your feud with the ravine will be over. If you lose, I will have your head. In fact, the prince looked down on Li Qie. Although Li Qie's battle with the Alchemy Kingdom won him great fame, the prince thought that Li Qie had only been using an evil art to control the undead. This was an incorrect and dishonorable path. In his opinion, Li Qie's own cultivation was not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, the crowd was secretly ecstatic to see the prince wanting to fight Li Qie. He was on Yi Qingqing's side, so if a battle broke out, maybe they could take advantage of the chaos and enter the beast world. Real capabilities? Li Qie leisurely smiled and said, Since you are feeling so bullish, I'll say something even more pretentious but true. Your level is not worthy for me to use my own abilities. With that, he gently waved his sleeve and ordered, Take care of him for me. Okay. Long Jingxian became excited and eagerly shouted, Let me go take care of him. No, Wushuang will do it. Li Qie didn't bother looking at the prince as he spoke. The Golden Crow tribe is renowned for its speed, so let this be a test for Jian Wushuang's agility in battle. Although Long Jingxian wasn't happy about this, she only quietly muttered, Fine, so stingy. Oh well, there's no glory in beating a chicken anyway. Li Qie. The enraged prince shouted, Don't be a coward and hide behind women. However, Li Qie ignored him. Jian Wushuang stepped out and took out her 9 words true bow. She glared at the prince and declared, Come, show me the speed of your Golden Crow tribe. She had grown tired of the prince early on due to his clingy nature, and had wanted to take him out long ago. If it wasn't for the Jian clan not wanting to make enemies out of the ravine, she would have aimed to kill him back when he caused trouble at the Jian clan. The prince turned red at this moment. He was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Li Qie, on the other hand, stepped into the ancient city created by the Celestial Array School. He glanced over at the young king and said, Remove this formation, your Celestial Array School is not qualified to be involved in the Bian Beast world. This made the young king and the elders from the sect glance at each other. They were an imperial lineage, but now a junior like Li Qie was looking down on them as if they were nothing. How could they not become angry? And you think you are qualified? The young king retorted with a snort. Li Qie nodded and said, You are right about that. I am the only person qualified to deal with the beast world. The appearance of the entrance depends on my mood. Such a big tone. A Celestial Array elder sneered. I don't think you are capable enough to monopolize the beast world. It belongs to everyone in the world. The young king coldly added, That's right, it belongs to everyone in the world, and it is not up to you to decide who has admission. It is up to the Bian agreement. The Bian agreement? Li Qie couldn't help but smirk after hearing this. He knew the agreement better than anyone else. My second brother wants to work with the sects in the world to reinstate the agreement. The young king smiled proudly before continuing. After reconsidering the clauses in the agreement, those who are eligible to enter will be up to the agreement. As for your part, Li Chia, we'll see if the sects will allow you to. No matter the occasion, the young king always considered his sworn brother, Yi Qingqing, to be his pride. He believed that Yi Qingqing would definitely become an immortal emperor in the future. What a glorious thing it would be to be sworn brothers with an emperor. Many sect masters here snorted at this response. Their sects had no intentions of doing so. This agreement was only a little plaything in Yi Qingqing's hands. This agreement, in my eyes, is no different from dog shit. Li Chia was too lazy to argue and ended the conversation by saying, "If you do not remove the formation, then I will annihilate you down to your roots." "With you alone?" The young king sneered and confidently proclaimed, "Although your ferocity is well known, don't even dream about breaking my school's formation." Even those who were unhappy with the school had to admit that the young king's arrogant words weren't without cause. The school's formations were #1 in the contemporary times, and no other sect in the stone medicine world could compare with them in this regard. Moreover, this grand formation ahead was laid out by the young king and other formation masters of the school. Even a paragon would have trouble breaking it with brute strength. Li Chia glanced over the formation for a moment before smiling. "This formation's level is too low, it's not worthy of me personally taking action." Such arrogance left the young king and the experts from the school trembling with rage. The formation they erected was the culmination of their great efforts. Many people here were also astounded. They felt that there were no bounds to Li Chia's madness. Although they knew that Li Chia was unbelievably ferocious, no one in this world could exceed the school with regards to formations. "Good, Li Chia. Nothing could be better than seeing you so confident." The young king chuckled. "If you can break this formation, then you are free to enter the beast world. If you can't, then you will die inside and can only blame your own lack of skills." He had seen countless beauties from the southern region and even all of the beast realm. Countless princesses and saintesses wished to marry him in hopes to become the mistress of the ravine. At the same time, Miao Chan, who was loyal to him, was also a great beauty. Although she was not as pretty as Long Jingxian, she was still kingdom-toppling. However, he neither responded nor gave his time to the girls, including his senior sister who had worked hard for him. He would rather like Jian Wushuang, who didn't care for him at all. Despite her lack of reciprocation, his crush stayed strong. He even rushed into the Jian clan just to see Jian Wushuang again but was captured by an ancestor. Eventually, the ravine had to step in to bring him back. "Wushuang, so you are here as well." The prince seemed to have forgotten about everything around him and smiled after seeing her. "You and I can enter the beast world together. Perhaps we can even obtain the biggest fortune inside Bayan City." Chapter 850. Golden Serpent with the Golden Crow. Many immediately looked over at Li Chia after the young king stated his challenge. Everyone knew that Li Chia's audacity was boundless, so they wanted to see if he would accept this challenge or not. Of course, some hoped that Li Chia could incite chaos. Only a brute like Li Chia would be able to destroy Yi Qingqing's plans, so that others would have the chance to enter the beast world. "It's just an insignificant formation. There's no need for me to do anything." Li Chia simply didn't care for this type of formation. In his eyes, it was far from the apex. Keep in mind that the most powerful formations in this world came from him and the formation ancestor. In the past, they created the immortal Emperor Slaughtering Formation. It massacred everything and created rivers of blood across the 9 worlds. Such a response left the elders from the school furious. They angrily glared at Li Chia since this was a blatant humiliation. If their school claimed to be #2 in formations, no one else would dare claim to be #1. But now, Li Chia was clearly looking down on their grand formation with contempt. Li Chia completely ignored the unfriendly gazes and smiled. "I'm not interested in your bullshit. You want to stop me with just this formation?" With that, he signaled with his hand and said, "Girl, it is time to test your talents. Break this formation." Long Jingxian immediately rushed forward and rolled up her sleeves. This crazed girl liked to fight more than anyone else, so the moment she saw this formation, her battle intent instantly soared. Many people were astonished by her advance. They were both frightened and skeptical. The fear was from whether the Xueqi she was riding was real or not, while the skepticism stemmed from her origin. Just who was she to be acting so bold alongside Li Chia? Of course, Very few people in this world knew of Long Jingxian. She rarely showed herself, and the Citadel also didn't want people to know that they had a descendant with a natural-born immortal fate. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was coldly staring at the prince and uttered, "Start." The prince didn't want to fight her, so he wryly smiled. "Miss Jian, why should we cross swords? Plus, I don't want to hurt you." Jian Wushuang snorted in response and coldly uttered, "Aren't you known for grasping the essence of immortal Emperor Jin Shi's arts? Someone adept at 2 different schools of techniques? Didn't you claim that your tribe's supreme arts can challenge my Jian clan's archery? Very well, I'll give you the chance today to see our archery firsthand." The prince instantly responded, "Ah, that was only a misunderstanding. I was only joking back then." Back then when he wanted to see Jian Wushuang and invaded the clan, he made that comment out of hubris. Jian Wushuang ignored his nonsense and flatly said, "Less words, let's fight." The prince took a deep breath then answered, "If Miss Jian truly wants to see my supreme arts, then I'll try my best today." Jian Wushuang only snorted as a cold glint flashed across her eyes like 2 sharp arrows that carried a blatant ice-cold murderous intent. If it wasn't for the elders stopping her back then during his intrusion, she would have tried to kill him already. "EY, can you take care of him in 3 to 5 moves?" Long Jingxian stared at Jian Wushuang with a provocative look. "Jian Wushuang, do you want to bet? Whoever finishes first is the winner." "Why not?" Jian Wushuang laughed proudly. "Good, it's decided. Let us get started then." Long Jingxian cheerfully laughed then immediately headed for the grand formation of the Celestial Array School. She disappeared inside the many pavilions and temples. "Miss Jian, you have to be careful," the prince shouted at this time. He was a genius with a great amount of pride after all. Being looked down upon by the 2 girls like this enraged him. The angry prince emitted a boundless brilliance. The powerful flames of the sun soared up from his body. A golden crow slowly emerged from this flame as if the sun was its dwelling. At the same time, a golden serpent flew around the powerful flame. It was especially dazzling under the blinding sunlight. The golden serpent together with the golden crow. Someone was startled after seeing this. A demon king from the southern region exclaimed. The prince actually managed to combine the arts from both the Golden Crow tribe and immortal Emperor Jin Shi. After hearing this, those who knew a little about the ravine and the Golden Crow tribe were astounded. Immortal Emperor Jin Shi was the 2nd emperor of the ravine while the tribe was its foundation. The emperor was a major reason for the ravine's survival as he acted as its supporting pillar. Moreover, the tribe also occupied many ancestor seats throughout the history of the ravine, thus its influence was immense. It could even control the fate of the sect itself. Although the Golden Crow tribe had never produced an immortal emperor, its merit law could be considered the best. However, there was a particular phenomenon at the ravine. Immortal Emperor Jin Shi's emperor law and the Crow tribe's law were opposing in nature. This meant that those in the ravine who cultivated the Crow's law would absolutely be unable to cultivate the emperor's law. However, the prince managed to combine both arts. This came as a great shock. A golden crow would devour a golden serpent and vice versa. These 2 existences were as incompatible as fire and ice. The crow's law prioritized strength to grow while the emperor's law used speed and agility to reign. Thus, the combination of the 2 would allow the prince to have both superior strength and speed. Moreover, their tribe's powerful body meant that the prince was a weapon in human form. To have both strength and agility on top of the emperor law's reaction means that the prince will be able to crush most enemies without even using a weapon. If he has an imperial weapon as well, then just how strong will he be? Someone murmured as they stared at the golden serpent coiling around his body. "Miss Jian, watch out." The prince's confidence erupted after displaying his ultimate weapon. "Nonsense." Jian Wushuang snorted as her bow lit up. She shot out the word formation. The moment the arrow appeared, a formation instantly came into existence. A rain of arrows quickly shot towards the prince. The prince let out a cry and leaped into the sky like a gigantic golden crow taking flight. He flapped his wings, creating clanking sounds. The wings were able to cut down the barrage of arrows. This was the power of the Golden Crow tribe. Their bodies were weapons. His wings were 2 sabers capable of slicing through the sharp rain. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold and sharp. In an instant, she unleashed a soldier arrow. It was extremely fast and whizzed through the sky. Even time itself lost control of its stability as it was sped up by this arrow. It was simply too fast. No one could even see the arrow. Even a peak heavenly king would not be able to evade it. However, the prince cried out and spread his wings to roll in the sky. Then he fearlessly flew straight towards this soldier arrow at an astonishing speed. Under such great speed, everyone thought that the prince wouldn't be able to dodge this arrow, and that the arrow would pierce his body. However, right when the arrow was about to penetrate him, his body twisted like a golden serpent at an unbelievable speed. He was extremely agile and was able to narrowly dodge this arrow. Not only was the evasion successful, but he instantly attacked Jian Wushuang as well. His speed was no less than Jian Wushuang's firing rate. A phoenix hymn filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, images of phoenixes began to dance. She disappeared amidst these birds and instantly showed up in a different location. Nevertheless, the prince's frightening speed immediately allowed him to come killing the moment she emerged at the new location. He reached out with his sharp golden claws capable of tearing all things into pieces, including weapons. Jian Wushuang remained calm in the face of danger and shot out a front arrow. This one arrow created myriad realms to protect her. In addition to this, her phoenix physique activated, signaled by the hymns of divine birds. Bang! 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 A series of shattering sounds could be heard shortly after. The prince's golden claw tore through these layers of protective realms at an incredible rate. However, the moment he made it through the myriad realms, Jian Wushuang was no longer there. He soared through the sky again and lunged towards a different direction. This time, Jian Wushuang was already standing right there while coldly glaring at the prince. The prince, on the other hand, was courageous and rushed forward without any hesitation. Boom! During his advance, a surging flame charged into the sky and instantly set him ablaze. As she was hiding with her physique, Jian Wushuang had shot out an ambush arrow. This was a fiery arrow. The moment anyone set foot inside her domain, it would instantly activate. It's no use, I am a golden crow. The prince was undaunted against such an overbearing blaze. The sun rose behind him and crazily devoured this powerful flame. Jian Wushuang's fiery arrow couldn't hurt him at all. Many people were astounded by the prince's might. Although they knew that he was not as great as Yi Qingqing, his combination of two conflicting arts made his prowess rise several times over. The agility of immortal Emperor Jin Shi meant that he could avoid the vast majority of techniques. Plus, he had the speed of a golden crow as well, meaning that anyone who faced him would become a punching bag. Zzzzz. An icy gust blew by. The moment the prince had just finished devouring the flames, a chilling mist emerged from his body. This extreme rime was about to freeze him completely. The prince's expression quickly changed as he channeled the refined fire around his body to dispel this layer of ice. As a result, a mist enveloped his entire body. Jian Wushuang's ambush was not a fiery arrow, but a fire-ice arrow with cold hiding within the heat. The prince was confident in his fire-devouring ability and didn't expect to fall into a trap. Thus he was sealed by the ice property hidden within the powerful flame. Pluff, pluff, pluff. While the prince was using his refined flames to remove the ice, Jian Wushuang had already shot out the word all. This was an invisible arrow with no tangible form, making it difficult to dodge. However, with his dual arts, the prince would still be able to dodge this arrow. Unfortunately for him, his body was currently encased in frost. His reaction time slowed, allowing the arrow to strike its target, causing him to be stained with blood. Chapter 851. Arrow defeating the Golden Crow. Nonetheless, the prince indeed came from the Golden Crow tribe. His flesh was extremely tough. The all arrow merely wounded his flesh, unable to kill him. Haha, Miss Jian, you wouldn't be able to kill me even if you shot out another 100 of those arrows. The prince loudly laughed in complete confidence. His body was covered in an oscillating golden light as feathers began to appear. At this time, even another all arrow wouldn't be able to harm him. This scene left everyone shivering. The prince was truly difficult to deal with. He had both speed and flexibility, culminating in a great defense. This was an all-around expert, the most difficult type of opponent. Jian Wushuang's bow lit up once more as an arrow took shape. Amidst all the action, she immediately locked onto the prince. I'll take this arrow head-on. The prince was full of confidence. His speed was greatly hindered due to the frost, but he had the feather armor of the Golden Crow tribe, giving him confidence that he could withstand the next attack. He stood there decisively with no intention of dodging. Pluff! The arrow shot out. The prince wouldn't have been able to dodge even if he wanted to. It resembled maggots attaching to bones. Moreover, it went straight towards his weak spots. These were extremely fatal arrows. Blood spurted out instantly. It was the word fighter, the seeker arrow that penetrated the weakest area, resulting in a devastating attack. Boom! 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 The prince that was struck by this arrow continuously staggered backward with a pale complexion. This arrow penetrated all the way into his body past his feather armor and almost took his life. If he wasn't a golden crow with great endurance, then this arrow would have taken his life. In the blink of an eye, the bow readied itself for another shot as it lit up. At the same time, the prince had removed all the frost, restoring his speed and flexibility. Without the frost seal, he regained his confidence and uttered, "Miss Jen, your next arrow won't be able to hit me." Dumb. But before he could fly again, chains of laws appeared inside his body and instantly sealed it. Clank! The chains continued to lock the nearby space. After being struck by the battle arrow earlier, the chains of laws in this arrow were imprinted on his body. Buzz! The surrounding space fluctuated as the worldly power focused on a single arrow. A fighter arrow shot out, carrying the energy of this world to become unstoppable. Open! The prince crazily shouted as an endless light erupted from his body. A sun appeared before him to defend him. This was his tribe's most tyrannical defense. Boom! This arrow penetrated the sun before him and even pierced his chest. He was immediately bloodied, a terrible gaping hole in his chest. This scene made people gasp in astonishment. One murmured, "The Jen clan's archery is indeed peerless in this world." The prince combined the arts of two different styles. Many were in awe of this achievement. Perhaps no one under virtuous Paragon could stop him. But now to their astonishment, Jian Wushuang was taking him down. At the same time, there was no activity on the other side. After Long Jingxian entered the celestial array formation, she seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. A few cultivators in the distance shook their heads and lamented her fate. What a shame for this kingdom-toppling girl, to die so miserably in the formation. Humph, what a foolish girl. She was only a no-name junior, yet she still dared to try to break our formation. The young king arrogantly snorted. My formation is derived from an imperial formation. Even if it isn't as strong as one, it can still easily trap a virtuous paragon. The young king was cocksure in his formation. His school's formations had no match in this world. Moreover, he was a formation genius whom even Yi Qingqing had invited to arrange formations for him. Jian Wushuang was certain of victory. She looked at the formation and snorted. Victory is mine this time. Having said that, her bow lit up. At this time, an arrow made out of a mantra aimed to kill the prince. Rumble! But in an instant, the sky split apart. All the buildings blocking the entrance of the beast world and even the cities themselves were annihilated. Inside the explosion, the formation's arrays and runic lines were revealed before everyone. Long Jingxian actually managed to change the transformations of the arrays. Boom! As all the runic lines and arrays exploded, the resulting blast was directed towards the formation masters of the school. Ah! Shrill screams resounded as blood filled the air like blooming flowers. These formation masters that were in charge of the formation were all killed by its detonation. They didn't have time to change the transformations of the array. Ah! Another scream appeared. The prince tore his body in two and disappeared into the horizon, leaving half of his body behind to escape. Jian Wushuang's soldiers and fighters, the four first words, were surely about to take his life. However, her attention was attracted by the formation's destruction and she shifted her gaze, resulting in a slight delay. The prince managed to use this once-in-lifetime opportunity to escape from his own body trapped by the divine chains. Haha, Jian Wushuang, I won. Long Jingxian rushed out while riding her kuei and gloated. Jian Wushuang scowled in response. Victory was within her grasp. If only she didn't look at the detonation and chose to kill the prince instead. Don't be unhappy about the outcome. Li Qie gently shook his head. Let this be a lesson to you. On the battlefield with imminent peril everywhere, more often than not, a single thought will determine success or failure. Jian Wushuang put away her bow and didn't reply. She thought to herself that she was indeed too careless. Otherwise, the prince wouldn't have been able to escape. She was not the only one silent. Many people here were astounded by her defeating the prince and Long Jingxian destroying the grand formation of the school. From start to finish, Li Qie didn't even lift a single finger, yet he was able to deal with his enemies. This was indicative of the strength of his camp. Long Jingxian sat on her beast and triumphantly declared, "Bah, I thought that the grand formation from this school would be extraordinary, but I was finished after just 3 attempts. Take out your imperial formation. I want to have another look." The young king's expression became extremely unsightly. He had great confidence in his extraordinary formation, the masterpiece of his school, but it was so easily destroyed by a nobody. This was a great humiliation to him. It wasn't strange at all to see Long Jingxian breaking the formation, and even reversing the momentum to kill all of those presiding over the arrays. Her immortal fate granted her unmatched talents. No matter how profound and mystical a formation might be, she would be able to solve it after examining it for a while. It could even be said that there were few formations in this world that could trouble her. "So what if you can break the formation?" the young king uttered. "The beast world is still meant for the rest of the world. Don't even dream about monopolizing it, Li Qie. Not only would my second brother be against it, the same goes for my celestial array sect." How shameless! Some experts in the distance secretly whispered amongst themselves after hearing this. Li Qie glanced at the young king, then the elders from the school. He smirked and said, "If your celestial array school wishes to die, then I'll gladly assist you. Your school and Yi Qingqing aren't shit in my eyes." How preposterous! An elder couldn't help but retort after jumping out. "Li Qie, our imperial formation can slaughter gods and suppress demons. If you are so capable, then come to our territory and enter the imperial array. Your school is nothing special. Today I will kill all of you. Bring your imperial formation here if you dare." A voice descended from the sky. It was both overbearing yet clear. It was easy to determine that it was a girl speaking. However, these words carried a sonorous and imposing force no lower than that of any man. A series of rumblings occurred. A gigantic continent emerged and blotted out the sky, causing many people to look up. This continent was extremely majestic and poured down waterfall-like laws. Each of these laws was as mighty as a mountain range, capable of crushing all things. Nothing could halt the path of this continent. Imperial Edge Mei Aonan. Someone screamed after seeing this domineering continent. Mei Aonan was the genius who rose to prominence after Yi Qingqing. She appeared after Yi Qingqing had established his fame in the world. However, in just a few short years, she was able to threaten the world and gathered many incomparable experts under her banner. In this short period of time, her prestige caught up to Yi Qingqing's. Although he was still considered the number one among the younger generation, some believed that Mei Aonan could claim this title. As the strongest talents in the current generation, the two of them had already started their battle. The two sides always had conflicts. The only thing missing was a direct fight between the two geniuses. Chapter 852. Imperial Edge Mei Aonan's presence rendered the entire scene silent, with many experts quivering inside. A tree has a shade and a person has a name. Today, Mei Aonan's prestige was definitely as great as Yi Qingqing's. Despite originating from the Jianlong clan, she did not rely on the clan one bit to gain her fame. Outside of being its golden daughter, there was no shadow of the clan in any of her other aspects. She chose to pave her own path without using her clan that had 3 emperors. Moreover, her prestige even threatened Yi Qingqing. Just how incredible was this? The young king and elders from the school were furious after hearing this voice that came from the imperial edge. They were still an imperial lineage, yet she dared to declare her intention of destroying them. This was truly looking down on them. The young king coldly uttered, "Mei Aonan, don't think that you can do as you please just because you are famous. You are still lacking compared to my second brother. Yi Qingqing is nothing. Don't think that just because he holds the title of number one that he is actually number one. This young noble doesn't put him in my eyes." Mei Aonan's domineering character was in stern contrast to what others heard of the imperial edge. If your celestial array school wants to get involved because of Yi Qingqing, then very well, this young noble will kill you all to force him out. Kill them all. The moment she issued this command, one great character after another jumped down from the flying continent. The blood energy of these experts was directed straight at the ruins like an unstoppable tide. It was as if they were about to flip the entire land over. The first to jump down was the four-eyed basilisk's big sister, Venerable Basilisk. A sect master from the previous generation exclaimed after seeing her. Venerable Basilisk. She was famous along with the dragon tiger monarch from the Beastmaster Citadel. Everyone knew who she was. The second to jump down was a gigantic ant that had a scintillating golden glow, making it seem to be cast from gold. Its eyes were crimson red like rubies. Golden Ant Tyrant. A demon king was shocked to see this ant. This was a character who had long been famed for his viciousness. He ruled over a country with millions of ants and had been a demon king back then. The third was a black flood dragon. This flood dragon had the head of a dragon and was covered in black scaled armor that had a slight metallic sheen, making it seem as if it was about to evolve into a true dragon. Galaxy Flood Dragon. Even a great power's ancestor hiding behind the curtains was alarmed after seeing this creature. In just a moment, amazing characters descended one after another. They were all famous. There were great demon kings and stone kings as well as incredible lords. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing this. The group consisted of incomparable and arrogant characters. However, all of them were willing to work under Mei Aonan. This was indicative of her power. Such a squad could compare to the 36 ancestors on Yi Qingqing's side. Even if it is a bit weaker, it won't be by much. Someone murmured. Haha, Yi Qingqing's dogs, right? I have never liked any of you. Die. The golden ant tyrant screamed and rushed over towards the school like a spinning golden disc. Venerable Basilisk and the Galaxy Flood Dragon, along with the other characters, rushed forward like a pack of wolves preying on lost sheep. Die. The young king and the other experts had no escape. Their formation had been shattered by Long Jingxian, so they could only meet the enemies head-on. Ah! The collision of the two sides resulted in miserable screams as blood spurted to the sky. The splashes of blood almost seemed to create an image of beautiful blossoming flowers. Heads flew everywhere as corpses fell to the ground. The school was no match for Venerable Basilisk's group. They entered freely and began their slaughter. The Venerable's eyes lit up in the middle of the battlefield. As her eyes swept by, experts from the school were petrified. The golden ant tyrant was as fast as lightning. His frontal mandibles resembled golden scissors. One could hear the sounds of cutting as the school's experts were sliced into pieces. The flood dragon was even more tyrannical. Its huge claw came slamming down and turned its enemies into mincemeat. Blood splashed left and right as shrill screams could be heard from everywhere. The school simply wasn't a match and suffered grievous losses. This was just a one-sided slaughter. Activate the formation. The disastrous loss made the school's elders cry out. They offered all of their longevity blood to power a single formation array. Xing. After this array accepted enough longevity blood, a supreme formation opened. A mighty imperial aura like an endless net of the heavens was thrown towards the Venerable's army. Is that an imperial formation? Someone palpitated after sensing this imperial aura. However, before this supreme formation could suppress the area completely, a pillar descended from the imperial edge above. There were boundless mysterious runes carved onto its stone body as it immediately inserted itself into the formation. Nothing could impede its engulfment as the pillar absorbed all the arrays and runes inside the formation as well as the longevity blood powering it. After being completely devoured by the pillar, the powerful formation shattered in an instant. No! The elders screamed in despair after seeing this since the formation was their trump card. They thought that they could rely on it to stop the enemies, but it was destroyed instead. If you all brought the formation of immortal Emperor Zhenji, then it might be able to slow my pace. However, trying to stop me with this little drawing alone? How naive. Mei Aonan's overbearing voice came from the continent above. It didn't matter that she was female, she would dominate her opposition all the same. Ah! Screams echoed left and right. Even the elders of the school were killed by the army. They were completely helpless without their formation. They were an imperial lineage with a formation left behind by an emperor, but in the end, the emperor did not create it himself. His disciples were the ones who established the sect, so it didn't have the strength of true imperial lineages. Because of this, they wouldn't easily take out an imperial formation as it would be needed for their sect's protection. No, in the end, even the young king died under the claws of the Galaxy Flood Dragon. His eyes were wide open at the moment of death. He was unwilling to die in this manner. His great ambition remained a pipe dream. He was supposed to be bestowed the title of God King once Yi Qingqing became the immortal emperor. Alas, His body was thrown to the side by the flood dragon like a piece of trash. In just a short period of time, the group swept through the rest of the school like a storm. All the experts were massacred. No one managed to escape. The stench of blood permeated the air as streams of blood gently flowed on the ground, staining the mud red. Although all the cultivators present had seen death before, such a massacre still left them shivering inside. This was a cold and ruthless move. Mei Aonan reaching the height of her fame in just a few short years was not without reason. This is a declaration of war. Someone muttered after seeing this scene. In the stone medicine world, everyone knew that Yi Qingqing was going to become an immortal emperor. However, Mei Aonan also shared the same aspiration. A mountain had no room for two tigers. Moreover, there was only one heaven's will. The clash between the two of them was inevitable. Plus, it wasn't just a personal competition between the two since they both had great powers behind them. Yi Qingqing had the Stony Edge Kingdom as well as thousands of followers. Many great powers had thrown their full support behind him too, including imperial lineages such as the Ravine. From this it was easy to see that he had enough power to shake the world. With regards to followers, Mei Aonan was most likely not his match. Yi Qingqing befriended experts from all over the world. Many descendants and even saint childs from imperial lineages were willing to assist him. On the other hand, Mei Aonan was a very arrogant person and had few friends despite having many great characters backing her, such as Venerable Basilisk, the Galaxy Flood Dragon, and the Golden Ant Tyrant. The truth was that her camp was not as strong as Yi Qingqing's. It could be said that Yi Qingqing's call would be answered by the rest of the world. However, do not forget that Mei Aonan came from the Jianlong clan. If the clan was willing to show themselves to help her, then even an existence like the Ravine would tremble. Mei Aonan's presence rendered the entire scene silent with many experts quivering inside. A tree has a shade and a person has a name. Today, Mei Aonan's prestige was definitely as great as Yi Qingqing's. Despite originating from the Jianlong clan, her fame did not rely on the clan one bit. Outside of being its golden daughter, there was no shadow of the clan in all her other aspects. She chose to pave her own path without using her clan that had 3 emperors. Moreover, her prestige was even threatening Yi Qingqing. Just how incredible was this? The young king and elders from the school were furious after hearing this voice that came from the imperial edge. They were still an imperial lineage, yet she dared to declare her intent on destroying them. This was truly looking down on them. Chapter 853. Mei Aonan. After having such thoughts, some leaders here felt a chill run down their spines. They could already imagine the war that would eventually ravage the world. At that time, countless great powers and imperial lineages would be dragged into this great war. Some of them made a note to stay away from the war for the heaven's will. Otherwise, the war would ravage them without leaving a single trace behind. A bit interesting. Li Jie chuckled and rubbed his chin while watching the stone pillar fly back to the imperial edge. Someone cried out at this time. The entrance! This cry attracted the majority of the people's attention. They all turned around and saw that a door was floating above the tattered buildings of the ruins. It continuously emitted divine light. Past this door were pavilions and towering platforms, the scenes of the beast world. One expert's patience reached its limit, so he immediately rushed towards this old portal. He had to seize this chance. Bam! The moment he entered the portal, he was immediately assaulted by the divine light inside and turned into a mist of blood. This made all the experts right behind him stop their advance out of fear. One of them stammered. What is going on? The entrance was clearly opened, so why did it turn an expert into blood? The two worlds have yet to connect to each other completely. Rushing in right now is the same as jumping into a meat grinder. Li Jie smiled and shook his head. Many had to halt their steps after hearing this. They were unwilling to leave this place, so they waited by the door. Once it was no longer dangerous, they would try to make their way in again. At this time, Venerable Basilisk came by and told Li Jie, "Young noble Li, our young noble wants to see you." "Bah, what is that little girl Mei Aonan acting cool for?" Long Jingxian said with disdain right away. "Acting all badass after learning a few tricks. Li Jie, let me go and beat her. Let's see if she will still try to be cool after that." Having said that, the lively girl readied herself for a fight. A few of the experts here were speechless after hearing this. Even Venerable Basilisk had some black lines running across her forehead. Her current fame was not just baseless flattery. If she were to compete with Yi Qingqing for the title of number 1, it would be very difficult to predict the victor. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve in the face of her royal aura as if he was swatting a fly. He leisurely spoke. Girl, there's no need to act as if you are dealing with your subordinates and enemies. Threats and royal auras are no different than dog shit in my eyes. You. Mei Aonan was no weaker than any man, but her face turned red as she glared at Li Qie. Even the number 1 genius, Yi Qingqing, wouldn't dare to utter such vulgarity before her. Li Qie coldly glared at her. Girl, if you want to ask something of me, then show a better attitude. He then leaned back on his chair and lazily spoke. I know that you are very arrogant and can back it up, but it means nothing in my eyes. I didn't come here today for you or your fame. While I still have some time right now, say what you wish to say. Mei Aonan stared at Li Qie for a while with a serious expression before speaking. It seems that Daoist Li is completely confident in being able to reach the top of the world. I am even more confident than you. Li Qie smiled. Mei Aonan took a deep breath. In the end, she laid off with her oppressive attitude. This was not an easy task for someone like her who was so used to being imperious. She solemnly asked in good faith. I invite Daoist Li to join the Imperial Edge. Would you be interested? Li Qie looked at the Mei Aonan who lowered her shield and asked. For what reason? Mei Aonan sincerely explained. I trust that you need an existence like our Imperial Edge. Your Tao of alchemy is peerless, and you can definitely garner considerable support. However, have you thought about the great backing you will need if you want to become an alchemy emperor? We have both the manpower and resources. I am not bragging right now, but if you ever need any alchemy materials, we can find it for you right away. In the future when I become an immortal emperor, I believe there will be no need for me to list the benefits. At that time, you can call for rain and storms as you please. You can even carry out any grand aspirations you may have. She was not only confident but also quite sincere at this point. Chapter 854. Golem. In her opinion, no one else in this generation could become an immortal emperor. This didn't only stem from her pride, it also came from her ambition. She swore to never give up before ascending to the throne. Without a doubt, she valued Li Qie's peerless Tao of alchemy. In her eyes, whether Li Qie was strong or capable wasn't important. In fact, she had always been very confident and proud. Her standards were very high, so no youth could enter her sight. Even people like the Golden Crow Prince were nothing to her. She was ready to defeat even Yi Qingqing for the heaven's will. Thus, the only thing she wanted from Li Qie was his alchemy. This was why she wanted to meet him. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Is something amusing? Mei Aonan looked straight at him and spoke with great confidence. Our alliance would bring great benefits to both sides. You can become an alchemy emperor without worry. My Imperial Edge will protect you. Once I become emperor, I will give you more than enough resources to refine immortal pills. Perhaps you will even become the greatest alchemy emperor of all time. Girl, before considering whether you can become an emperor or not, I have to point out that I have no interest in becoming an alchemy emperor. Li Qie smiled at her spunk. Plus, with me here, I'm afraid you won't have the chance of becoming an emperor in this generation. Mei Aonan's eyes turned serious as she stared at him. So you want to compete for the heaven's will against me? Li Qie looked at her and shook his head to say, you are mistaken. It is not that I shall compete with you for the heaven's will. It's that it's already mine. You can only step aside. It seems that you have complete confidence in your cultivation. Her will to fight surged as if she was about to challenge him. Very well, I will lay witness to your supreme arts to see if you are qualified to compete against me. This domineering attitude was just as great as any man's. She dared to challenge anyone and believed that she would claim victory no matter who they might be. Li Qie smiled when he saw her fighting spirit and said, you really are extraordinary. Although you come from the Jianlong clan, you actually do not cultivate any laws from it and formed your own. Although you have a wise teacher, such accomplishments are still worthy of praise. If you were born in a different generation, then perhaps you could become someone equal to immortal Emperor Yulong of your clan. Alas, it is a shame that you were born into the generation where I exist. Li Qie gently shook his head. In my era, all dragons shall coil and all tigers shall sit before me. Hinder my path and I shall walk over your corpse. Since you are so confident, fight me to prove your strength. Mei Aonan didn't hesitate any longer since Li Chia was acting so arrogantly. Li Chia lazily glanced at her and said, "Girl, I came to the Imperial Edge not to fight you or to boast. I only want to meet your master, the golem who taught you. Tell him to come out and meet me." "Who are you?" Her eyes turned fierce. At this moment, there was a hint of murderous intent radiating from her gaze. "It's useless even if you want me dead." Li Chia snorted. "It looks like the old geezers from your clan still haven't told you who I am. In that case, I won't hold it against you. Tell that golem to come and see me, or else I'll destroy your Imperial Edge and throw him back to the beast world." "Who dares to speak about throwing me back to the beast world?" A feeble voice emerged, signaling the arrival of a large figure. This figure was extremely huge, making it seem like a giant. To be more exact, this was a large golem, but this big golem did not come from the stone golem race. It was more accurate to call him a carved stone statue. If any elders from the 9 Saint Demon Gate back in the Mortal Emperor world saw this huge golem, they would be shocked because it looked very similar to their 4 divine protectors. If there was something different, then it would be that this golem had a divine crest on its head, making it seem to be a level higher than the 4 at the 9 Saint Demon Gate. After coming in, the huge golem's gaze landed on Li Chia as he weakly asked, "Was it you?" "Yes, I said it." Li Chia remained seated there in a carefree manner. He blinked once and added, "Quite an impressive little pebble, to be able to bewitch Tun Ri. If that brat Tun Ri didn't have a good heart, I would have thrown you back into the swamp. With you here, my disciple has no hopes of becoming an immortal emperor, but you shouldn't try to win the Bayan beast world from her too. Do you really think that she can do it?" Li Chia smiled and shook his head. The golem replied, "Your Excellency, there should be no problems. My disciple has the purest and most primal bloodline of the golem race, of immortal Emperor Yulong. She can definitely succeed. Your Excellency should know the origin of the Emperor. I trust that she can definitely inherit the beast world." "Oh stone, this is called exhausting all options in the face of despair." Li Chia shook his head. "If it was so easy, then the divine beast realm would have controlled and woken up the beast world long ago. It wouldn't be your turn to try right now. Even if your disciple could reach atavism, she still wouldn't be able to succeed. This has nothing to do with the golem race and more to do with the fundamental qualities of your beast world." Not necessarily." The golem hesitated for a bit before replying. "My disciple can definitely return to the origin, and with that, she can absolutely reawaken it again. How do you think she compares to a mortal emperor by sure?" Li Chia dismissively said, "You should know the origin of this emperor very well. Let alone the golem race, even he still couldn't do it. You have been tricked by the divine beast realm in the past, yet you are still choosing to believe this nonsense?" The golem laughed awkwardly after this scandal was brought up again. "That year, because I obtained the approval of a mortal emperor by sure, I tried a different method. Otherwise, I wouldn't have worked with the beast realm. This was my mistake, and I have been expelled from the beast world as punishment. However, everything I did was for the sake of the beast world. In times of a medical emergency, one would attempt to look everywhere for a doctor." Li Chia shook his head. "Did being imprisoned in the swamp not wake you up? If you took one wrong step back then, what do you think the consequences would have been? How many people followed you in the past, and what has become of them?" The golem was dejected after the past was brought up. He softly sighed in response. "I know, I shouldn't have listened to the beast realm's persuasion, but at that time, I still wanted to try. I have decided to take the beast world." Li Chia insipidly said, "I came this time to talk about this matter." "Your Excellency, you are?" The golem was unwilling and stated, "Even you would not be able to wake the beast world. I'm afraid you won't be able to treat it as your own possession. Plus, my disciple can try as well. I was a sinner in the past, but you saved me from the swamp. I went back to Bayan City later on and willingly accepted my punishment. After that, I was able to convince the city that if I found a suitable candidate, they would let me try." Chapter 855. Secret of the Past. At this point, the golem begrudgingly stated, "Your Excellency, for the last several million years until now, I have accepted the punishment from the city and spent countless moons to recover. Then, I expended countless efforts to find a suitable candidate. If you don't let me try and just take the beast world for your own, this is far too unfair towards me. You really have some confidence. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. Your Excellency, at least let my disciple try just one time. The golem hurriedly begged, if my disciple is successful, then this will be a great help to you in the future. She can assist you in sweeping through the 9 worlds. That is not important to me. Li Qie looked at the golem and said, however, not too many people can still recognize me in this day and age. I will also be considerate for your love of the beast world. If I don't give you a chance, then that would be too much. Very well, I am someone who does things fairly, so I'll give you a chance. Your disciple may try once. I truly appreciate your Excellency's generosity. The golem was ecstatic and quickly bowed after hearing this. However, the opportunity will be equal. My people will also go to Bayan City. Don't expect me to take it easy on her. Li Qie said dismissively. The golem was startled and asked, Your Excellency means that you also have a candidate? You are correct. I know, you believe that you know the beast world very well, but don't forget where all of you came from. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. In fact, I understand the beast world even more than all of you. Your knowledge is only partially complete, so to be frank, the beast world belongs to me. The golem was surprised and couldn't help but ask, Can it really be done? What do you think? Li Qie answered lightly. Am I someone who does things without certainty? The golem became impatient and quickly asked, If your Excellency is successful, do you plan on going to that place? It seems like you are also hoping that I will be successful. Li Qie stated while staring at the golem. He was met with a wry smile from the golem. I'm truly not using my disciple as a means to accomplish my goal. I watched her grow up and treated her as my daughter. Since your Excellency has given us a chance, I will have nothing to say if we fail. Nevertheless, my disciple is still my pride. She is an extraordinary child. The golem gently sighed at this point. Not bad, a stone can have a heart at times. Li Qie chuckled. Leaving Bayan City was not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, you are not as cold as a rock and instead a bit similar to a living being. Your Excellency is joking. If it wasn't for you showing mercy back then, I wouldn't have lived until this day. I would have already become a dead stone, both hard and stinky, back in the swamp. It is a blessing from you that I can be here right now. The golem said with sincerity. Li Qie waved his hand and said, No need to thank me. Back when you were trapped in the swamp, you still tried to bewitch Tun Ri. My personal decision was to pin you deeper into the swamp. Alas, Tun Ri was young and had a good heart. He spoke on your behalf, so I threw you out of it. At that time, I found immortal Emperor Tun Ri to be a talent worth cultivating, so I wanted to teach him. I didn't know that your Excellency was protecting his Dao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to try to steal your disciple even if I was 100 times more courageous. The golem coughed with an air of embarrassment. Well, it is all in the past. There's no need to be embarrassed. Today, I have come to remind you not to get in my way and hinder my plans. As for the rest, I do not care. Li Qie waved his sleeve and stood up to leave. Wait, just in case your Excellency is truly successful, do you intend on going to that place? The golem hastily inquired once more. Li Qie leered at him. It seems that you still haven't given up. Those rocks back in Bayan City will never be as stubborn as you. The golem emotionally replied. I just want to understand since we couldn't have appeared out of thin air. I want to know what kind of existence created us. We are not part of the golem or demon race, we're only carved statues. I just want to know our origin. If there were an answer in this world, it has to be at that location. Li Qie emotionlessly asked. You should know a little about that place. Do you think that you can do it? The golem pondered for a while before lifting his head and replying in a carefree manner. My knowledge is truly limited about that place. However, I know that your Excellency knows about it. In this world, only you can reach that place. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri told me that it seemed like you were the only one successful in this regard. Haha, so you met that brat Tun Ri later on. Li Qie couldn't help but chuckle. The golem coughed in response. I was working as a servant after the beast world was opened once more. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri remembered our friendship, so he came to see me once at that time. I know. Li Qie smiled. That brat Tun Ri, despite having such a domineering sobriquet, couldn't change his kindness deep down. We'll talk again once I reach there. I can't tell you the details right now. Thank you, Your Excellency. The golem bowed in excitement right away after hearing this. Li Jie gently nodded and left. As he was leaving, Mei Aonan observed him as if she wanted to see through him. After Li Jie left, only Mei Aonan and the golem were in the palace. The golem sat in his chair, dazed for a very long time. Master, what did Li Jie talk to you about? Mei Aonan was intrigued to see the golem acting this way. Her master was even more powerful than god kings. He had always been calm and rarely had such moments. After calming down, the golem looked at Mei Aonan and softly said, "Child, you will have to exert yourself during our trip to the beast world. Nothing would be better than you being successful, but if you fail, I will seal you underground away from the world." Seal? Why do I have to be sealed? Master, even if we are unsuccessful at the beast world, I still have many things I want to do in this life, like seizing the heaven's will and becoming an immortal emperor. This is my aspiration and goal. Isn't this your expectation as well? The golem gently nodded and begrudgingly spoke. Child, it is not that I have no confidence in you. In your master's eyes, you are even more brilliant than Yi Qingqing. He was gestated by countless wise sages to have this level of talent. You are only lacking time compared to him. The path for the heaven's will is long, so even against someone as supreme as him, you will still have a chance to beat him. That is a matter of course. The heaven's will is mine alone. Mei Aonan declared with utmost confidence. Naturally, she was qualified to put on such airs. She debuted later than Yi Qingqing, but her fame had already caught up to his. She was very certain of being able to beat a genius like Yi Qingqing. However, there are some things that no plans can prepare for. The golem gently sighed. In this generation, anyone who wants to compete for the heavens must give way. Not even a more exceptional genius can change this fact. Give way for whom? Mei Aonan was unconvinced. Master, I am not afraid of an even more exceptional genius. My heart is steel and I swear to seize the heaven's will. Child, I do not doubt your resolve and I also believe that you have the ability. The golem smiled wryly. But in this generation, you must give way. It is not that I want to force you, I just don't want you to die in vain. You have to dodge this generation by sealing yourself. It still wouldn't be too late to come out in the next generation and prove your Tao. Otherwise, when the heavens will appears and you participate in the war, I'm afraid your death is a foregone conclusion. Even with my personal protection, you would not be able to come out in one piece. Master, why are you so dejected? Mei Aonan had to say. Master's strength is enough to look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Plus, once I become an emperor candidate, there won't be a need to be afraid of god kings or any other geniuses as I shall sweep through the 9 worlds. God kings and emperor candidates. These things are meaningless. The golem said, once he joins the battle for the heaven's will, both of these existences will only be mere insects. He. Mei Aonan inquired. Master is talking about Li Jie? Yes, him. The golem looked up towards the sky and said, in the present times, who else but he can make me step aside? Master, why praise the enemy and lower our morale? Mei Aonan didn't think it was a big deal. Even though Li Jie has a fierce notoriety, in terms of talents, Tao heart and strength, I still believe that I can beat him. Child, you don't understand. The golem gently shook his head. You will never be able to defeat him. Since the times of the ancient Ming, no one in this world can defeat. He stopped here as he was reluctant to reveal more. Is Master talking about the ancient Ming race from the legends? Mei Aonan asked with surprise. She was very curious about what kind of conversation Li Jie had with her master to cause him to become so depressed. Child, you should know about your own Zhenlong clan. The golem explained. I trust that the elders in your clan have talked about why they choose to live in a reclusive manner. The ancestors rarely talked about this matter. They only said that in the past, our Zhenlong clan lost and was sealed by a taboo existence. From then on, we no longer wanted to come into being. Mei Aonan responded with some confusion. Yes, this is the taboo existence that your Zhenlong clan was talking about. The golem spoke slowly. After hearing this, her eyes lit up with a surging battle intent as she stated. Master, are you saying Li Jie has the legendary taboo existence as his backing? At this point, the golem begrudgingly stated. Your Excellency, for the last several million years till now, I have accepted the punishment from the city and spent countless moons to recover. Then, I expended countless efforts to find a suitable candidate. If you don't let me try and just take the beast world for your own, this is far too unfair towards me. You really have some confidence. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. Your Excellency, at least let my disciple try just one time. The golem hurriedly begged, if my disciple is successful, then this will be a great help to you in the future. She can assist you in sweeping through the 9 worlds. That is not important to me. Li Qie looked at the golem and said, however, not too many people can still recognize me in this day and age. I will also be considerate for your love of the beast world. If I don't give you a chance, then that would be too much. Very well, I am someone who does things fairly, so I'll give you a chance. Your disciple may try once. I truly appreciate your Excellency's generosity. The golem was ecstatic and quickly bowed after hearing this. However, Chapter 856. The mythical immortal emperor slaying war, you can put it that way. The golem noticed his disciple becoming more excited and couldn't help but smile. He didn't want to say more because if he revealed that Li Qie himself was the taboo existence, who knew if his fearless disciple would go to fight him or not? Then all the more reason for me to fight Li Qie. Her aura surged as if she had turned into a goddess. She powerfully exclaimed, I also want to see what is so special about the successor chosen by this so-called legendary taboo existence. Child, take a deep breath and calm your mind. War is only one part of cultivation. There's no need to be so excited. A proper expert's mind is as calm as water, even in times of war. The golem slowly lectured her after seeing the battle-ready Mei Aonan. Eventually, she took a deep breath before staring straight at the golem to speak in a solemn and firm manner. Master, I want to fight Li Qie. The golem wryly smiled. How could he not know his own disciple's personality? He gently shook his head. Child, no rush. Your weakness is your impatience and arrogance. If you don't fix them, they will be your undoing one day. Here the golem seriously stared at her and said, I know your personality. If you don't fight Li Qie, then the rest of your life will be laden with regret. However, there's no need to rush. Wait until you beat Yi Qingqing, then I will discuss a spar with him between the 2 of you. There's no need for a life and death match. Master, are you afraid that I will not be able to beat him? I can beat Yi Qingqing, so I can definitely defeat Li Qie as well. Mei Aonan was unconvinced. You are mistaken. The golem responded. Yi Qingqing is nothing compared to Li Qie. If Li Qie really wants him dead, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Mei Aonan was a newborn calf with no fear of a tiger. She couldn't help but speak. Master, you are already so powerful, but you are still so wary of this dark hand in the legends. Is this person really so scary? Scary. The golem gently shook his head after chuckling. Scary alone cannot describe him. How strong do you think your Zhenlong clan is? How strong do you think the Alchemy Kingdom is? But look at them now. Even these behemoths do not dare to come out. Outsiders might not know, but you should be aware that your clan is afraid of this dark hand. Only those who experienced the war with the divine beast realm that year would understand what hell on earth truly is. In that battle, corpses filled the heaven and earth. The stone medicine world lost its light, and even those from the other 8 worlds also trembled. They didn't dare to enter our world. The golem carefully preached. He knew that his disciple was just a little calf. He watched her grow up and hoped for her who didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth to not eventually die at the hands of Li Qie. The golem's words made her quiet. She naturally knew why her clan didn't want to come out, but in her mind, this was a shameful matter. Because of this, she left the clan and came out on her own accord. You might feel that your clan is very powerful, and you might also think that immortal emperors are invincible. The golem gently sighed, but compared to the taboo existence, even immortal emperors may not be able to. But immortal emperors really are invincible. Mei Aonan couldn't help but interject. In fact, this was common knowledge to all cultivators. At the very least, emperors were invincible in their respective generations. I know that they are unrivaled. The golem nodded. However, the taboo existence is terrifying beyond your imagination. Really? Frankly, Mei Aonan was skeptical and didn't believe that this so-called dark hand could be so frightening. The golem continued. We won't talk about how his shadow was behind so many emperors, we'll just talk about a massacre. You should know about the ancient Ming race, correct? They ruled the 9 worlds for a very long time and heralded a dark and horrible period for the world. Mei Aonan nodded. Future generations claimed that the ancient Ming was the strongest race in this world. They were far above any other race. Even the charming spirits, who are considered the favored children of the heavens, were weaker than them. Did you know? That dark and horrible period was ended by the dark hand behind the curtains. The last battle finally brought dawn to the 9 worlds. The golem paused here for a bit before solemnly continuing. Legends state that in this last battle, the Dark Hand massacred the 9 worlds and uprooted any location where the ancient Ming planted their seeds. From then on, this race ceased to exist in the 9 worlds and faded to mere history. After hearing this, she could imagine that bloody period full of carnage in her mind. Do you know the last immortal emperor of the ancient Ming era? The golem asked slowly. She nodded in response. Immortal Emperor Long Ming, an emperor rumored to have the bloodline of true dragons. Legends also stated that he had a very powerful war dragon as his mount. In principle, emperors are invincible during their generation. They are practically unkillable. However, in that last battle, you might not know this and I'm afraid very few people in this world do, but Immortal Emperor Long Ming died in that battle. His death was very miserable indeed. The golem became absent-minded after saying this. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes and had only heard about it, just thinking about the death of an immortal emperor would leave anyone quivering. Someone can actually kill an immortal emperor? Mei Aonan gasped. She felt that this was something unimaginable. In principle, it should be impossible. But alas, there is always an exception. For example, that dark hand has a method to slay an immortal emperor. Plus, immortal Emperor Ta Kong, was his heavens will not dragged out by the Black Dragon King in the end? The golem smiled wryly and continued. Emperors should be invincible. Killing one is 100 times more difficult than grooming one, but for the dark hand behind the curtains, logic is meant to be broken, do you understand? After a good while, Mei Aonan took a deep breath and looked at her master before speaking with decisiveness. Master, I still want to fight against Li Qie, regardless of the outcome. I want to see just how special the Dark Hand's disciple is. Very brave. The golem smiled and nodded his head. If you want to fight, then I can go talk with him about a spar. Of course, I still advise you to think it over. I have experienced arduous times and life and death situations. I was buried then unearthed only to be unearthed then buried again. I won't be able to live for much longer, but I should be fine for this generation. The golem solemnly said, if you want to avoid this generation, then after your burial, I will go back to my dwelling and continue to prolong my life. I'll wait until you come out again to compete for the heaven's will and send you towards that final destination. Master, the victor has yet to be decided. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Mei Aonan shook her head. She was not someone willing to seal herself in order to escape. She would rather fight to the very end. It is nothing to be ashamed of. Who is to blame for you being born at the wrong time? The golem consoled her. In the past, there was an extraordinary genius back in the mortal emperor world from the mysterious bamboo mountain. He was even more brilliant than you. Alas, he met the taboo existence and ultimately chose to avoid that generation by sealing himself. Master, I will not consider avoiding this generation for now. Mei Aonan spoke firmly. Despite the current situation, she remained full of confidence. What else could the golem say? He understood that his student was not someone that would change her mind once she made a decision. At the Heaven Hoof Ravine, the Golden Crow Prince was sitting on top of a majestic towering peak. He was in a daze while looking at the sky. At this time, he didn't have his usual dignified and prideful appearance and instead seemed a bit lost. He was defeated and fled in the battle against Jian Wushuang. For him, the physical wound was curable, but his pride was damaged beyond repair and scattered all over the place. He was naturally proud since he had both talents and skills. Moreover, he was a hard worker as well. All of these factors turned him into one of the most famous geniuses in the stone medicine world. Even though he was not comparable to Yi Qingqing, he believed that he was definitely no weaker than anyone else. Despite liking Jian Wushuang, he was still confident that she was much weaker than him. During the battle, he thought that he could use his power to suppress her then conquer her heart afterward. An arrogant phoenix like Jian Wushuang would eventually be convinced by his martial ability and develop a crush on him. From there, he would be able to bring her back home. In his view, as long as he was willing to take the time and spend the effort, he would be able to win her over. It was only a matter of time since he was so capable. However, he didn't expect to suffer complete defeat in their duel before being forced to flee. From start to finish, she didn't even use an emperor law from the Gen clan. This was a heavy blow to his self-esteem, causing him to no longer have the face to meet people. Chapter 857. The word love causes the most pain. The night was especially beautiful at the top of this peak. While the prince continued to sit there in a daze, a pretty figure drifted closer. It was the gentle Miao Chan, who was as noble and elegant as always. She was definitely a virtuous and wise beauty. After arriving, she gently looked at the prince before slowly sitting down next to him. The prince only watched the sky, not looking at Miao Chan even once. He couldn't recollect his thoughts for a while. Junior brother, winning and losing are both common occurrences for a cultivator. There is no need to worry about it. Miao Chan gently sighed after seeing her dejected junior brother. Even the most brilliant and invincible emperor had lost when they were young. For example, immortal Emperor Ta Kong had lost countless times in his life. Mu Shaodi and the Stone Dragon God had both defeated him before. But in the end, these defeats were meaningless. When you stand at the peak as an emperor to look back at the years of defeat and think about them, won't you think that they were just a part of honing yourself? The most brilliant aptitude requires experience and refinement. One can only become successful after experiencing failure. Only with a heart as tough as stone, to never be afraid of defeat and continue to face battles. Only someone with this kind of unrelenting attitude would be able to have the last laugh and become an extraordinary immortal emperor. Miao Chan consoled him like a big sister. She had always been gentle and considerate like this. It could be said that she had paid a lot for the prince's sake. However, the prince had never liked her and even tried to avoid her. The prince continued to look up at the sky as if he didn't hear her. Miao Chan looked at him and felt sad inside, but she continued her comforting. Although you lost this time, you still have the ability to fight back. Your talents are unquestionable, and you only lost because you were not well prepared. Take Patriarch Jin Shi's true fate weapon next time and use it with your 2 arts. Your power will then rise several levels. At that point, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat Jian Wushuang. No matter the occasion, she would develop a plan to protect and support him. If brother wants to fight again, I will ask the elders for permission to summon Patriarch Jin Shi's true weapon to help you, Miao Chan told the prince. Enough! The dazed prince angrily shouted at this time. I am not a child, I don't need you to make decisions for me. His shouting startled Miao Chan for a moment. She didn't have a response. I don't need your help or your pity. The prince was very emotional as he raised his voice. The things I want have always been obtained by my own abilities. This position of being the main descendant as well as the imperial weapon. I don't need your help or your concession to have everything I've gained today. Don't think that just because you gave me the descendant position that I will owe you for the rest of my life. Even if you didn't do so that year, I would have gambled it all away. I had the ability to become the Ravine's descendant. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became until he turned completely livid and shouted non-stop. He had always felt uncomfortable about this matter. Despite being the Ravine's descendant and the #1 genius, he knew very well that if Miao Chan didn't concede, it would have been hard to say who would be the best. A talent like Miao Chan left the #1 genius in the Ravine like him out of breath. And now, losing to Jian Wushuang was completely unacceptable, an affront to his haughty pride. Brother, that's not what I meant. Back during the descendant competition, your cultivation and strength were greater than mine, and the ancestors also valued you. Miao Chan quickly tried to appease him. The prince screamed once more before ignoring Miao Chan. He basically didn't listen to a single word she said as he disappeared into the horizon. Miao Chan had a dejected look as she watched his back slowly disappearing. The bitterness in her heart was difficult to describe. Why bother? After a while, another figure appeared on the peak. He came over and gently sat next to her. Daughter, this golden crow brat is not worth your effort. This person was the Ravine's master and also Miao Chan's father. Miao Chan only bitterly smiled and sat there quietly without saying anything. The Ravine master spoke. My daughter, regarding skill, ability, talents and cultivation, you are many times better than that brat. Even fighting Yi Qingqing wouldn't be a problem. Humph, if you didn't concede, that brat would just be another regular disciple unable to reach the apex. This brat does not care for your love either. You spending so much effort is not worth it at all. The master grew angrier the more he spoke. Daughter, it is not too late to change your mind. As long as you have the will to reach the top and the ambition to compete for the heaven's will, we can still push the brat down in the future. There are still many ancestors who greatly support you in the sect. Father, I don't have the will to reach the top. I only want a good ending. Miao Chan said softly. Miao Chan smiled bitterly. How can I talk about cultivation before surpassing this? The master could only sigh at this point. He only had one beloved daughter that should have displayed her greatness to become supreme in the world, but she was ruined by this golden crow brat. Daughter, you can just dump the brat and we'll go to a new place instead of staying here. As long as you don't meet him, you will eventually forget. As long as you can forget about him, I don't need to be the ravine master. We can travel to different places instead and be at ease. The master spoke with a heart full of love. Father, the ravine cannot do without you. Miao Chan gently shook her head. The ravine will still be there without me. Plus, I only have one daughter, and I don't want to see you being unhappy. The master spoke in a serious manner. As long as you can be happy, everything will be worth it. Miao Chan silently looked up at the sky. In this moment, she couldn't help but become confused. On a solitary peak, Yi Qingqing sat there leisurely. The atmosphere swayed to his will under the influence of his divine light as if there were prostrating wise sages and saints surrounding him. No matter the time or place, Yi Qingqing always had the presence of a domineering ruler. The Golden Crow Prince was seated opposite him. However, he no longer had the usual arrogant and imposing aura. He only drank one cup of wine after another as if it was mere water. He seemed so ragged and dejected that no one could connect him to the mighty descendant of the ravine, an unparalleled genius. Brother Golden Crow, there's no need to be downtrodden. There are many women in this world. There's no need to focus on just one. Yi Qingqing slowly started the conversation after seeing the prince drowning in wine. With your supreme style, as long as you are willing, countless princesses and saintesses would come into your embrace. Why bother with an unrequited love with the Gen daughter? The prince did not respond and continued to drink. He wanted to become drunk, but with his cultivation, it might not happen even if he drank a river of wine. Since we are brothers, frank yet sincere words will be spoken. I hope you don't mind. Yi Qingqing slowly spoke. In my opinion, the Gen daughter is not worth caring about. She is an arrogant and fearless girl. It is virtually impossible to tame her. I know. The prince bluntly responded with just these two words before continuing to fill his stomach with fine wine. If that's the case, then why the need to be so down like this? Yi Qingqing smiled. As for the defeat, I think that you shouldn't even worry about it. My brother, when I meet a more powerful genius in the future, perhaps I will suffer a defeat as well. Chapter 858. Yi Qingqing's scheme. His words fell on deaf ears. The prince continued to pour wine into his mouth as if being drunk was the solution to all unhappiness. His heart had been holding back great annoyances. Yi Qingqing looked at the prince's attempt to become drunk and smiled. Brother, to be honest about your situation, you already have more than enough to make anyone in the world envious. Miss Miao Chan is definitely equal to the Gen daughter in terms of beauty, talents, and intelligence. She might even be superior. And she is deeply in love with you. Don't bring her up. The prince acted like a cat with its tail stepped on. He stood up immediately and screamed. Don't talk about her and we can still drink in the same place. Okay, don't be mad. I won't mention her anymore, all right? Yi Qingqing pulled the prince's hand back and smiled. The prince grunted and sat down. Then he continued to drink gulp after gulp. Yi Qingqing looked at him and smiled. If you can't forget the Gen daughter, well, there is still an opportunity for you to win her over. What opportunity? The prince immediately let go of his wine jar and stared at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing pondered for a moment before speaking. It isn't that I don't want to tell you, but if I run my mouth and Miss Miao Chan finds out, then it won't be very good for me. I don't need her to get involved with my business. The prince shouted. He was already trying his best to suppress his anger. Otherwise, he would have erupted completely in a furor. The prince coldly said after seeing Yi Qingqing's hesitation, Brother Yi, are we still brothers? If we are, then just say it. Okay, well, Don't be angry and don't tell Miss Miao-chan that this is my idea. This way, she won't think that I am advising you to chase after the Jian daughter. If she finds out, she'll think that I am trying to separate you two. At that time, I won't be able to wash away the suspicion even if I jump into a river. Yi Qingqing hurriedly replied. The prince coldly spoke. Who says that we are a pair? There's nothing between us. Yi Qingqing smiled and slowly explained. The truth is that it is not impossible for you to win Jian Wushuang over. She is an arrogant and proud person. In order to win her over, it is as simple as being more powerful than her. Why is it that she is together with Li Qie? This is because of his notoriety and how he challenged the alchemy kingdom. This is exactly to her liking. Li Qie. The prince gritted his teeth after hearing this name. Just the thought of Li Qie being together with Jian Wushuang left him mad with jealousy. Winning her heart is very simple. First, defeat Li Qie. Second, kill Li Qie. This is to break the illusion of his invincibility in her heart, and also to end her crush. Yi Qingqing explained. The prince became silent upon hearing this. Ah, brother Golden Crow, there's no need to underestimate yourself and overestimate the enemy. Yi Qingqing encouraged. In fact, you have fused arts from two different houses and are well versed in both. Even I might not be able to hold you back. Your loss this time was simply due to being too confident. If you try again with sufficient preparations, no one will be able to stop you. The prince was indeed musing this thought. The defeat he suffered at the hands of Jian Wushuang indeed left his confidence in shambles, filling his heart with doubts. Brother, just think about it. Your loss was definitely due to a lack of preparations. You didn't even bring an imperial weapon, so you fought the Jian daughter with your bare hands. Of course you were at a disadvantage. Yi Qingqing comforted and cheered him on. That is true. The prince's eyes lit up under the influence of the alcohol and Yi Qingqing's support. Yi Qingqing continued. You have finished cultivating the supreme arts of Immortal Emperor Jin. She then fused it with your own clan's techniques. In my opinion, if you take along Immortal Emperor Jin Shi's true weapon and use it with your emperor arts, then who can stop your might? I definitely won't be your match when that weapon is in your hands. Yi Qingqing sincerely pointed the way. The buzzed eyes of the prince became brighter and brighter. At this point, his body once again emitted the rays of a sun. In fact, Yi Qingqing's method was no different from Miao Chan's, but the prince didn't want to listen to Miao Chan at all. If brother can persuade the ancestors from your sect and take out the emperor's true weapon, then along with sufficient preparations, it would be child's play to kill him. Yi Qingqing advised. At the moment of his death, the Jian daughter will be sad and vulnerable. Then if you show yourself in a positive light and conquer her, wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? For a proud girl like her, the more powerful and dominating you are, the more she will like you. Once the prince started to listen carefully, Yi Qingqing successfully bewitched him. The prince snorted and hatefully said, Humph, that geezer Miao will not let me summon the imperial true treasure. Recently, the ravine master had been annoyed with him. In his opinion, the master was making things difficult for him was on purpose. The master was afraid that he would become the future ravine master and steal the power from him. He also believed that the ravine master would not be willing to abdicate. This isn't a problem at all. Yi Qingqing smiled. As long as you have a good conversation with Miss Miao Chan, her influence at the ravine will surely get the elders and ancestors to listen to her suggestion. I don't need her help. The prince coldly spoke. Plus, she is not the only influential person in the ravine. The one in power is not a girl like her but our Golden Crow tribe. That's right. Yi Qingqing quickly smiled. Who doesn't know that the Golden Crow tribe is the strongest demon race in the beast realm and that it is the true pillar of the ravine? Such words were very pleasant to the prince, so he quietly nodded. Yi Qingqing smilingly said, If brother still thinks that this isn't enough, then I can also lend you a hand. What other ideas do you have? The prince quickly inquired. He considered Yi Qingqing a mentor as well as a brother that he could trust with his life. Due to this, he had absolute confidence in Yi Qingqing's words. Yi Qingqing answered, The origin of the Golden Crow tribe comes from the refined fire of the sun. Coincidentally, I have a secret law that can stimulate this fire. If you use it, it will double your hidden potential or maybe even increase it tenfold. By that point, even if Li Qie was much stronger, he would still only be walking towards his death. This doesn't feel right. How can a secret law from the Stone Edge Kingdom be passed to an outsider? The prince shook his head. Yi Qingqing smiled. Brother is misunderstanding me. I found this secret law by chance, so it does not belong to my kingdom. You and I are brothers, so why are you being so reserved? As long as it helps you kill Li Qie, I will be in full support of you. One secret law is nothing. Brother Yi is showing so much love. I have no words to express my gratitude. Just let me know what I can do in the future if you ever require my assistance. The prince said gratefully. Brother Golden Crow, such words are too polite. I'm not an outsider. Yi Qingqing laughed and patted the prince's shoulder. After accepting the secret law, the prince quickly bade his farewell. Before leaving, he added, although that geezer Miao won't give me the emperor's true treasure, my tribe has its own supreme treasure. Wait until I bring it out. I will definitely kill Li Qie myself. At the time when you are about to act, I will personally come to cheer you on. Yi Qingqing smiled and said with a very sincere attitude. This was a huge showing of brotherly love. After watching the prince walk into the distance, Yi Qingqing withdrew his eyes and smirked. After a while, the cloud-soaring venerable came in and asked, Young noble, do you think the Golden Crow Prince will be successful? Successful. Yi Qingqing shook his head. Impossible, he is only going to his death. If Li Qie can be killed so easily, the Alchemy Kingdom wouldn't have let him act as he pleased. Then didn't young noble just lose a secret law? The venerable asked. Yi Qingqing confidently answered, just one secret law is nothing. If the prince dies, then Li Qie will be in trouble. The Golden Crow tribe would definitely not let it go. With its influence at the ravine will definitely start a war against Li Qie. The sky will shake when that time comes. Once the prince is dead as well, Yi Qingqing's eyes turned serious as he sneered. Miao Chan will be inconsolable from grief and might even try to find Li Qie to risk it all. I actually want to see just how powerful the real #1 genius of that ravine truly is. If she dies, then it is one less thing for me to worry about. It would be foolish not to do something that can result in having one less rival. Great thinking, young noble. This action is killing two birds with one arrow. Even if Li Qie has more means, he wouldn't be able to escape from your palm. The venerable couldn't help but praise. His words fell on deaf ears. The prince continued to pour wine into his mouth as if being drunk was the solution to all unhappiness. His heart had been holding back great annoyances. Yi Qingqing looked at the prince's attempt to become drunk and smiled. Brother, to be honest about your situation, you already have more than enough to make anyone in the world envious. Miss Miao Chan is definitely equal to the Jian daughter in terms of beauty, talents, and intelligence. She might even be superior. And she is deeply in love with you. Don't bring her up. The prince acted like a cat with its tail stepped on. He stood up immediately and screamed. Don't talk about her and we can still drink in the same place. Okay, don't be mad. I won't mention her anymore, all right? Yi Qingqing pulled the prince's hand back and smiled. The prince grunted and sat down. Then he continued to drink gulp after gulp. Yi Qingqing looked at him and smiled. If you can't forget the Jian daughter, well, there is still an opportunity for you to win her over. What opportunity? Chapter 859. Opening of the Beast World. At this point, Yi Qingqing looked over at the far horizon and spoke with a tinge of emotion. What a shame. Such a supreme girl like Miao Chan, what an amazing woman. Perfect in both intelligence and might, virtuous and gentle on top of that. It is every man's dream to marry a girl like that. Alas, this Golden Crow is just trash in the end. What a waste of an innate gift. Yi Qingqing snorted. If Golden Crow and Miao Chan marries and works together, then I would be quite wary of them. Their combination would definitely be incredible. Unfortunately, Golden Crow does not value this at all. Miao Chan is indeed extraordinary. Despite not having any fame, she is definitely no lesser than the others. The venerable said. All of this will be a thing of the past. After the prince dies, even if Miao Chan doesn't go to Li Qie for revenge, she will most likely be heartbroken and live in seclusion from then on. She won't be any threat to me at that time. It seemed like Yi Qingqing had calculated all of this beforehand. After a while, Yi Qingqing stopped gazing and ordered the venerable. Go tell my first brother that I am ready to challenge Mei Aonan to avenge third brother's death. Young noble is trying to. The venerable was caught off guard. He understood what kind of man his master was after all. Yi Qingqing explained. Of course I'm not letting you go just to tell him this. You should embellish the details so that when I challenge her, my first brother will command the 18 young celestials to sweep through the imperial edge. It is time for them to become famous. He continued. As for how to accomplish this, there should be no need for me to tell you. Don't worry, young noble. At that time, the 9-head lion emperor and the 18 young celestials will definitely attack the imperial edge. Leave this to me. The venerable responded. Very good. I trust you. I will lead Mei Aonan away during that moment. Yi Qingqing nodded. After she leaves, the imperial edge will be a snake without its head. Our troops will easily sweep through it without any resistance. The venerable added with certainty. Venerable, you think too lightly of our enemies. Yi Qingqing shook his head. If we can sweep through the imperial edge just like that, do you think I would have let Mei Aonan do as she pleased until now? If she was so easily dealt with, she would be unworthy of becoming my rival. Young noble is saying? The venerable hesitated for a moment before speaking his mind. Could it be that young noble wants the 18 young celestials to go to their deaths? He immediately paused at this point. This is called sacrifice. Yi Qingqing insipidly said. There must be gains and losses in order to achieve something great. The time to end this will be after the Beast World's conclusion. And the same goes for the Jianlong clan and all the other imperial lineages. At that time, I will sit on my throne, unshakable by anyone. On that day, no matter who they might be or the sex that they come from, they will have to retreat before me. No one can block my path towards becoming an immortal emperor. His eyes turned ferocious after declaring his ambition. I understand. The venerable's eyes lit up. So to say, if the 18 young celestials die to the imperial edge, then those 18 great powers and imperial lineages would not let this go. We can blame this on the Jianlong clan. At that time, young noble can raise your banner and call for these powers to fight against the Jianlong clan. Venerable, your strategic vision does align with my own. However, you are still missing something. Yi Qingqing smiled. This is only one of the goals. The real aim is to test the bottom line of the Jianlong clan. Once we find out its threshold, the same can be applied to the Alchemy Kingdom and the Beastmaster Citadel. If the Jianlong clan does not come out, then where will the difficulty be? As for the Heaven Hoof Ravine, I can easily lead them by the nose. Having said that, his eyes narrowed. If the Jianlong clan comes out. I heard that there is a legendary taboo existence that will bring about a sect-destroying disaster should this be the case. I actually want to see just how bloody that scene of carnage will be. Very wise, young noble. The venerable was in complete admiration. I wonder when young noble will destroy Li Qie? Don't worry, Li Qie and Mei Aonan or anyone else for that matter. They will not have a chance to leave the beast world alive. Yi Qingqing snorted. Without my permission, no one can. The beast world is my hunting ground. A frightening murderous glare flashed across his eyes after stating this. Rest assured, young noble, I will go see the 9-head lion emperor right now. The young celestials will definitely appear at that time. The venerable patted his chest and guaranteed his success. Go. Yi Qingqing nodded his head. He was very confident in the venerable's abilities. Boom! The entire heavenly ruins shook. The beast world finally appeared before the eagerly waiting crowd. All the experts guarding the perimeter immediately stood up in excitement. Its arrival signaled an endless light from within the portal. Countless bright particles shot into the sky and illuminated everything. Even the sun up high was eclipsed. Eventually, the divine light dispersed and the portal stabilized, no longer shooting out any participles. One could faintly see the shape of the Bayan beast world through the portal. It is here, let's go. Suddenly, everyone turned crazy and scrambled forward like a flood towards the door. All the experts in the ruins were ecstatic and rushed forward. No one was willing to fall behind. After all, who would want to miss a great opportunity like the Bayan beast world? Some sects even wanted to obtain a supreme divine stone. Each time this place appeared, some people would manage to dig up some amazing items. For example, legendary immortal medicines, secret laws from an archaic era, or even immemorial weapons that belonged to gods. The most sensational time was when the Alchemy Kingdom obtained a divine stone. Legends told that in that moment, the beast world underwent a great and shocking change. There were no detailed records about that specific alteration, But many people in the future knew that this divine stone fell down during that moment. Later on, this stone became enlightened in the Tao and shouldered the heaven's will to become an invincible emperor. This was the second emperor of the Alchemy Kingdom. Immortal Emperor by Sure. There were triumphant returnees and people who died miserably inside every time the beast world appeared. Some sects were even decimated completely, but no matter what, nothing could stop people from jumping into this area. Everyone wanted to be the lucky ones that obtained the greatest fortune inside. After the portal was stabilized, Lichia smiled and told the group, "We'll also enter. Good stuff is waiting for us inside." "Are we not waiting for Fairy Ming?" Madame Ziyan asked. She knew that her young master had plans to go with Ming Yeshua together to the beast world. "We'll go in first. I'll take you guys to a few places. As for Yeshua, I'll take her to Bayan City after making arrangements for everyone else." Li Chia shook his head in response. "Haha, smelly Chia, I also want to go to Bayan City." Long Jingxian was much bolder than the others. She immediately latched onto him and grinned. "No, you will go together with Wu Shuang." Li Chia glanced at the pestering girl and shook his head. What do you mean by that?" Her big round eyes glared at him as she held her hips and said, "On what basis does Ming Yeshua get to go to the city and not me? Is she prettier than me? Is she more charming than me?" Li Chia pinched her nose and said, "Little Pepper, stop acting up on me. I am bringing Yeshua to the city not for any treasures. The city itself is her fortune, understand? Forget it. I don't believe you. Legends state that Bayan City has the biggest fortune. Immortal items from Bayan." She glared at Li Chia for a bit. "Don't try to fool someone young like me." Li Chia continued to pinch her nose. "No bargaining, I won't take you to Bayan City." "Humph, what's so special about it? I don't want to go anyway." Long Jingxian proudly leered at him before speaking. "Smelly Chia, even if I don't go to the city, I still don't want to go with this Jian girl." Jian Wushuang coldly glared at her too and said with disdain, "Who wants to go together with you? I should be the unhappy one." "Bah, you think I want to?" Long Jingxian retorted with haste. "I would rather go with some random street dog or cat before going with you." Whenever these two started their tantrum, the rest of the group snuck away to avoid trouble. "Okay, you two stop arguing." Li Chia interrupted them. "I said the two of you would go together. No more this or that." Only Li Chia could stop these two. They had no choice but to close their mouths after seeing his glare. Long Jingxian immediately pulled his arm and sat next to him. She bowed her head like a little wife who had been wronged and softly spoke. "I'll listen to husband." This sudden change was still new to Madame Ziyan, leaving her completely speechless. This change of heart was way too fast. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang only snorted and looked at her contemptuously as Long Jingxian continued to act intimately with Li Chia while provocatively stealing glances at Jian Wushuang. Eventually, Jian Wushuang just decided to stop looking at her altogether. Chapter 860. The magical Bayan beast world. The Imperial Draco Bull continued to slowly pull the carriage towards the portal. The madam held the reins while Li Chia lazily lied down inside accompanied by Jian Wushuang. The four-eyed basilisk and the old turtle followed right behind them. As for Long Jingxian, this hot little pepper couldn't sit still. She rode her kuei and shouted with excitement. "Kill! Bayan beast world, this young lady is coming. All of the treasures here will belong to me." With that, she rushed to the front with her mount. Many cultivators quickly retreated at the sight of the carriage. No one dared to bar their path. Li Chia the Fierce. Who didn't know and understand the meaning of this title? Massacring countless victims, one phrase to annihilate multiple sects. Who would dare to provoke a monster like this? They could only stand from afar and watch. Just earlier, they were scrambling to enter like a flood. However, when Li Chia's carriage slowly inched forward, everyone stepped back to make a path so that Li Chia could enter first. They didn't wish to see this monster become angry and cause blood to spurt every 3 steps. It would be too much of a waste to die at his hands before obtaining any treasures. Some were also both jealous and envious at this scene. To have a great demon king like the madam personally holding the reins as well as having Jian Wushuang as a companion. One was a demon king, the ruler of a country. The other was the Jian clan's golden daughter, someone renowned through the world who was as arrogant as a phoenix. Today, Li Chia had both of them as his friends. Such treatment was without equal. Even Yi Qingqing didn't enjoy such treatment. Many young male cultivators yearned for this. If they could have this in their lives, then it would be fine even if they couldn't become immortal emperor. The world changed the moment one set foot inside the portal. It was a different world, a very ancient world. A breeze filled with archaic vicissitudes immediately assaulted the newcomers. Next was a wild and ferocious air. One would be startled the moment they entered. This was a primal world with ferocious beasts. It seemed that this place had existed for a very long time. It was a paradise for monsters. While gazing towards the far distance from the entrance, one could see rolling hills with rivers running right between them. A desolate scene appeared before everyone. One could faintly hear the roars of tigers and dragons. After looking even further inside, they would find cities and pavilions ravaged by the merciless flow of time. It seemed that there were signs of humans in the distance. After entering the beast world, Lichia looked around and stated, "Well, the stopping point is right here this time. Bayan Beast World. One of the 6 great immortal ancestral Earths." After arriving, even some hidden ancestors from the great powers stood up and exclaimed with excitement. The Beast World was one of the 6 ancestral Earths from the legends. It was even more dangerous compared to the 12 forbidden burial grounds. No one knew its origin. There was one theory that continued to be passed down that stated that this type of ancestral Earth was a heavenly grotto left behind from the era of the Immortals. Thus, they were named Immortal Ancestral Earths. If the treasures are here, we can't afford to miss out. Some cultivators immediately composed themselves and rushed towards this quiet village. Other experts didn't want to miss this rare chance either, so they followed right after them. All of these greedy experts wanted the treasures inside. Bang! A gigantic fist came out of nowhere. The first wave of cultivators rushing into the village didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into a pulp. Bang, bang, bang. The earth shook. A gigantic stone monkey climbed out from the ground inside the village and immediately unleashed a flurry of fists to kill all of these invaders. Die! Of course, the incoming wave of cultivators couldn't back off. They shouted and lunged at the monkey. In just a split second, rays from treasures soared to the sky as many laws went forth. In the end, their combination attack was able to kill this stone monkey and they successfully stormed into the village. "My treasures, here I come." One cultivator immediately rushed towards a house inside the village. Boom! He pounded on the door but he couldn't open it. It was as if this door was able to stop all outsiders from intruding. Open! However, one of them didn't give up and activated his merit law to unleash a barrage of attacks onto this door. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful his treasures might be, they couldn't touch the door. An elder from his sect shouted, "Idiot, feel and understand the transformations of the laws within these buildings." The elder placed his hand on the door as waves of universal laws entered the door like flowing water. After a while, the door was unlocked and opened with a clacking sound. This elder jumped inside without any hesitation. Others tried to follow, but they were blocked right at the doorway. Other people quickly copied the elder's actions. They also poured their universal laws into the door. Sure enough, not long after, many of them were successful. Many more clicking sounds were heard with doors opening as they rushed inside. There were also those who failed to open any doors after all kinds of attempts. These people only grunted and left to try at a different house. Screams came out not long after some cultivators entered these buildings. No one knew what they encountered inside. No one came out from these doors with screams after a long time, so everyone was certain that these intruders had died inside. The Imperial Draco Bull continued to slowly drag the carriage towards the portal. The madam held the reins while Li Chia lazily lied down inside with Jian Wushuang as his company. The four-eyed basilisk and the old turtle followed right behind them. As for Long Jingxian, this hot little pepper couldn't sit still. She rode her kuei and shouted with excitement, "Kill! Bayan Beast World, this young lady is coming. All of the treasures here will belong to me." With that, she rushed to the front with her mount. Many cultivators nearly quickly retreated at the carriage's sight. No one dared to stop their path. Li Chia the Fierce. Who didn't know and understand the meaning of this title? Massacring countless victims, one phrase to annihilate multiple sects. Who would dare to provoke a monster like this? They could only stand from afar and watch. Just earlier, they were scrambling to get inside like a flood. However, when Li Chia's carriage slowly inched forward, Everyone stepped back to make a path so that Li Qie could enter first. They didn't wish to see this monster become angry and cause blood to spurt every 3 steps. It would be too much of a waste to die to his hands before obtaining any treasures. Chapter 861. Fortunes and creations. As many cultivators rushed into the village, the great powers with some real abilities had no interest in this type of little village and continued forward. Not long after, someone found an old city further on the path. This city was huge with the gate shut tight, not allowing anyone to enter. The most frightening part was that it was protected by a gigantic and ferocious heavenly serpent. There is a city up ahead. This discovery quickly spread everywhere. The experts came in droves. A few of them found a new village, but they decided to abandon it completely to run towards the city. Their sect master decisively made the decision to forego this new village and brought his sect's disciples to the city before declaring, "From the writings, the more buildings there are, the more extraordinary the fortune inside will be, if one can successfully enter, that is. Everyone, keep your focus. If we manage to succeed, we will be able to revitalize our sect. It is up to our generation to achieve greatness." Rumors regarding the greater fortunes inside the city attracted more sects and cultivators. In just a short period of time, the city was completely surrounded. However, the serpent guarding this place was truly powerful. It spread out a lightning field that rendered this land untraversable. In the end, a few great powers decided to work together. Some ancestors personally took action and paid a huge price to kill this serpent in order to enter the city. As the majority of people were busy finding new villages and cities, Li Qie looked towards a certain direction. After deciding on the coordinates, he told them, "We'll go this way." The carriage brought the group across rivers and hills away from the other cultivators towards a different direction. Along the way, they met many ferocious beasts. However, there was no need for Li Qie to take action. Long Jingxian cried out and rode her kuei into battle. After a series of explosions, she made short work of these beasts and trampled them back into mud. This little pepper was simply too fierce. Her overbearing attitude caused the four-eyed basilisk and others to click their tongues in amazement. "Jian Wushuang, do you dare to see which of us can kill more beasts?" She aggressively challenged her rival. Jian Wushuang snorted and didn't say anything back. She simply flew into the sky and raised both of her hands to summon her bow. An arrow formation was ready to unleash its torment on the field. It locked onto one beast after another to begin a massacre. How could Long Jingxian willingly lose to Jian Wushuang? She also let out a battle cry, "Kill!" She rode her kuei with reckless abandon towards the front with a crazed and powerful momentum. "Never mess with them, never mess with them." The four-eyed basilisk and turtle ran away. It was better to watch these two generals from a distance because there was a danger to their lives if they were involved. Li Qie wryly smiled while shaking his head after watching the two girls killing everywhere. Once enraged, the two of them could destroy even the firmament. Li Qie's carriage continued on before stopping in front of a little valley. Inside this valley were a few cottages as if someone had built them by chance for a short stay. Li Qie took a quick glance at these cottages, then told the basilisk and turtle, "Basilisk, you and the old turtle will stay here." The turtle naturally had no objections. He would listen to all of Li Qie's orders. Meanwhile, the basilisk put on a writhing expression. He unwillingly came over and spoke slowly. "Boss, I thought we were going to a city or something. What kind of fortune can be found here in this tiny valley?" His appearance made it very clear that he was unwilling. Li Qie glanced at him in response. "Who says we were going to a city? This place belongs to you and the old turtle now. Look over this place well. Don't come to see me if you don't get any results." The basilisk spoke with a pained expression. But I heard that cities have even more incredible fortunes." Li Qie coldly glared at him. "Who says that bigger fortunes are inside the cities? These are rumors. There are more buildings inside these cities, so opportunities will naturally be more abundant. And as for the fortune after becoming the city master, it is indeed great, but not just anyone can grab this fortune. How many secrets of the Bayan beast world can a bunch of commoners know?" Li Qie stared at the basilisk and stated, "You think I am playing you by taking you to this place? Haha, this lowly one gets it." The basilisk turned happy after hearing this. His expression changed faster than the wind itself as he began his slew of flattery. "Boss is supreme. Boss' decision must be wise and intelligent. Stop sucking up and scram. Li Qie ordered. Also, take care of the old turtle. Do not bully him or else I'll kick you to the edge of the world. Of course, of course. The basilisk became obedient all of a sudden. He mused a bit before asking Li Qie with a smile. Boss, this place, are there ferocious beasts guarding this place? Ha ha, boss. You should show off your might and kill these beasts with your wondrous abilities. Scram. What's the point of carrying those treasures with you then? Li Qie said. If you want to be lazy, then give the old turtle your treasures. Hee hee, I'm just kidding. The basilisk laughed awkwardly. Let us go. Li Qie ignored the basilisk and threw him off with the old turtle before leaving. Shit, what the hell is this thing? Why is it so difficult? Not long after Li Qie's group left, the frightened scream of the basilisk came from behind. While everyone was risking their lives to enter the beast world, the Imperial Edge continued to float in the sky. It wasn't in a rush to enter. Click, clack, click. At this time, the sound of a horse carriage galloping crushed the sky. It echoed across the world while carrying a strange and imposing rhythm like a hammer beating against the hearts of the listeners. The carriage eventually appeared before everyone while emitting a blinding golden light. Each ray of this golden light resembled a sword piercing the sky. This carriage was made from solar divine steel, an extremely rare and precious type of metal. There were carvings of true dragons and phoenixes on top of it. They were very animated as if they were able to come to life at any moment. A green flood dragon was pulling the carriage. It was 1,000,000 years old and the air it breathed out contained a draconic aura that resembled rains and storms. This aura swept through thousands of miles, blowing away all the clouds in its path. The driver was a heavenly king, but this was not the scary part. The carriage emitted the auras of sages and saints as if they were protecting it. Under the power of these great ones, anyone who tried to hinder the carriage's path would instantly be annihilated. There was a young man sitting in the carriage. Handsome was not the right word to describe him as he remained seated in a carefree manner. However, this carefree attitude carried the aura of a ruler. It seemed that everything around this young man became insignificant. No geniuses or masters could enter his sight. There was an immemorial power around his body as if no matter where he went, he would always be the ruler capable of issuing commands. A young man like this would be the center of attention no matter where he went. The cultivators that wanted to enter the beast world immediately stopped after seeing this young man. Someone immediately cried out, Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing. This name was able to shake the scene. The words caused a storm to rise. Such a name carried endless charisma. Countless people would be moved by this name, no matter if they were young or old. Yi Qingqing, the current #1 genius of this generation. Just how great was this title? It was a title yearned for by all. He had never lost since he came to seek the Tao, no matter if it was against other imperial descendants or experts from the previous generations. In recent years, even more young challengers came to fight him. The most famous among them was the Golden Crow Prince, the 9-head Lion Emperor, and young noble Pei Yu. More than half of the 18 geniuses that later formed the Young Celestials had challenged him as well. Even someone as strong as the prince and as overbearing as the Lion Emperor was not equal to Yi Qingqing. Moreover, these geniuses were won over by Yi Qingqing's supreme charisma. They were even willing to join under his banner to work for him. A few experts from the previous generation also tried to suppress Yi Qingqing, such as the 8-arm ancestor and the anti-current monarch. However, they all failed and eventually joined his camp as well. The older experts stood up after seeing his arrival. As for the younger generation, they were in awe and admiration of this man who held the prestigious title of being #1. This was their dream and aspiration. Yi Qingqing was the idol of the young cultivators, someone they struggled to reach one day. The current #1 is finally here. Someone murmured after seeing Yi Qingqing's carriage. The carriage continued to move while Yi Qingqing leisurely stayed seated inside. It seemed as if he would always be confident no matter the time or place. Eventually, it stopped and Yi Qingqing stood up. The world seemed to revolve around his actions. It was as if he could affect the entire heavenly ruins. With the lift of a finger, he could reverse the stars in the sky. Chapter 862. 18 young celestials. Many people right outside the entrance couldn't help but hold their breaths after seeing him stand. This feeling became stronger when he looked towards the Imperial Edge in the distance. Their hearts jumped after having a vague guess of what he wanted to do. Yi Qingqing stared at the imperial edge and exclaimed, "Daoist Mei, come out." No matter the occasion, he always had a supreme style, both royal and elegant. This style forced even his enemies to admire him. It was definitely not just a pretense. In fact, there was no way of replicating this graceful act in the first place. At this time, the crowd became quite eager. Celestial being Yi Qingqing and Imperial Edge Mei Aonan were the geniuses at the pinnacle of this world. They were considered the best candidates for the imperial throne. Both had great fame, so there were many past scuffles between their groups. However, a direct confrontation between them had yet to happen. The cultivators present forgot about entering the beast world since they felt that a great battle was approaching. Yi Qingqing. Mei Aonan appeared outside of the imperial edge. She was still sitting on her chair. As a woman, she had no signs of softness and instead exuded a tyrannical aura. Many people forgot that she was a woman since they were overwhelmed by her aura. She resembled a natural-born emperor high and above in her throne, capable of terrorizing the world. The two geniuses had finally met. Moreover, their temperaments were completely different. Yi Qingqing was able to charm the world while Mei Aonan overwhelmed it. If, say, Yi Qingqing was a supremely wise saint, then Mei Aonan was one who would eventually become a dominating emperor one day. "I heard you wanted to test me. I have been waiting here for a very long time." She remained up high in the sky and looked down coldly, even with disdain, on this so-called number one of the current generation. Those who were lucky enough to watch this unraveling scene did not dare to underestimate Mei Aonan despite knowing of Yi Qingqing's prestige. Mei Aonan came from the Jianlong clan. Thus she was destined for greatness. She also had a prideful arrogance that couldn't be found in others. She chose to leave the clan to forge her own path. Not just anyone could have made such a domineering decision. "My brotherly ties were molded with blood. You killed my third brother, so if I do not obtain vengeance, how can I ever set foot on this world again?" Even when Yi Qingqing wanted to fight, he was still elegant and royal as if he couldn't be stained by the mundanity of this world. The crowd glanced at each other after hearing this. Some understood that this would be a fight to the death since Yi Qingqing would not forgive Mei Aonan killing the celestial array young king. To be willing to die for a brother. "I would have no regrets in life if I can become brothers with a man like Yi Qingqing." Many people became emotional after seeing Yi Qingqing's attempt for retribution. They were amazed at his loyalty and camaraderie. At the very least, the younger generation was very envious. In their eyes, it would be a privilege to become brothers with a loyal man like Yi Qingqing. "That's right, we, the 18 young celestials, support Brother Yi. We will have revenge for the young king." A thunderous voice came from the horizon. A series of loud explosions occurred, followed by the appearance of many standards. 18 cavalry legions appeared with huge armies right behind them that had an extremely grand momentum. This army immediately rushed before everyone. The crowd was aghast after seeing this army that resembled a flood. It had an unstoppable sharpness. The 18 young men at their head were all prodigies of this generation. Their blood energy soared into the sky. These were men capable of looking down on other heroes no matter the occasion due to their great skills. The 18 young celestials and their sex. Many people were startled to see these cavalries. Almost anyone would most likely give way before such a force. So a bunch of nobodies decided to show up. "Juniors of such a level dare to stand before me?" Mei Aonan only glanced once at this great army without a care. The 18 young celestials were all prodigies in the eyes of the world. They couldn't help but glare at Mei Aonan after they were put down like this. They were all descendants from great powers. Some were even from imperial lineages. Many weren't convinced of Yi Qingqing and had challenged him before. Later on, they lost to Yi Qingqing and were moved by his charisma. They willingly formed an army and called themselves the 18 young celestials. They commanded the armies from their sex and were willing to support Yi Qingqing. They viewed Yi Qingqing as their pride and claimed that if he wanted to compete for the heaven's will, they would open the path and fight the rest of the world for him. Mei Aonan, such audacious words. "Do you think you are invincible? I shall have my revenge for my third brother." A loud and clear voice resounded at this time like the roar of a lion that instilled fear deep into the hearts of many. A middle-aged man came from the sky. This person had the head of a lion, so it was clear that he was a lion demon. There were also 8 images of lion heads around his body, seemingly capable of devouring the world and tearing apart all enemies. The nine-head lion emperor. Someone emotionally exclaimed after seeing this man. If the emperor is here, then the millions of lion demons should be arriving soon too. Before Yi Qingqing emerged into the world, there was once a genius of the demonic Tao. He had swept through the stone medicine world with no rival in the younger generation. Later on, he called himself the nine-head lion emperor. Coming from the ancient lion kingdom, his forefather was a terrifying demon. Later on, this demon joined together with a true god, and the kingdom came from their offspring. It had a cavalry that numbered in the millions who had swept through the world in the past, causing many great powers to tremble. Some even said that this was the most powerful demon lineage outside of imperial lineages. Later on, Yi Qingqing appeared and actually defeated the nine-head lion emperor. The always arrogant emperor was won over by Yi Qingqing, and they eventually made an oath of brotherhood. Just you. Mei Aonan glanced at the emperor while sitting imperiously on her throne. Nine-head, your trivial talents are not worth mentioning. It is not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that you are simply here to humiliate yourself. Either come fight me together with Yi Qingqing or come with those 18 nobodies. After I take care of all of you, it still won't be late for me to fight Yi Qingqing. Such words made everyone gasp. Her intention of fighting everyone alone was truly too domineering. Perhaps only she was this tyrannical among the younger generation. An expert from the previous generation emotionally exclaimed, "A man should be like Yi Qingqing and a woman should be like Mei Aonan. Despite being a woman, she is no weaker than any man. Mei Aonan, if you want a group fight, then my million lion demons are ready to meet you at any time." The Lion Emperor was once a famous genius. He wouldn't be threatened by just one phrase from Mei Aonan. Mei Aonan stood up with both hands crossed in front of her chest and looked down at the world without missing a single detail. She loomed over the emperor and leisurely laughed. "Nine-head, do not boast about your million demons here. This kind of threat means nothing to me. Do you really think your army can scare people? In the present times, lineages like the Alchemy Kingdom choose not to come into being. Otherwise, your nonsensical group of cats would barely be considered anything. A few god monarchs can intrude on your ancient lion kingdom as easily as flipping their hand." "Good, Mei Aonan, my kingdom challenges you then." The Lion Emperor snorted and declared his challenge. "Okay, you and the 18 young celestials can come together. I will kill all of you and then destroy your kingdom." Mei Aonan sneered. "How presumptuous. Brothers, let's go." The 18 youths could no longer bear it. They were descendants of great powers as well as famous geniuses. Even if they were not as great as Yi Qingqing, their fame still echoed across this world. Today, Mei Aonan treated them like nothing, so how could they not become furious? With a loud roar, the 18 lunged towards Mei Aonan. As geniuses, their combined power could be imagined. Spears shattered the void and sabers split the sky along with treasure pagodas capable of sealing even gods themselves. Such power left people trembling. This great of a force was willing to work for Yi Qingqing. Just how incredible was this? Only a group of insects not knowing their own strength. Mei Aonan didn't even bother looking at the approaching force. After making this comment, a shield appeared in her left hand. Boom! This one shield was able to suppress gods and devils. Its attack caused the firmaments to molder and the stars to lose their brilliance. With a supreme momentum, her attack came crashing down. Treasures and weapons were blown away one after another. The 18 young celestials were immediately blown flying. Some crazily spewed out blood while others had broken heads. The crisp sounds of bones breaking were heard by everyone. So overbearing and invincible. Her one attack easily defeated the 18 youths. Everyone had to take a deep breath at this performance. "Don't get cocky." The Lion Emperor snorted. The 8 lion heads around his body roared and came biting towards her. They opened their mouths and absorbed the power of the stars, causing the sky to darken. Only an insignificant art. Mei Aonan didn't bother looking at the Lion Emperor either. With a clank, the divine sword behind her back left its sheath. Chapter 863. The proud Mei Aonan. The unsheathed sword unleashed a ray that covered the entire continent. It could decapitate gods and annihilate the stars without a trace. Countless people lost their minds under this one peerless sword that could be considered invincible. 8 lion heads fell after this sword fell. Although they were only images and not real lion heads, the Lion Emperor still took several thumping steps backward. Her shield was unstoppable and her sword was unmatched. Everyone was shocked after seeing this since her power far exceeded their imaginations. Everyone knew that her fame was about to overcome Yi Qingqing's own, but who would have thought that her strength had reached the level of killing virtuous paragons? They felt a chill after seeing just her first attack. Without an imperial weapon, any heavenly king that provoked her would only be courting death. A bunch of nobodies dares to compete against me? Mei Aonan looked at the 18 young celestials and the Lion Emperor in disdain before sneering at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing, it seems like you are nothing special either. You think these nobodies can be your generals and sweep through the world for you? You're going to attempt to seize the heavens' will with them by your side? You are simply a frog at the bottom of a well. You think the geniuses in the rest of the 9 worlds are all trash? Her tyrannical and contemptuous words made others speechless. However, no one dared to deny her as she was qualified to make such a statement. Taoist Mei, enough talk. Yi Qingqing flew forward at this time in a gallant manner as if he was about to transcend this world. The sky matched his rhythm while the celestials circled him. Meanwhile, the 18 young celestials were both angry and ashamed. Although they went back to their armies, they couldn't help but glare hatefully at Mei Aonan while gritting their teeth. They swore to never let this humiliation go unpunished. Yi Qingqing floated to the same level as Mei Aonan and slowly spoke. The young celestials are my close friends. To be able to fight with them is my pride and glory. To be able to know them is my fortune. You humiliating them is the same as humiliating me. The angry youths were shaken after hearing this. It was their glory to be backed by Yi Qingqing like this. Your blabbering is an annoyance. Mei Aonan interrupted him with a disdainful glance which made the 18 youths even angrier. She didn't only humiliate them but also their pride, Yi Qingqing. She coldly glanced at him and spoke. Yi Qingqing, a stone like you is considered your kingdom's defining treasure, someone that has experienced countless cultivation hours and heard the preachings from generations of wise sages. But in the end, you are still only at the lowest tier. Your title of being number 1 only came about from pathetic tricks to win people over. In order to reach the Grand Tao, one can only fight and defeat the 9 worlds, to never speak the word defeat. This is how one competes for the heaven's will. Yi Qingqing, I am not looking down on you, but you simply aren't qualified to compete against me. You're only a villain who bewitches others. If such a person can become an immortal emperor, then immortal emperors are worthless. These caustic and domineering words silenced the crowd. This was too much swagger. One of the young celestials was not happy about Mei Aonan's insult on their relationship with Yi Qingqing and retorted. Pa, you want to try and ruin our ties with Brother Yi? Mei Aonan ignored this youth. In her eyes, these 18 were not on the same level as her. Yi Qingqing remained calm as he shook his head. Taoist Mei, these words are too much. To be able to have friends all over the world, real friends who do not mind dying for your sake. It doesn't matter if it's becoming a mortal emperor or any other noteworthy accomplishment. I can only say that I have no regrets due to all the friends and brothers I have made so far. Yi Qingqing was cool-headed against the extreme Mei Aonan. His attitude and temperament as well as character left many people feeling deep admiration for him. The 18 celestials were touched by these words. No matter the occasion, Yi Qingqing always had their back. They would be more than willing to jump into a raging inferno for a brother like him. Enough talk, come and fight. Mei Aonan proudly stood there with a divine sword in one hand and a shield in the other. She was in high spirits while her aura soared into the sky. She gave off the impression that she was an emperor protecting a heavenly kingdom. Her sword could massacre an army of millions while her shield could withstand the onslaught of countless cavalries. Mei Aonan was the embodiment of domineering and arrogance. This was a wondrous woman aiming to reach the heaven's will. No one would care about her supreme beauty when she stood in the sky. The only thing they could see was a domineering emperor. Very well, let me experience your supreme arts then. Yi Qingqing widened his eyes, causing the sky to light up. The blinding brilliance of his gaze caused the world to pale. The chants of saints and sages came about once more along with many strange images emerging from behind him. There were preaching god-kings and immortals with countless living beings in prostration. Each image carried an immemorial power as if they were their own separate worlds. The auras from these existences suppressed the entire area. People began to tremble after seeing all of these different images. Yi Qingqing seemed to be the center of the world. Since the start of time, Saints and sages had always surrounded him while other living beings offered their pious worship. Just how terrifying was this power and protection that caused others to shiver in fear? The defining stone of the Stony Edge Kingdom experienced numerous empowerments from virtuous paragons and even the preaching of god monarchs as well as the worship of their citizens. Even an ancestor from a great power was startled by Yi Qingqing's invincible images. Yi Qingqing didn't need to make a move. These images alone could kill many enemies, even paragons, while he freely stood there. Even those who had fought him before still quivered in front of these images. They ensured his position of invincibility in the current generation. As the divine stone, Yi Qingqing was preached to by the strongest paragons from his kingdom, including supreme god monarchs. Moreover, generations of citizens worshipped and offered him their power. Thus he was strengthened by the blood energy of an entire kingdom. Eventually, the high heavens felt this and he, in his divine stone form, finally gained life. And thus, an ultimate genius was born. Each image behind him represented a great paragon who had empowered him. Some might even be god kings. This was why the younger generation and even veterans from the previous generation couldn't defeat him. These images alone could crush all opponents. The blessing of the wise sages, right? Mei Aonan only snorted in the face of his invincible aura without a care. You're only relying on the power of those from the previous generations. You aren't much more than this. With that, she began to walk forward while opening a fate palace with each step. 11 fate palaces. Someone shouted in horror as her palaces soared to the top of her head. Her palaces in the sky resembled a heavenly kingdom that could look down on the rest of the world. Meanwhile, she was its emperor with full control of her citizens. 9 deserves utmost veneration, 10 embodies extreme perfection, 11 creates a miracle across the eons, and 12 decides the immortal emperor's throne. Even someone from the previous generation emotionally murmured after seeing her fate palaces. Since time immemorial, very few were able to achieve 11 palaces. This was indeed very rare. There were only records of a very few cultivators who had achieved this. It is hard to not be arrogant while having 11 palaces. Those who didn't like Mei Aonan were completely defeated at this point. 11 palaces could outshine all other geniuses. Even Yi Qingqing might not have 11 palaces. Yi Qingqing praised, "Incredible, but I have already expected this." At this point, he turned serious. There was no doubt that she was definitely a great rival. Come. Mei Aonan soared to the sky and unleashed a fierce attack. With the turn of Yi Qingqing's palm, one image behind him emitted a bright light accompanied by a god monarch that reached out towards Mei Aonan to imprison her. However, she paid it no mind. Her shield pushed forward. Boom! Under the power of the 11 palaces, the shield lit up and actually managed to repel the hand of this god monarch. This was as tyrannical as possible. Taoist Mei, let us refrain from hurting the innocent. Come to space and fight me. Yi Qingqing turned around and instantly made his way beyond the sky's dome into space with his peerless movement technique. Yi Qingqing maintained his charisma even in times of war, causing others to be quite moved. Without a doubt, he truly had the charm to swooning others. Space then, do your worst. Mei Aonan proudly stepped away from the imperial edge and headed into space to fight Yi Qingqing. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows in mid-air before completely disappearing into space. The unsheathed sword unleashed a ray that covered the entire continent. It could decapitate gods and annihilate the stars without a trace. Countless people lost their minds under this one peerless sword that could be considered invincible. 8 lion heads fell after this sword came down. Although they were only images and not real lion heads, the Lion Emperor still took several thumping steps backward. Her shield was unstoppable and her sword was unmatched. Everyone was shocked after seeing this since her power far exceeded their imaginations. Everyone knew that her fame was about to overcome Yi Qingqing's own, but who would have thought that her strength had reached the level of killing virtuous paragons? They felt a chill after seeing just her first attack. Without an imperial weapon, any heavenly king that provoked her would only be courting death. Chapter 864. A handsome man as cold as ice. The majority of the crowd eventually regained their composure a long time after seeing Mei Aonan and Yi Qingqing disappear into the sky. A few great characters lost their patience and even gave up on entering the beast world. They surged into the sky in order to enter space. It was very beneficial for these big shots to watch the fight with their own eyes. A fight between supreme geniuses could spark a new enlightenment. Such comprehension would allow them to further understand their own merit laws, to break the chains and venture to the next level. Soon after, the 9-head lion emperor also followed them into space, leaving behind the 18 young celestials. These 18 youths glanced at each other, and one of them spoke in a serious manner. A life for a life. The demonic Imperial Edge has killed many of our brothers and friends from the Celestial Array School, so they must pay with their lives. A different youth screamed, "That's right, blood for blood. The demons from the Imperial Edge must pay with their lives. Kill, for the Celestial Array School." Another celestial youth rushed forward on his horse with many experts right behind him. Kill, vengeance for the school. The 18 youths quickly began their march towards the Imperial Edge. Their armies rushed forward like an unstoppable flood. Thunderous hymns filled the sky. Treasures and weapons began to assault the Imperial Edge with their mighty and ferocious power. The 18 young celestials and their armies seemed to be able to sink the continent. The sudden attack astounded many spectators. They didn't expect the young celestials to attack right away with all of their forces. This is insane. Are they trying to break all pretenses already? Everyone was horrified by this sudden attack. Although Yi Qingqing and Mei Aonan's fight was unavoidable due to the competition for the Heaven's Will, sex normally wouldn't interfere between these geniuses. To mobilize armies for the sake of destroying the other would cause too much hate. However, the 18 youths chose to do so. Their order to attack was no different from dragging their own sex into this war. Nevertheless, they didn't do so without any prior planning. Although they were furious from Mei Aonan's contemptuous words earlier, they had a clear strategy. Naturally, their sects were wary of Mei Aonan. Although everyone knew that she left the Jianlong clan to establish her own power, she was ultimately one of their disciples, a part of the clan. The 18 powers did not necessarily want to fight against a sect with 3 emperors for Yi Qingqing's sake. However, the young celestials were hot-headed. Under the urging of the cloud-soaring venerable, they decided to take action in the heat of the moment. Their goal was to attack the floating continent while Yi Qingqing and Mei Aonan fought each other. They were confident about destroying the continent when they battled alongside their armies. After destroying the Imperial Edge, their fame would ring in the ears of everyone in the world. This was to build a solid foundation for their future. Thus, the positions of the 18 generals beneath the future immortal emperor would eventually fall into their laps. Rumble. The continuous rumbling continued as the armies marched on. Next were series of shrill screams. Pitiful shrieks reverberated across the sky, making it clear that the battle had begun. Can the Imperial Edge withstand the onslaught of this flood-like cavalry? Someone murmured right outside of the beast world after hearing the screams. In many spectators' minds, the forces of the 18 sects led by the young celestials could sweep through a lineage. Although the Imperial Edge was powerful, it was not necessarily able to withstand this torrential onslaught. A sharp howl echoed through the air as if a terrible war was taking place within. Someone recognized this scream and startlingly exclaimed, "What? That's the voice of a young celestial." Boom, boom, boom. At this second, the galloping of the cavalries became chaotic. The shocked spectators saw several hundred riders escaping from the continent. The leaders of the pack were 3 young men with hundreds of riders right behind them. There were many heavenly kings in the group. These 3 are part of the young celestials. The crowd was astounded at this new development. The 3 young celestials and the riders were covered in blood and injuries. They looked tattered as they escaped. It was apparent that they had met a formidable enemy. A dragon roar resounded across the battlefield the moment these young celestials escaped from the continent. A huge dragon flew out from within. It was completely clear as if it was made from ice. The 3 youths and the riders were scared out of their minds after seeing this dragon taking flight. It caught up to them in an instant and swung its claws. A whirlpool of blood erupted along with horrifying screams. Several hundred riders were massacred instantly. No, 2 of the 3 youths had their chests pierced by the claws and died on the spot. Eventually, the huge dragon disappeared with a flash. The last of the 3 young celestials was captured alive and gripped by their neck up high in the air. At this time, people finally saw the person floating in the sky with one hand grasping the young celestial's neck, coldly glaring at him. It was a young man dressed in a robe that was even whiter than snow. A cloak hid his tall stature while he emitted a chilling aura. He was handsome to the point of being a bit demonic, almost resembling a girl. People would believe it if they were told that he was a woman in disguise. I am from an imperial lineage. The youth hanging by the neck lost his mind from fear at this moment and shrieked. Pluff! Blood spurted everywhere. The other young man didn't listen to him and stabbed his chest with one hand, killing him on the spot. The young man then threw away this body like a piece of trash and slowly wiped the blood from his hand with a snow-white handkerchief. He casually threw the cloth away as well when he was done. The blood-stained pattern on the white cloth resembled a peony in full bloom. It was especially beautiful as it fluttered down to the ground. He coldly glared at the group, then turned around and went back inside the Imperial Edge. Even though he was gone, the group couldn't forget those cold and emotionless pupils. They felt a cold chill running down their spines the moment his glare swept over them. From start to finish, he didn't say a single word, yet he left behind an indelible impression. After the young man went back inside, the Imperial Edge regained its quiet as all the screams subsided, as if the battle had concluded. The 18 young Celestials and their armies were completely annihilated. Someone finally realized something and murmured with a cold chill. Although no one saw how this fight unraveled, they understood that it was possible that this young man was the only one who took action from the Imperial Edge's side. One person to annihilate an entire army. Just how frightening was this? Everyone quivered after thinking about this and felt that this young man was simply too terrifying. Just who is that young man? Many experts from the previous generation couldn't recognize him. Such a powerful and terrifying youth couldn't be anonymous. Icebound young noble, Mei Xueqi. An old man from the Stone Realm with great ties to the Jianlong clan calmed down after his trembling and murmured. The Jianlong clan's descendant, Mei Aonan's older brother. Very few people in the stone medicine world had heard of this name. Perhaps this was the first time they came across it. However, the words Jianlong clan's descendant shook everyone's mind. This clan had 3 emperors, so even though the icebound young noble, Mei Xueqi, was previously unknown, just the fact that he was its descendant was more than enough to astound people. Despite the fact that the clan had always kept a low profile, their descendant showed that he was definitely not a weak and useless person. They must have unbelievable strength to win the position of being the main descendant. Someone couldn't quell their curiosity and asked this old man, just how strong can this icebound young noble be? The old man pondered for a bit before gently shaking his head. I don't know either. I've only met him once. Very few people actually understand the Jianlong clan's situation. The crowd was disappointed after hearing this. Everyone knew about the notorious Mei Aonan who swept over the world and that she came from the Jianlong clan. However, the truth was that they understood very little about her. No one knew her position within the clan or who her parents were, and especially not why she left the clan to form her own force. Boom! With a loud blast, the Imperial Edge actually rose out of the first firmament to reach outer space. Someone saw the disappearing continent and asked, the Imperial Edge went to spectate as well, should we go too? Not me. I heard someone has found Bayan City, so I'm going in. A few rushed into the beast world instead. Many composed themselves right afterward and quickly entered the beast world as well. Only a few traveled to space to watch the fight. The majority of the crowd eventually regained their composure a long time after seeing Mei Aonan and Yi Qingqing disappear into the sky. A few great characters lost their patience and even gave up on entering the beast world. They surged into the sky in order to enter space. It was very beneficial for these big shots to watch the fight with their own eyes. A fight between supreme geniuses could spark a new enlightenment. Such comprehension would allow them to further understand their own merit laws, to break the chains and venture to the next level. Soon after, the 9-head lion emperor also followed them into space, leaving behind the 18 young celestials. These 18 youths glanced at each other, and one of them spoke in a serious manner. A life for a life. The demonic Imperial Edge has killed many of our brothers and friends from the Celestial Array School, so they must pay with their lives. A different youth screamed, that's right, blood for blood. The demons from the Imperial Edge must pay with their lives. Kill, for the Celestial Array School. Chapter 865. Divine Monastery. The carriage slowly crossed hills and streams for miles and miles in this silent world. It seemed that there was only the grinding of the wheels. No, there was also the shouting coming from Long Jingxian. Li Qie's group continued to move in an indiscernible direction. They were only following Li Qie's whim. Along the way, Despite meeting many ferocious beasts, Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian easily dispatched them. Long Jingxian didn't mind wasting blood energy. This little pepper, once enraged, was like an unstoppable dragon. They went through a few villages and cities without any inhabitants. Despite the passage of millions of years, they retained their original pristine condition. Fierce beasts protected these lands without any inhabitants, creating a creepy scene. Just imagine, no one lived inside the beast world, yet there were so many villages and cities. Such a thing would make others think twice and shiver. Long Jingxian continued to shout after going through these places since she wanted to rush in for the treasures. However, Li Qie denied all of her requests, resulting in her becoming even louder. She was very unsatisfied with Li Qie. Eventually, the carriage stopped in front of a bamboo forest. This place was completely silent. The forest was lush and had running streams, giving others the feeling that they had transcended. There was a lone bamboo cottage in this place. There was nothing else, making it feel like there could be a seclusive immortal living inside. Li Qie looked at the bamboo cottage and told the madam, "Ziyan, go inside, this place is right for you." She didn't say another word and descended from the carriage before walking towards the hut. Once she got close, a phoenix cry could be heard. A green phoenix flew down from the forest and blocked her path. It was carved from jade and exuded an oppressive spirit energy. Each of its feathers emitted the horrifying power of the Grand Tao. Without a doubt, this creature was extremely powerful. "We'll gather at Bayan City later." Li Qie glanced at the bird and didn't provide assistance. He only told the madam where they would meet before leaving. Since the madam stayed behind, Jian Wushuang became the new driver for Li Qie as they trod forward under his leadership. Long Jingxian curiously asked, "Smelly Qie, there are so many villages and cities here, so why are there no people?" "There's not even a single person. It's not like there are no traces of people here." Li Qie gently shook his head and smiled. "In fact, there are many living creatures in Bayan City. However, these life forms are different from us. They rely on the power of the city to hibernate. To put it simply, they are unstained by mundane life." "But what about outside of Bayan City?" Long Jingxian gave him a look and asked, "If, say, there is no one in the beast world, then who created these cities and villages? Their existence must mean that people had been living here before." Li Qie chuckled. "This is related to the origin of the beast world, but I'm afraid no one knows the exact details and reasons. This is due to how this place was founded in an archaic time. It is far too old for research. Some people even speculated that this place has existed since before the old desolate era. Perhaps it's even older than the legendary era." "Bah, it's fine if you don't want to say it. There's no need to trick me." Long Jingxian gave Li Qie a dirty look. This little pepper was very dissatisfied since she wasn't so easily fooled. She knew that Li Qie definitely knew a thing or two. It's just that he didn't want to tell her. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. He looked at her and said, "Little girl, since you are a natural-born immortal fate, you should be destined for greatness. You first set foot in the beast world quite a while ago now. Have you sensed a location that is different from the others?" She tilted her head a bit and pondered carefully for a while before speaking. "Yes, there's a fluctuation of beastly energy. It feels that there is a great power here, ferocious and tyrannical as if there exists a divine beast." This little girl, you are wasting your talents." Li Qie was somewhat at a loss from her answer and gently shook his head. "What you're sensing is correct, but don't forget, you should be able to gain far more than just this if you actually take the time to try with your immortal fate." No one could compare to her peerless immortal fate and talents. Alas, she only wanted to play around instead of searching for enlightenment. Otherwise, an honest effort from her would definitely yield a frightening harvest. "Don't blame this on me, you clearly don't want to tell me." She glared at him and pouted. "Okay, if you want to learn more secrets, you will have to listen to me. I'll slowly tell you more in the future." Li Qie smilingly replied. Rehabilitating this little girl couldn't be done in 1 or 2 days. He needed to take his time. What's so special about this land? I don't care for it anyway." She spoke with disdain, but despite her words, she listened to him very well in the coming days. Eventually, Li Qie brought Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian to a different location. This place was dreary and far more desolate than the other locations in the beast world. There were neither cities nor villages here. However, a solitary temple could be found on top of this desolate area. It survived the withering of countless years. A majestic aura could be felt permeating the air as one neared this temple. It seemed to be even more ancient than the villages and cities in the beast world. One could say that this temple dated back to the beginning of the beast world itself. Why did you take us here? Long Jingxian glanced at the divine temple and spoke. Humph, if this place only has treasures and merit laws, then forget it. Our long journey will have been boring if it is for treasures and laws. Although others yearned for treasures and laws, Long Jingxian simply didn't care for them. She had a lot of treasures and countless emperor laws. He looked at her and said, Little girl, if you weren't a natural-born immortal fate and if Wushuang wasn't someone I valued, I definitely wouldn't take you two to this place. Don't look down on this temple as it precedes even the beast world. Don't think that Bayan City is the only place of creations. A few things require one's own strokes of fortune. What items are inside? Such words piqued Long Jingxian's interest, prompting her immediate inquiry. Li Qie gently shook his head. There are no important items in here. It can even be said that this doesn't even matter. The crucial thing here is, he paused and pointed at his heart before continuing to speak, perseverance and training through the tribulations with one's Tao heart. Li Qie went on, if both of you can pass through this temple, the rewards in the form of treasures will no longer matter since you will have transformed. You will gain an extraordinary heart that allows you to calmly meditate and become enlightened. He gazed at them and spoke in all seriousness. I didn't bring you two here for any treasures but for the training within. Later on, feel free to argue and fight with each other. However, there must be a congeniality between the two of you. You must be able to rely on each other in life or death situations, a harmony forged through ice and fire. Humph, I don't want to. Who says I want to fight together with Jian Wushuang? Long Jingxian was not very happy. It is not up to you to decide. Li Qie put on a solemn expression. If you want to travel the world with me, then you have to be together with Jian Wushuang. Yes, your talents are incredible, but Wushuang still has many aspects that you need to learn from. At the same time, Wushuang can also comprehend things from you that she wouldn't be able to otherwise. Your comprehension is as great as an immortal's, but you do not have an undaunting and persistent Tao heart like her. I'll give both of you a serious piece of advice. Li Qie had a rare moment of austerity. If you two don't work together, you will not be able to traverse this temple. Without trust and teamwork, you will definitely perish. If this is the outcome, I will be very disappointed. Fine, we'll team up then. Long Jingxian finally yielded. Humph, I'll just handle the loss and let Jian Wushuang bask in my radiance. Jian Wushuang only glared at her. She didn't bother arguing this time. Li Qie gently caressed her hair and said, Go, you two must trust each other. Jingxian will be very beneficial to you, allowing you to learn many new things. This training session is a requirement for your future. In the future, you will need someone you can trust as you ride into battle. You need to learn how to trust others. She had always been proud and aggressive, thus she had no friends outside of the elders in her family. It was likely that no one else had earned her trust besides Li Qie. He purposefully let these two go together since only Long Jingxian could earn the trust of someone as arrogant as Wushuang. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter her sight. Wushuang didn't say anything and just coolly descended from the carriage. Ladies, try hard. If you can come out alive, then you will understand in the future that no one in this world can stop the combination of you two. Li Qie smiled and rode away in his carriage. Chapter 866. Unbeatable Legion. After leaving the temple, the carriage continued on. Li Qie continued on alone for an unknown amount of time, as if he wanted to reach the end of the beast world. Eventually, the lone man and carriage climbed to a high plateau. In this place the mountain range reached straight into the sky. The hills were like giant guardians protecting this location. Anyone who could reach this plateau would be shaken by the majestic scenery ahead. This was the place closest to the sky. However, the scenery was not the only reason for astonishment. The other was the fact that the entire area was completely sealed. This place was broad, containing countless mountains. Someone had laid an eternal framework in this place, a framework with numerous powerful laws nailed into the ground. Each mountain had been refined, causing the entire plateau to become one that was rooted in the deepest location of the beast world. It was as if this place was connected to the most mysterious location of the realm. All the mysticisms of the beast world were sealed in this plateau. This framework was unbelievable with its untouchable seals and supreme existences guarding it. Even an immortal emperor might not be able to break through this place. Li Qie stood before the plateau with all kinds of feelings in his heart. This place shouldered the greatest glory. It had the most powerful legion in this world buried beneath its soil, a slumbering force that had once protected the human race. Here lied a legion that had bathed the 9 worlds in blood. Here lied a cavalry capable of trampling all things. Here, an invincible army that could shake even immortal emperors could be found. Li Qie sighed softly and opened his mind. In the deepest part of his sea of memories, mysterious and magical immortal emperor laws derived and transformed themselves. Eventually, they became a supreme amnesty decree. Buzz. This supreme decree hovered above his head. The most profound Tao runes emerged and continued to spread, forming an ocean. Crash. A bronze bridge emerged in the sky over the plateau, under Li Qie's feet. This bridge could only be activated with the amnesty decree that belonged to Li Qie. Li Qie drove his carriage on top of the bridge towards the depths of the plateau. One could see the panorama from above the bridge. This place was very steep and dangerous without any signs of life. Such a place was where Li Qie chose to spend countless efforts sealing after destroying the divine beast realm. Later on, Empress Hong Tian blessed and graced this place with her protection. Li Qie sealed his most powerful force here along with his crowning glory. At the end of the bronze bridge was a palace that occupied the deepest location of the plateau on the highest and most majestic peak. This palace had withstood countless moons, as if it had been there since the beginning of the heaven and earth. Clank. The bronze doors slowly opened as Li Qie arrived in his carriage. They closed once more after he went inside. It seemed that the door broke all ties with the outside world, even the ties of time. Inside the palace was a different scenery. Bright sunlight directly shone down from above as if this was heaven itself. A fountain could be found in the center of the palace. However, it was not gushing out water but an indispensable and thick worldly energy. The energy here was ancient as if it had been here since time immemorial. However, this was not the craziest part. Countless natural treasures surrounded this fountain, including incredible immortal stones and jades as well as exceedingly rare fate metals. These ores were full of a vibrant life force. This rich life force cultivated the existences here to offset the erosion of time. They piled on like mountains. Just a single piece appearing in the outside world would drive everyone crazy. It would definitely result in a bloody competition between experts. This palace was huge. Outside of the central fountain and the piles of ore was a throne at the highest peak. This throne emitted a matchless aura, as if only the most powerful immortal monarch would be able to sit here. Others were simply unqualified. Around the throne were countless bronze coffins. Each of them was wrapped in a large amount of blood era stones to offset the passage of time. Li Qie got down from his carriage and slowly made his way into this palace. Eventually, he sat down on this supreme throne. Since the start of time, only he was eligible to sit down on this throne. Click! A series of heavy sounds rang out. The coffins here all slowly opened the moment Li Qie sat on the throne. There were bronze statues inside each of the numerous coffins. All of them had different shapes and expressions. It was as if each was cast from the most ancient of bronze ingots, cold and tough without any signs of life. No need for formalities. Time has not been merciful, so continue to slumber. Li Qie glanced at these statues as if he was counting his soldiers and generals. With more clanking sounds, these coffins closed up. From beginning to end, Li Qie was the only one who talked. He leaned back on his throne, though it was unknown whether it was from fatigue or from returning to his realm, but he was finally able to relax. He closed his eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep. Since the start of time, he had sat in this throne far too long. The entire chamber was quiet as if time had come to a standstill in this frozen space. After some time, Li Qie finally opened his eyes to look at the coffins before him. He became quite sentimental and heaved a sigh. This sigh contained too many emotions: weariness, helplessness, and an indescribable melancholy. I'm also tired. 4 tens of millions of years during this long journey, I was fortunate to have all of you with me as we fought against the 9 worlds and massacred myriad realms. He emotionally said, "Massacre, yes. So many years have passed and I have nearly forgotten about those bloody days. Throughout the river of time, people have called me the dark hand behind the curtains while others cursed me as the myriad races butcher. Some even considered me to be a devil. I didn't care for any of this. The only thing that mattered to me was those by my side, those who continued to grow older one after another, those who died on the battlefield for my sake. No matter what, at least I still have all of you who are continuing to accompany me to the very end. Li Qie bitterly smiled after thinking about the suffering throughout the ages. But no matter what, just like our bold claim of the past, we shall fight to the very end, and we shall pierce the sky. In the end, only we alone shall stand at the apex of the myriad worlds. Only we alone shall be the last men smiling. Throughout history, how many have lost their heads and how many people rose to fight again and again? We had no lack of immortal emperors and immortal monarchs in our invincible legions on this torturous and heroic path. At this point, Li Qie's eyes began to emit a blinding light as a supreme aura erupted from his body. He became a paragon of the ages. In this place, his untouchable aura had awakened. We shall take this journey all the way to the end. We will never falter and never speak the word defeat. His dominating voice echoed in the chamber. In this generation, we will fight to the very last man. No matter how tragic this war will be, the victor shall be us. His powerful speech echoed across the quiet chamber. The only listeners were the bronze statues lying in their coffins. Li Qie continued to sit in his throne quietly, a throne that even god-kings looked up to with reverence. Unknowingly, the corners of Li Qie's eyes became moist. No one saw this scene. There were only the quiet statues here with Li Qie. For ages, he was immortal and had obtained many things. However, this only meant that he had also lost more than anyone else. He became numb even to separations and final goodbyes. However, who knew that the always tough and tyrannical Li Qie who looked down on everything, had buried countless emotions, memories, and sorrows in the deepest parts of his heart and mind. There was only numbness after the endless suffering. Eventually, he chose to laugh at the world. His life was destined to be domineering and strong. He must carry himself freely and be true to his thoughts. He sat here for a very long time. If possible, he wanted to stay here for the rest of his life. If there existed a home for him in this world, then this place would be considered one of them. Here, there were generals and soldiers that had fought at his side for generations with unrelenting loyalty. It wouldn't be bad to stay with them here for an eternity. Alas, he eventually stood up and gently sighed. I have to go now, but I will be back. The day when we brave warriors come into being shall be the day our war begins. Our steps will never cease. We will fight to the end, until even the high heavens is destroyed. With that, he turned away and resolutely left. He didn't want to turn around since he was afraid of not being able to bear it. Despite traveling far from the palace, he still didn't turn back. He was afraid that he would shed tears. No one knew that in this place lied an invincible legion that had bathed the 9 worlds in blood. Its name was the Brave Tiger Legion. This name had frightened the courage and souls out of many existences and lineages. Chapter 867. Bayan City. Someone found Bayan City. This explosive news spread right as more sects were rushing into the beast world. All of them poured towards the city since they wanted to enter. Bayan City, wow. Maybe we will be able to get its treasures. Anyone would frantically rush for the city after hearing this news. Common sects and the ancestors of great powers who knew a little about the beast world were excited as well since Bayan City was the source of many legends. One stated that the divine beast realm's rise had a lot to do with the city. It further explained that the beast realm could maintain their hegemony for several generations due to their control over the city. Even though no one knew whether these legends were true or not, one thing was absolutely certain. The story about Immortal Emperor Bai Shi. At that time, a divine stone fell from the beast world and was picked up by the alchemy kingdom. In the end, it became an immortal emperor with the title of Bai Shi, lording over the 9 worlds. This divine stone was from Bayan City. Thus, cultivators crazily rushed to Bayan City in hopes of treasures. Some sects craved for a divine stone as well. Perhaps they would be able to groom it into an immortal emperor in the future. Bayan City was a huge stone city that towered all the way into the sky. It resembled a gigantic behemoth. After seeing its appearance, anyone would know that this was the center and source of the beast world. There were many brown rocks made from unknown materials that rendered the city completely impenetrable. Its walls couldn't be scaled either. The doors were closed shut. There were no guardian beasts here, but the closed entrance stopped everyone outside. All the crazed cultivators here had no way of entering. No matter what they tried, they couldn't open these doors. Even the ancestors found no success. They attempted to attack it with great weapons as well, but all was for naught. Why won't the gates open? Everyone was anxious at this moment since no one could enter despite finding the city. They could only look on from in front of the gate. We need the Bayan immortal rod in order to open the city. Eventually, a very ancient ancestor on the verge of death revealed this secret after seeing the city. The Bayan immortal rod? What is that? Many people had never heard of such a thing. The dying ancestor spoke. According to the records of my kingdom, the beast world does not come out by itself and needs to be summoned. The Bayan immortal rod is the tool for this summoning. Legends told that for generations till now, this rod would change masters, but for some unknown reason, when the divine beast realm came into possession of it, they were able to keep it, thus allowing the realm to control the beast world for several generations. The ancestor coughed here before continuing. Later on, the beast realm was destroyed and the rod disappeared. No one was able to find it, so the beast world ceased to appear until now. This revelation puzzled many people because no one knew who summoned the beast world. Who is the summoner? In a flash, everyone glanced around to find this unknown summoner. Someone couldn't help but say, perhaps the summoner is in this crowd right now. Stand out and open the city so that everyone can get to the good stuff. Yes, open the city. No one will try to take your rod. A big shot spoke as well. An ancestor from a great power even voiced a vow. Open the city and I will make sure that no one will try to take your rod. In just a moment, many people agreed with this suggestion and began to echo the sentiment. More great powers quickly assured that they wouldn't try to seize the rod. However, no one stood out to open the city. This made everyone dejected. They couldn't even think about entering the city without the immortal rod. While the entire crowd was quite downtrodden, a keen eye saw a carriage in the distance and whispered, "Fierce is here." Instantly, countless people turned around to look at the carriage that was slowly inching closer. Li Qie was sitting in the carriage in a lazy manner as if he was still drowsy. Everyone quickly made a path for the carriage. No one dared to block him. Who would want to annoy this brute who would destroy sex and kingdom so quickly? Let alone offend him. No one would even dare to stand before him. Offending someone like this was definitely seeking disaster. A single misstep might escalate into a sect-destroying calamity. Li Qie arrived before the gate. He slowly took out a bronze item that resembled a rod yet wasn't, and raised it into the air. The Bayan immortal rod. The old ancestor stood up in shock after seeing the item in Li Qie's hand. The Bayan immortal rod. Many cultivators in front of the gate were astounded as they stared at the item in his hand. Of course, no one dared to have any funny thoughts towards Li Qie or his possessions. The example of the Tomb Skull sex group was still fresh in their minds. Who would want to take something from Li Qie? Zzz. The rod suddenly changed and became a pair of bronze gloves that covered both of his hands. Squeak. He pushed the gate while wearing the gloves, causing the doors to slowly open. Everyone quietly watched the scene play out. No one dared to rush forward before Li Qie had entered. After he went inside, everyone finally swarmed into the city like a broken beehive. They were shocked by the scene inside. Bayan City was gigantic. It was probably even bigger than the biggest city in the stone medicine world. It was very orderly with millions of pavilions and buildings. Every single one of them was made from the same brown rocks as well. Because of this, there was a seamless feel to the city as if it was all just a single piece. It wouldn't be inaccurate to say that it was just a big piece of rock artfully carved into this form. There were no signs of life in this huge city either. Not even an insect, let alone a human. The difference between this city and the other cities and villages is that there were many stone statues scattered on the streets and sidewalks. They had different appearances and expressions. Moreover, there was a vivid feel to them as if all of them were fine works of art. The intruders were attracted by these statues. Some completely marveled. Just who was it that expended so much effort to carve so many different statues? Li Qie maintained a fast pace after entering the city. He continued without pausing. Eventually, he made it to a very large stone mansion. This was the master mansion of the city. A huge statue was situated on top of this mansion. It was the divine beast Bayan. It was very animated and seemed like it could come to life at any moment to stomp on all existences in its sight. Nothing was more than a mere ant before its might. The mansion gates were closed as Li Qie came closer. He gently knocked on the gate while wearing the bronze gloves and spoke. "I am here." With a series of heavy squeaks, the gate slowly opened. Li Qie stepped inside and the gate closed once more. The main hall of the mansion was dark with statues standing guard on both sides. Each of them was different. Some were standing, some were squatting, and some were even sitting on chairs. One could only hear Li Qie's slow and light footsteps in this dark and silent hall. He eventually made it to the end of this lobby. There were tables and benches along with statues situated around them. Li Qie's gaze fell onto the stone wall at the end of the hall. There was a huge painting drawn on this wall. It had spirited mountains and rivers in the midst of an endless space. At that place within the painting, it seemed that there was a boundless force with energy gushing from inside. A closer look would show that this seemed to be real and not just a painting. The endless space inside seemed to be hiding countless great secrets. Li Qie struggled to look away and murmured, "Immemorial secrets, yearned for by so many that wanted to become the lord of this place." With that, he sat on a stone bench. Then, he looked around at the statues and dismissively said, "After so many years, I finally managed to come again. Can't I get a better reception than this?" The entire hall remained silent. No one answered him. Li Qie smiled and his hands that wore the bronze gloves began to change once more. Eventually, they turned into a crow mark that imprinted itself on the stone desk. Then, Li Qie shot out a universal law from his mind, causing the entire desk to light up, lighting the hall. "Your Excellency Dark Crow, long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you." A voice came from a dark and obscured corner of the hall. Chapter 868. Golems in Bayan City. The beast world was devoid of life and living creatures, and this was even more true for Bayan City. So now, a voice coming out of nowhere in this chamber would horrify any timid person. A golem came out from a dark corner, the place where the voice came from. This golem wasn't too different from the other statues. The main discerning characteristic was that there was a divine crest on its head. It was exactly the same one as the crest on Mei Aonan's master. Li Qie glanced at this golem and spoke. "Even after millions of years, all of you are still the same. Just a bunch of rocks without any humanity at all. Your Excellency is funny. We are not living beings or golems, so we naturally wouldn't have any emotions." The golem sat down opposite to Li Qie. One of these stones accomplished something that all future descendants knew about: becoming immortal emperor by sure. This particular stone was obtained by the Alchemy Kingdom after flying out of the beast world. "It is fine if I don't enter, but my condition is very simple. I shall be in charge this time. Only 2 people chosen by me will be allowed inside. As for the others, I don't care for their fortunes, they will not enter." Li Qie uttered slowly. This time, his expression was completely serious. From looking at his expression, the golem realized that Li Qie did not come here to negotiate. He awkwardly asked, "Your Excellency, our beast world was sealed for so long. Must we wait for another generation?" "Is that so? You're truly underestimating me." Li Qie smiled. "Do you think the people I nominate won't be able to succeed? Do you think there is someone else in the world who understands this place better than me?" "Your Excellency, you are saying?" The initially helpless golem became excited after hearing this. "You are saying that your candidates can definitely succeed?" Li Qie replied, "I cannot say for sure about the other candidate. That is someone trained by your old friend who said that you all promised him something. I don't know if it was you, the current commander, or someone else who agreed. That's your problem. Either way, that's what he said." "Humph. He still hasn't given up." The golem immediately knew who he was referring to. He responded by snorting with annoyance. "It's quite simple. You all had promised him, so follow through on this promise. We'll give him 1 spot." Li Qie said. The golem was musing this thought. He didn't have any other choice in this matter since Li Qie was not here to talk. Even if he said no, Li Qie would continue to do as he pleased, and the consequences might be even worse at that point. Moreover, I'll tell you some good news. My own candidate has deep ties with your beast world. In terms of origin, all of you golems carved out of stone are far weaker than her." Li Qie spoke. The golem's eyes widened as he immediately stood up after hearing this and asked, "Your Excellency is saying that you were successful?" "I'm not sure, we'll have to give it a shot to see." Li Qie replied, however, after all of this talking, it seems like you don't really understand me. I'll just be frank then. The beast world will belong to me. The golem was stunned from both shock and excitement. He fell back on his chair, not questioning Li Qie's ability and determination. After calming down, he looked at him and asked, "If your excellency is successful, what are your plans afterward?" "I know what you golems are thinking," Li Qie said dismissively. "But rest assured, I will give all of you an answer by bringing everyone along." The golem stood up in astonishment and loudly exclaimed, "Your excellency, you really mean it?" "Correct," Li Qie slowly said. "Do you think that I need to lie to you? Well, in that case, I wholeheartedly agree to your excellency's proposal." The golem took a deep breath and voiced his agreement. The beast world was devoid of life and living creatures, and this was even more true for Bayan City. So now, a voice coming out of nowhere in this chamber would horrify any timid person. A golem came out from a dark corner, the direction where the voice came from. This golem wasn't too different from the other statues. The main discerning characteristic was that there was a divine crest on its head. It was exactly the same one as the crest on Mei Aonan's master. Li Qie glanced at this golem and spoke. "Even after millions of years, all of you are still the same. Just a bunch of rocks without any humanity at all. Your excellency is funny. We are not living beings or golems, so we naturally wouldn't have any emotions." The golem sat down opposite of Li Qie. Li Qie lays there and told the golem, "People who come are guests. I am a guest who has come such a long way, so your city should at least treat me with a bit of sincerity. Your Bayan wine is the best in the 9 worlds, so give me 2 cups. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.